Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please? Yeah.
Certainly. Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Santa Maria.
Here.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
And Mayor Rouse.
Here. And we have a ceremonial item to read.
Yes, Employee Recognition Service Award pins.
And Madam Administrator, is there anybody here to accept?
There is, no employees are here in person, but I do have a number to recognize,
Thank you.
if
No, it's
that
actually a
would
pretty
be
good day for
okay.
nobody here to be in person.
Fantastic. Great. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to recognize our employees who in December are receiving service awards for their years of service to the city. I'm going to start with 5 years of service. We have Megan Wilson, a Senior Human Resources Analyst, Susan Mantegna, Associate Planner in Community Development, Patrick Wiley, Senior Grounds Maintenance Worker in Parks and Recreation, Paul P.J. Germain, Senior Airport Maintenance Worker, Brian Adair, Waterfront Facilities Manager, and we'll give the 5 years a round of applause.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have 15 years of service. We have 2 employees we'll recognize. One is Federico Hernandez, custodian in the Public Works Department, and Maggie Heinrich, Water Distribution Supervisor in our new Department of Water Resources. We'll congratulate those 2. Next, we have 2 employees who are receiving a 20 years of service award. The first is Baldomero Garcia, a custodian in the Public Works Department, and the second is Tina Diaz, Administrative Analyst in Public Works. Next up, we have 25 years of service. We have Jose Rojas, who's an equipment operator in the Parks and Recreation Department. And last but certainly not least, I want to recognize Patricia Vogel, engineering technician in the Public Works Department for 35 years of service to the city of Santa Barbara. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any changes to the agenda?
No, there are no changes that I'm aware of.
Okay, very well. Madam Clerk, would you read the next item into the record, please?
Yes, we have a few consent items to read. Item 2, Amendment of Regional Coastal Adaptation Monitoring Program Cooperative Agreement, Ordinance Adoption and Agreement. Recommendation that Council adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the Sustainability and Resilience Director to execute Amendment Number 1 to the Cooperative Agreement with the Beach Erosion Authority for Clean Oceans and Nourishment, Beacon, for the Regional Coastal Adaptation Monitoring Program. Item 3, Adoption of an Ordinance for an Agreement with Eneridge Inc. for the installation and operation of electric vehicle charging stations, ordinance adoption agreement. Recommendation that Council adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing the Sustainability and Resilience Director to execute an agreement with Eneridge Inc. for the installation and 10-year operation of 4 electric vehicle charging ports at the east parking lot of the Carrillo Pavilion. Item 4, amendment to the Clean Water State Revolving Fund Installation Sale Agreement for the El Estero Water Resource Center Electrical Distribution Renewal Project, Ordinance Introduction Resolution Agreement. Recommendation that Council A, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving an amendment to the to the installment sale agreement with the State Water Resources Control Board for the El Estero Water Resource Center Electrical Distribution Renewal Project, Project 8005-110, and B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 25066, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2026 to appropriate the amended loan from the Clean Water State Revolving Fund for the El Estero Water Resource Center Electrical Distribution Renewal Project. And then item 10, consent public hearing 2025 California Building and Fire Codes adoption, ordinance adoption. Recommendation that Council A, adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Chapter 22.04 of the Municipal Code and adopting by reference the 2025 edition of the California Building Code, Volumes 1 and 2, the 2025 edition of the California Residential Code, the 2025 edition of the California Wildland Urban Interface Code, the 2025 edition of the California Electrical Code, the 2025 edition of the California Mechanical Code, the 2025 edition of the California Plumbing Code, the 2025 edition of the California Energy Code, the 2025 edition of the California Historic Buildings Code, the 2025 edition of the California Existing Buildings Code, the 2025 edition of the California Green Building Standards Code, the 2025 edition of the California Reference Standards Code, and the 2024 International Property Maintenance Code, adopting local revisions to those codes and repealing ordinance number 6093, and be adopted by reading of title only, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Chapter 8.04 of the Municipal Code and adopting by reference the 2024 International Fire Code, including Appendix Chapter 4 and Appendices B, BB, C, CC, and H of that code, the 2025 edition of the California Wildland Urban Interface Code, and the 2025 California Fire Code, with local amendments to both codes.
All right, thank you very much. We'll be taking items 1 through 9 first. Are there any, 10 will be a separate hearing. Item 1 through 9, is there any items that council members need to pull off for further discussion or separate vote? Are there any public commenters online? I have no speaker slips for consent.
Mr. Mayor, there are no raised hands.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll entertain a motion on items 1 through 9 of the consent calendar.
I'll move.
Moved by Jordan,
Second.
second by Friedman. May we have a vote, please?
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Friedman, for consent items, 2 through 9. Go ahead and vote, please.
Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, you've already read item 10 into the record, but I'm going to open the consent public hearing. Are there any questions or comments about this item from council? I have no public speaker slips. Is anybody online for item 10?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion on item 10, please.
So moved.
Moved by Friedman,
Second.
second by Harmon. May I have a vote, please?
Very good. This is a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, for item 10 as recommended. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. And with that, we will move on to report from the Ordinance Committee. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. We heard updating to the municipal code on single-use materials regulations, and it was unanimously forwarded to council.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to move on to public comment. And it's going to be 3 minutes at the dais for anything not on today's agenda, but still that falls within the purview of this body. And we will start out with John Rohner.
All right. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, council members, city staff, and all in attendance. My name is John Rohner, and I want to introduce myself as the new Public Affairs Manager for SoCal Gas, covering San Luis Obispo County and Santa Barbara County. I like to say my coverage territory is Hearst Castle to Carpinteria. I recently took on the role after Tim Mahoney retired earlier this year. And I'm sure many of you worked with him. He was like 27 years in the role or more, so I've got very big shoes to fill. But I just wanted to say that SoCal Gas remains committed to supporting local governments and communities to provide safe, reliable, and affordable energy delivery today, ready for tomorrow. Please don't hesitate to reach out, and I look forward to working together in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez has a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could you do me a favor and set up a meeting between you and I with our Executive Assistant, Holly?
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate
and I
it.
also have cards if anybody can give them to the...
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, next speaker is Brian Michelet.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, you spent years of taxpayer money of surveillance on me. I want to know why you're trying to have me killed. Your police violated a court order. I've got paperwork to show I'm telling the truth. Why did you spend $5 to $10 million yesterday of taxpayer money following me, 11/30/25? Is it because probation, 2020, when I was paying $30 a month, you raised rates on me and every other person on probation fees instead of lower them? In 2020, I owed $2,428, $7/15/2020. 9/19/2017, $3,538. 4/7/2015, $3,448. Then on 5/8/2013, it was $2,468. I have receipts. Only a $40 difference from 2013 to 2020. You probably made billions. Or is it because Judge Von Dorian planted false arrest reports on my record in 2012 with heroin and hallucinogens on them when I was never arrested or detained on the same day, 10/14/2012, and all our cases as a judge and DA will be declared mistrial, and every person in prison and jail will get a new trial or be set free. Every county and city employee is involved. Or is it because you did warrantless searches of my apartment with no search warrant? Or is it because Meridian Group employee Jesse provides a master key to an apartment? Police can enter my apartment and search with no search warrant? Or is it because Jesse has a camera pointed at my apartment directly across from my apartment and the vacated one Meridian Group employees are working on across from mine? Pointed a light fixture with a camera in it on the bedroom light, violating my Plainview Doctrine Act rights, and also camera pointed at my living room? Or is it because Officer Lopez, White, and Records Manager Halverson helped Lopez destroy evidence in my civil case, 25CV00228, or embarrass me with new reports? They destroyed my good name. Or is it because Chief Gordon and Sheriff Brown and all the police department and sheriff's department are involved with criminal conspiracy, police misconduct under color of law? They have violated my constitutional, civil, and human rights when they took their oath and swore to protect the Constitution, didn't they? Also, although Jesse could have removed the camera, then the camera's listening device that was planted in the apartment probably read what I write in my apartment, since there are bugs in cameras. He might have read what I was writing at 8:20 p.m. and removed it. Why would it be gone? Also, they have tracking devices in my truck. I have much more evidence in these bags. I have to carry it around with me for weeks. Police and sheriffs have been stealing it. I can prove everything. You guys have been trying to kill me.
All right, thank you. Next speaker is Robert Hughes.
Mr. Mayor and fellow council persons, thank you very much. My message this morning is from Thanksgiving. It is, I hope, what you'll find an encouragement. I am grateful for the service of each of you. It astounds me how hard you work to make our city what it is. 52 years ago today, this very Tuesday after Thanksgiving, I came to Santa Barbara for a job interview about half a block east on De La Guerra Street, and to say that God has smiled on me since then would be an understatement. I come because I'm so grateful for the brand that is Santa Barbara and your stewardship of it. And again, the work. I know there's a long day ahead of you, and in the 180 seconds that I'm allowed here, a little tale from memory. When I remember first seeing God has made the country and man the city at our county courthouse, I thought, how true this is. Now, half a century later, I realized that if there's something about the city I don't like, I should look in the mirror, for this is the city we are creating together. And again, my gratefulness, it just abounds, and I thank you for it. I also would offer that, as Mayor Mike Bloomberg would say, in God we trust, everybody else bring data. And I encourage you, as you render decisions and look at opportunities, get the data. If you want housing, if you want more housing, get the obstacles out of supply. If you don't want more housing, then impose artificially low rents, and in fact, you will have less housing. If we want jobs, create more jobs. Don't artificially suppress the wages that are paid. You'll have fewer jobs. If you want affordable housing, have more jobs and more supply, And to the extent that those locations can be linked with transportation, that's our gift. As we say, you get what you measure. Measure housing stock, measure housing stock available by transportation, and measure jobs, also with the same data envelope. I think our decisions based on data will serve us well. And I just close by saying it was a wonderful Thanksgiving. 52 years of calling this home overwhelms me. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you. And are there any public commenters online for general public comment?
Yes, we have one hand raised, Aaron Ashland. Aaron Ashland, you can go ahead.
Thank you. I want to speak in response to Kevin Boss's recent op-ed about State Street. He described the closure as destroying Santa Barbara. For those of us who actually work downtown or run small businesses, that is simply not reality. Downtown was struggling long before State Street closed. In 2019, with cars fully allowed, foot traffic was already low. Vacancies were already climbing. Entire blocks felt unsafe. These problems did not start with the promenade, and bringing cars back will not solve them. What we saw then and still see today is that rents are too high for the small businesses and workers who give this city its character. You cannot fill a storefront when the lease is priced for a national chain instead of a local business. Mr. Boss argues that cars are the key to economic recovery. If that were true, the 400 block would be the most successful block downtown. It is not. Cars driving do not create customers. People create customers. Walkable areas bring people downtown, keep them downtown longer, and make the streets safer for the workers, families, and visitors who use it every day. He also said that council has, quote, has never built anything, unquote. I would remind him that the people who built this city are the workers and the small business owners. They are the ones who create the jobs, the experiences, and the local culture that makes Santa Barbara what it is. And from where blue-collar workers sit, the only thing threatening to destroy downtown is the belief that landlords should dictate public policy to protect their portfolios. The promenade is not perfect, but it solved real problems. When people can walk in the street, they can avoid unsafe situations that used to push visitors away. And for years now, residents have been consistent and clear they support a walkable, people-first downtown. The only survey suggesting otherwise was funded by property owners, used a tiny sample, and was sent to people who already agreed with them. That is not public sentiment. That is targeted marketing. Now, I want to address the role of landlords more directly because their push to impose their financial goals on the entire community forces us to look honestly at what is really holding back downtown: high rents and empty storefronts. So let me offer two thoughts. First, a simple thought experiment. If the landlords charged 1 cent per square foot, how long would it take to fill every downtown storefront? Probably days. So let's stop pretending that cars are the cause or the solution to empty spaces. Second, in a downtown environment, businesses survive through the collective energy of the block. When storefronts sit empty, the landlords benefit from the vibrancy created by others while contributing nothing themselves. So I'm asking you to consider a vacancy tax on the ground floor commercial spaces. If landlords choose to keep their spaces empty, they should have they should help support the businesses that remain open, either contribute to the collective vibrancy or lease a space at rates that make sense. That seems like a fair choice. I believe in Santa Barbara's potential. The promenade is not a threat to who we are. It is a step towards who we can become, a downtown that belongs to everyone, not just those who own property. I hope you will continue to move in that direction. Thank you, City Council.
All right, very good. Any further comments online?
Thank you for calling Cruiser Reviews.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we'll close public comment. We don't have any poll consent items, any mayor or council reports. I don't see any that are pending, so we'll move on to our our appointments to advisory groups. Ms. Wells, are you going to be running this whole thing for us, or how do you want to do this?
I think, Mr. Mayor, we can go ahead. You can just go committee by committee, and Ms. Welsh and I are available for questions if you have.
Okay, very good. So we'll go ahead and do this alphabetically. And I assume that the attachments we have before us are up to date with the actual people that have applied?
That is correct. It's the list, the attachment that you have in front of you is the list of all the applicants that interviewed during the council interviews last month, and so they are eligible for appointment.
All right, very good. And with that, the clerks are both all ready for our questions. If we have questions about vacancies or qualifications or how that may fit into the various committees we're going to do. So I guess then we'll start out with Access Advisory Committee. And with that, we have 2 vacancies, so we'll entertain nominations for Access Advisory Committee.
Nominate Kovich and Chen.
Okay, anyone else?
Can I move those by acclamation then?
Okay,
So
moved by acclamation, or a
that's what you're waiting
second?
for, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a second for that?
Second.
Okay, very good. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. It's Kovich and Chen. Let's move on to the Airport Commission. We have 2 vacancies. Looks like we have 6 applicants. Do we have some nominees for the Airport Commission?
I nominate Levi, Maya, and Dan Glazer.
Second.
So those are 2 nominations each for those 2 candidates? All right, very good. Are there further nominations? Okay, well,
I'll move by acclamation.
okay. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, it's a second by Snedden. All those in favor?
Aye.
So moved. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to Arts Advisory Committee. We have 5 vacancies, and we have, 6 applicants.
Goodman, Long, McNeil, Moore, and Bilecki.
Very good. Anyone else with nominations for the Arts Advisory Committee? Would you like to move by acclamation then?
Move by acclamation.
Second?
Second.
Second by Gutierrez. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Unanimous once again. Building Code and Fire Appeals, we don't have anybody applying. Civil Service Commission, we have 1 applicant and we have 1 vacancy.
Move by acclamation.
Acclamation.
Second.
Second by Snedden. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you very much. So ordered. We'll move on to the Community Development and Human Services Commission. We have 5 vacancies, and we have, it appears, 3 applicants.
Move by acclamation.
Second.
Second, moved by Snedden, second by Gutierrez. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? So ordered. Thank you. Community Events and Festivals Committee, we have 1 vacancy and 3 candidates.
Benjamin Godere.
I'm sorry?
Benjamin Godere.
Okay. Any further,
Hannah.
I'm sorry, who?
Hannah.
Okay. I agree. All right, so, did we get any nominations for Carl? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
No.
Okay, so it's between Haggerty and Goodert, so let's go ahead and do a roll call on that, please.
Very good. I will state the name of the council member, and you can state whether you're voting for Haggerty or Godere. Councilmember Harmon.
Haggerty.
Councilmember Santa Maria.
Godere.
Councilmember Snedden.
Godere.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedman.
Go there.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Haggerty.
Councilmember Jordan.
Go Derek.
And Mayor Russ.
Goodert. Okay, it appears that Mr. Goodert's got the nod, so thank you very much. Downtown Parking Committee, we have 2 vacancies, and we have 3 candidates.
Nominate
nominate.
Penner and Pratt.
Peter and Pat Pratt,
I nominate Hannah Cohen.
1 for Cohen. Further nominate, anybody? Okay, let's go
Ma-
ahead, and we've got,
Mayor Rouse?
yes,
Is this an opportunity to just say why a certain candidate or another, or to discuss or not, or just vote straight up?
you can discuss it, it's fine.
I would just say that I find Hannah Cohen very compelling. In Trey Pinner's service, he's been an incredible asset to the Downtown Parking Committee. But in his interview, he's now the secretary of the DSBIA, and I saw that there might be some conflict with those 2 roles.
Madam Attorney, do you have any opinion about that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I don't think that they're conflicting positions, but it's up to the council to
Okay, very good.
make a decision.
Any further comments on that? My only comment is yes, Mr. Pinner has obviously served a lot of years, and he's also on DSBAA, but he's also incredibly engaged with the community. So I personally value his expertise on that, even though he barks at me all the time for parking policy. So he's got to stop doing that.
I have a quick clarifying question.
Yes, go right ahead.
Do we have any term limits for any of these commissions?
Madam Clerk, Madam Attorney, would you speak to that, please?
I've heard both.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Santa Maria. So the suggested term limit is 2 4-year terms.
Oh.
However, if there are reasons or there are not candidates applying, they can be appointed for a 3rd or 4th term. So
I
it's
see.
not a
Okay.
hard and fast rule like a charter
Sure.
requirement. Except for perhaps those few charter established committees, but I don't think they have term limits either. And this is certainly not one of those.
Okay, so you're saying that it's not a hard and fast rule, but it's recommended 2 4-year terms, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, and is that consistent with the clerk's understanding too? Yeah.
Mr. Freeman,
Yes,
you
it
have
is.
something?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I wanted to say a couple of things. I'm glad that got brought up because it is an issue on a couple ones later, especially the Harbor Commission. This will be an issue. And there's a lot more applicants on that. A couple things, this is where I struggle with this, especially right now with what's going on in downtown and the 2 incumbents. And there's a lot of changes and they are integrally involved with that. For reasons relating to downtown businesses, and we have another applicant that is, it's a newer, fresher face, and that is why we have a recommendation for those. So in this case, I'm balancing what's going on, we're talking about later tonight, but just in general downtown with different perspectives. So I just want to say I am grappling with that on this in particular in these 2 candidates because of that term limits issue. So just want to recognize that, and it's a good question. And it is something I think we, when we have our council retreat in the new year, this is something I think we should talk about, especially when it's getting into 4th year and fifth terms, so that we have more clarity on how to address this in the future.
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. I have an opinion on that, but we'll save that for the discussion when we get together to meet. I was on that committee for over 20 years myself, so just so you know. Okay, with that, we have the 3 candidates, and we'll need to go ahead and take a roll call vote, please.
Very good. And again, I'll say the name of each council member, and then you can say votes for up to 2 persons. And the nominees are Cohen, Pinner, and Pratt. Councilmember Santa Maria?
Cohen and Pratt.
Councilmember Snedden?
Cohen and Pratt.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedman?
Pinner and Pratt.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Cohen and Pratt.
Councilmember Jordan?
Pinner and Pratt.
Councilmember Harmon?
Cohen and Pratt.
And Mayor Rouse?
Pinner and Pratt. And the winner is
Cohen.
Cohen and Pratt.
Cohen and Pratt.
Cohen and Pratt, is that correct? The 2 of them? Is that what you have, Ms. Walsh, as well? Okay, thank you very much. Cohen and Pratt. Okay, we'll move on to the Harbor Commission. This is always a tricky one, but we have 3 vacancies. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 candidates. So with that, we'll open the floor for nominations.
I recommend Gartner, Stedman, and Jamies.
I'm sorry, the last one was?
Spencer, Jaimes.
Okay. Okay, any further nominations?
Anderson.
I'm sorry?
Anderson.
Anderson, okay.
Nominate Sofrin.
Any further nominations? I'll nominate Spieler. Okay, with that, we'll go to the roll call vote, please.
Very good. And I'll list the nominees I have here. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Gartner, Stedman, James, Anderson, Soffren, and Spieler.
All right.
And I
We'll have the roll
will,
call, please.
roll call, and I will say each council member name. Please list up to 3. Councilmember Snedden.
Yes, and I was just really clear about the pronunciation of the name, Spencer Himes, but
Oh,
it's
sorry.
spelled Jaimes. He's our Chumash community member. So I'll be voting for Himes, Stedman, and Anderson.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedman.
Anderson, Gartner, and Stedman.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Gartner, Hines, and Stedman.
Councilmember Jordan.
Anderson, Soffren, and Stedman.
Councilmember Harmon.
Gartner, Himes, and Stedman.
Councilmember Santa Maria.
Himes, Stedman, Anderson.
And Mayor Rouse.
Soffren, Spieler, and Stedman.
And please give me a moment here.
Looks like it's going down to the wire. Could be a photo finish.
I also had 3 for Gartner.
Madam Clerk, do we have a result?
We have Anderson, Himes, and Stedman.
All right, thank you very much. Those are our 3. Thank you. Appreciate that. Moving on to Historical Landmarks Commission, we have 2 vacancies and 3 applicants. I'll entertain some,
Butler and Radecki.
okay, very good. Anyone else? Move by acclamation?
Yeah, move back, Commission.
Move by acclamation, a second?
Second.
Second, okay, all those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
All opposed? None? Thank you very much. Move on to the Library Board.
Amber Caldwell and Don Patterson.
And Bethany Prince.
Any further nominations? All right, with that, we have 2 vacancies and we have 3 nominees. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay. I have the nominees as Caldwell, Patterson, and Prince.
Correct.
Vote for up to 2, please, for Library Board. Mayor Pro Tem Friedman.
Caldwell, Patterson.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Caldwell, Prince.
Councilmember Jordan.
Caldwell, Patterson.
Councilmember Harmon.
Caldwell, Patterson.
Councilmember Santa Maria.
Patterson, Prince.
Councilmember Snedden.
Caldwell Prince.
And Mayor Rouse.
Caldwell Patterson.
And Mayor Rouse, we have Caldwell and Patterson appointed.
Okay, thank you very much. Move on to the next one, which is the Neighborhood Advisory Council.
Move by acclamation.
Moved by acclamation, second?
Second.
Second by San Maria, thank you. All those in favor, say aye. Anyone opposed? Thank you very much, so ordered. Move on to Parks and Recreation Commission. We have 4 vacancies and 3 applicants.
Move by acclamation.
By acclamation, and second by Friedman. Okay, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Very good, so ordered, thank you. Moving on to the Planning Commission. And we have 2 vacancies, and we have 3 applicants.
Nominate Bauke and Wardlow.
Very good. Further? Move by acclamation? Second by Harmon, thank you very much. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you very much. Let's move on to the Rental Housing Mediation Board. We have 5 vacancies and appears to be 5 applicants.
Question on that.
Yes, question by Friedman.
There's 5 vacancies, but 2 of them fit the one category where there's only one. So do we have to vote on that separately?
Correct.
Okay,
Okay, so the first 2 we could fit in there in the landlord mediator, and the last one because there's enough vacancies, but then we'd have to choose between Green and Weber.
okay, so what we'll do then is we'll go through for McPherson, Pancook, and Hurlinger. We'll have nominations and vote on that, and then we'll come back and do Green and Weber for the second vote. All right, makes sense? Okay, I'll take nominations for the 3 that we're talking about. Everybody understood?
Yeah, I'll nominate those 3, McPherson, Pancook, and Hurlinger.
Okay, anybody else?
I had a comment about,
Go right ahead.
yeah, and Pancook had some comments about being personally hurt by tenants and having seen the hurt, and I wondered if that might cloud the ability to make impartial decisions on this board.
Mr. Freeman, do you have a response?
I'll just take it off, and then we should just vote on them all individually then.
Thank you.
So, where are we at then? Are we going to do the 3 and then the 2 still? Just all do all 5 and then see how we turn out? All right, very good. Bearing in mind that only one of the 2, Green and Weber, can be, well, first of all, I'll accept nominations for Green and Weber.
I'll nominate Weber.
Anyone else? And I'll nominate Howard Green. Okay, so let's go ahead and go down the list if we may.
Very good. This is for the Rental Housing Mediation Board. Councilmember Gutierrez.
McPherson, Weber, and Hurlinger.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, we're not just on the Weber Green
Right.
nomination, not the whole list?
No, we're doing all 5.
We're doing all 5 now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you have 5, yeah. But you can only have one of, so we're going to do 4 today, frankly.
Question. One question here.
Question?
Apologies, I realize this is a little bit out of order, but I think I've seen from the emails that have gone back and forth about this board that they already have trouble meeting quorum requirements. Are there going to be further issues with quorum if there's extra seats open?
Ms. Welch?
I think a worst outcome is to not be able to meet.
Councilmember Harmon, if all of these categories get appointed today, there should not be any quorum issues.
One in each, or if they're, because right now I think what we're talking about is the landlord category, appointing 1 or 2. If we just appoint 1 in each category, we'll be okay with
That would
quorum?
still be okay.
Thank you.
All right, so we have Mr. Gutierrez's nominations. Anybody else? To go ahead, go ahead and do the votes, all
And
nominated.
Councilmember Jordan.
We're voting for up to 2 in the first category, right?
Up to 2 and then one of the 2 other ones.
Okay. So I'll vote for Pancook in the first one. I won't make a second vote. Green in the second one, and Hurlinger in the third one.
Councilmember Harmon.
McPherson, Weber, Hurlinger.
Councilmember Santa Maria.
McPherson, Weber, Hurlinger.
Councilmember Sneddon.
McPherson, Weber, Hurlinger.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedman.
McPherson, Weber, Hurlinger, and Pancook, because I still think there's going to be a quorum issue. I just think there is if there's not on there.
Mayor Ross.
Yeah, McPherson, and I'll agree with you, Mr. Friedman, Pancook, Green, and Hurlinger.
Okay, one moment. Okay, Mr. Mayor, we have as appointed McPherson, Weber, and Hurlinger.
All right, very good. Thank you very much.
Chief, so I'm not understanding this. There's up to 3 people to appoint in the first category. 2 people applied, and that second person got 3 votes. All they need is 1 vote.
I don't think so.
Hancock. There's 3 people, 3 spots available to fill there. 2 people applied for 3 spots. A second person got votes. I'm missing the logic here of how
Didn't
that
get
person does
4
not
votes.
qualify. There is not a third person that outvoted Hancock, or a fourth person in this case, because you could put 3 people on.
Madam Clerk, did Pancook get a majority of votes?
No, well, Pancook received 3 votes, correct?
Yeah.
3 votes, not 4.
We're appointing more than 1 person to that slot. Yes,
Yeah.
There's 3 available.
right? It says 3 people are needed, right?
Correct. But a majority of
Over
council did not
an empty
cast a
spot?
vote for
A
that.
majority of council didn't vote on that second
Really?
candidate?
Okay.
There was
Okay.
only 3 votes.
Okay.
All right, very good. Thank you. That is a little confusing. We get it. Okay, and speaking of confusion, we'll move on to the Santa Barbara Youth Council.
Can I recommend, since there's no one applying to the at-large, and there's 2 applicants for the local private studies, can we put one of those applicants into the at-large so we can move by acclamation?
Councilmember Gutierrez, that is correct.
Okay, then I suggest that and move by acclamation. We can just, we'll put, well, it says San Marcos High School, so let's put them in the public at large. So Piper McGinnis at large.
Okay. All right, with that, we also have a motion for acclamation,
Second.
second by Sneddon. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? So ordered. Thank you. Okay, Single Family Design Review Board, 1 vacancy, 2 applicants. Entertain,
Parsa?
Rolfe.
okay, we got them both nominated. Let's go ahead and do the
Very
roll
good.
call, please.
We have a nomination for Parsa and a nomination for Rolfe. Vote for 1. Councilmember Jordan.
Rolfe.
Councilmember Harmon.
Rolfe.
Councilmember Santamaria.
Parsa.
Councilmember Snedden.
Rolfe.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedman.
Parsa.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Parsa.
And Mayor Rouse.
Rolfe.
Rolfe is appointed.
Okay, very good, and that does that item. Thank you very much. With that, we will move on to item 12. Would you like to read that into the record, Madam Clerk?
Item 12, disposition and development agreement between the City of Santa Barbara and Alliance Bernstein for the proposed redevelopment at Paseo Nuevo, ordinance introduction agreement. Recommendation that Council A, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance finding the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under Public Resources Code Section 21080.66 and approving and authorizing execution of the Paseo Nuevo redevelopment project development and disposition agreement between the City of Santa Barbara and Paseo Propco LLC.
All right, very good. And so who's kicking this off? Is it Ms.
I will be
Madam-
kicking it off. Thank you,
Okay.
Mayor.
Madam City Administrator? And by the way, so we're going to have a fair amount of speakers on this item, it's a very passionate item. And so I'm going to cut off the submission for new requests to speak at 3 o'clock straight up for both in-person and online hands raised. All right? So.
Great. Great. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will be kicking off the staff presentation today, and then that will be followed by a presentation from the Alliance Bernstein Development Team. Then we'll be able to have council questions, public comment, and then council discussion. Before I get started, I just wanted to take a moment to thank the city team members who've been involved in getting the project to this point. Sarah Connect, our city attorney, Dan Henschke, our senior assistant city attorney, Allison DeBus, community development director, the city's financial consultants, Dina Beltzer with strategic economics, and Patricia Flynn with the Maxima Group, and last but certainly not least, Tess Harris, our State Street Master Planner. When we get to the AB portion of the presentation, I'll ask them to introduce their team members who are here. Before I start, I wanted to preface the presentation by saying we're going to review a lot of the background and history of how we got here. And I think this is important because I want to make sure that everyone has that information, and some individuals may not have seen prior council meetings where we went through some of the background and history, although I know council members have seen some of this information previously. But I do think it's important for that full context to be in the public record today. Next slide. So today, we are here to present the terms of a disposition and development agreement, or DDA, as we'll refer to it, that has been negotiated in good faith between the city and the Alliance Bernstein teams based on the preliminary negotiating direction we received from the City Council in August of 2025. You also asked us to engage with the community following that meeting, which we have done in a variety of ways, and we have modified the project proposal in response, as you'll see in today's presentation. We'll share some of the background and history of the Paseo Nuevo project, explain the current ground lease interests and constraints, walk through the current development proposal, review the key terms of the disposition and development agreement, review the community outreach we've engaged with, share staff recommendations, and then hear further from the AB team on the project renderings and responses to feedback we've heard throughout the fall. Just before we launch into the full presentation, I want to just share that since 2021, the city has been working with Alliance Bernstein to get to this point. We've worked hard and dedicated thousands of hours to this partnership. Even if the council approves the project today, there are still many steps that need to occur before any land is transferred to Alliance Bernstein. The project has to go back to HLC for design approvals and then to council if HLC doesn't approve or if there's an appeal. AB has to submit a construction financing plan that the city has to approve. And the city and AB have to renegotiate the terms of the reciprocal easement agreement with the owners of the former Nordstrom parcel. Approval of the DDA today would demonstrate the city's commitment to allowing this project to move forward with the next steps in the approval process. It also shows the city's commitment to build critically needed housing in our downtown and our community. Housing in our downtown is also crucial to revitalizing State Street and is a key component of the State Street Master Plan. And so with that, I'm going to kick off the formal presentation and do just some background, an overview of the history of Paseo Nuevo. So next slide. For those who aren't familiar with redevelopment agencies, these were a creation of the state that were established, and the city here established our redevelopment agency in 1968. It was a way in which local governments could eliminate urban blight through redevelopment or revitalization projects, and it created funding mechanisms and authorized city redevelopment agencies to acquire property, fund construction, and create partnerships in the attempt to spur economic growth by redeveloping blighted areas. Next slide. So a little bit about the history of the mall itself. Obviously, at that point in the 80s, downtown was struggling, and the community supported the idea of a new shopping mall downtown. The city's redevelopment agency subsidized construction of the Paseo Nuevo Shopping Center by paying for land assembly and constructing parking lots 2 and 10. There was about an $18 million land value at the time of the acquisition of those parcels by the redevelopment agency. An additional $7.8 million was provided for parking and land acquisition obligations, and the redevelopment agency provided a $2 million loan at 10% interest for parking structure cost overruns. These ground leases for the mall were established in 1989 for a 75-year period, and Paseo Nuevo Mall opened in 1990. I just want to make sure that that's a key point in history, but it's also a key point of where we are today. In the late 1980s, the city and the redevelopment agency stepped in to subsidize a private development to spur a catalytic project for downtown Santa Barbara. In many ways, we're at a similar turning point in the history for downtown, except we've negotiated a deal that transfers land to catalyze critical housing development downtown versus paying for land acquisition and construction costs. And as I've said in a number of different forums, sometimes the government must step in to kickstart redevelopment when private markets are reluctant to do so. Next slide. So this is just a little bit of a background on the ground leases. So in 2011, the state of California dissolved all the redevelopment agencies throughout the state, and Paseo Nuevo and the ground leases, actually just the property, were transferred to the city. The terms of the leases at that point became subject to the city charter, which only allows 50-year leases that cannot be extended. So as of right now, the leases for the Paseo Nuevo Mall, the Macy's building, and the former Nordstrom building all have ground leases that expire in 2065, which is 40 years from now. Although the city owns the land under the mall, the ground leases assign ownership rights of all the buildings to the lessees, which in this case are Alliance Bernstein and Shop-Off. The uses that are allowed in these buildings are controlled by the reciprocal easement agreement, and we'll talk a little bit more about that agreement in a couple slides. Basically, the REA limits the use of the mall to high-end retail. Housing is not currently allowed on any parcel on this site based on the requirements in the REA, and office uses are limited or not allowed. Next slide. So Paseo Nuevo Mall was not an economic success for the developer. The developer's leasehold interest sold shortly after the opening of the mall in 1990 at a loss compared to what they paid to develop that site. And in the lease agreements, there was a provision that said the city would receive lease revenue because if the mall hit certain performance targets. The city has never received any annual lease revenue because the mall never hit those performance targets that would have triggered rent payments under the ground lease. Next slide. We have obviously two big vacant anchor tenant buildings. Macy's was vacant as of 2017, which was 8 years ago, and Nordstrom's became vacant in 2020, 5 years ago. Right now, there are no prospects for re-tenanting those buildings, and also the current ground leases do not require the owners of these buildings to re-tenant or do anything with those buildings. They had an initial 20-year term where they were required to keep department stores in those buildings, but there's no further requirements after that. Next slide. So next I'll talk a little bit more about some of the ground lease interests. Next slide. So here we have a map of the different ownership interests in the ground leases. You can see the outline in red, which shows the former Macy's building, many of the inline retail shops, and parking lot 1. Alliance Bernstein currently holds the ground lease over those buildings. Shop Off has the ground lease with the Nordstrom building, along with an easement for parking within Lot 1. The Shop Off parcel and Nordstrom parcel is currently not part of the disposition and development agreement currently before the council. And then parking lots 1, 2, and 10 were built to serve the mall and are both subject to easements to the benefit of both Alliance Bernstein and Shop Off. In addition to the ground lease, the city, AB, and Shop Off are parties bound by the reciprocal easement agreement. So each of the 3 parties has a veto option over the other 2 parties in terms of approval of what happens on the site. So who are the parties to the reciprocal easement agreement? I mentioned the city. We own the land underneath Macy's, the mall, Lot 1, and Nordstrom's. AB owns the improvements, including the Macy's building, the inline shops, and manages Lot 1. Shop Off owns the Nordstrom's building, and as I mentioned, the city cannot control what AB or Shop Off do with the buildings unless the parties agree to terminate the encumbrances of the REA. So next, just want to talk and share, Alliance Bernstein is not actually a developer. They are a global investment and management firm. And it's, many people have asked, how did they end up acquiring the ground lease? They loaned money to the prior mall owner in 2019. That owner defaulted on the loan, and AB took ownership of the mall and the ground lease in 2021. AB did attempt to market the property at that time, but unsuccessfully, and as a result, they decided to approach the city with a partnership opportunity that results in what you see before you today. They have compiled a group of professionals to support them in the development of this project. You'll hear from some of those individuals today, the Arcturus Group, the Georgetown Company, Gensler Architects, Mullen and Hensel as their attorneys, and AB Design Studio as a local architect. Next slide. So why can't Alliance Bernstein redevelop under the existing ground lease? The city's charter, as I mentioned previously, prohibits leases longer than 50 years, and extensions of existing leases are not permitted. And as I mentioned, the city's redevelopment agency was not subject to those same lease requirements, so they were able to have those original 75-year leases. That 75-year period was, at that time, thought to be sufficient to help the mall capitalize its investment and to build the project. As you've heard, that project was not financially viable, and they sold it at a loss shortly after construction. As we've looked at the finances here, again, 40 years on a ground lease is, again, insufficient time to capitalize a project with this level of investment and construction costs. And so without terminating the leases and figuring out how to merge the interests that we all have, there is the potential that the city could face 40 years of continued decline at the site. Next slide. So why not work with a different developer? That's been a question we've heard a lot through these conversations. As I mentioned, the city doesn't control the buildings or Lot 1, and so no new developer can build anything on the site without Alliance Bernstein's cooperation, and so that AB Commercial, through its subsidiary, owns the buildings, all the inline shops, and also holds the easement rights for the parking. And so that's important because another developer couldn't come in, and they have not been able to negotiate a price to buy out the ground lease at this point. So next slide. So I do want to share there are a few advantages to the Alliance Bernstein team versus a traditional private developer that would come in to approach the city for a land use development. Because they are a bank and an investment firm, they do bring prepackaged construction lending. And as we've seen with other projects in Santa Barbara, many of those are not able to be financed or get financing, and many have stalled throughout the downtown. And again, a traditional developer may not know if they could get construction financing until much later, which again could result in the project sitting for many, many years. And again, the lack of feasibility is a common theme throughout urban markets today, just given the interest rate environment that we are facing. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tess Harris, who's going to take us through some of the aspects of the current proposal.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the project evolution and how we got to today. Initially, back in September of 2023, this project came before City Council, and it came before to authorize a project negotiation between the city staff and the Alliance Bernstein team. During that meeting, we discussed the encumbrances, the obligations on the site, and council's preferences for public benefits associated with the project. During that meeting as well, we also discussed the concept of a fee transfer, and one of the public benefits that council asked us to explore was exploring affordable units at various levels. Then we came back to council in March of 2024 after meeting in negotiations with Alliance Bernstein for an approval of a project agreement. And that was an agreement at the time for a 500-unit project. The March 2024 meeting also included an exemption from the Surplus Lands Act for the Paseo Nuevo parcels. And it included a commitment to transfer property along with a public financial contribution. The project at that time included a tear down of the Macy's site and the inline shop, so a full demolition of the Paseo Nuevo site with the exception of the Nordstrom's building to complete the 500-unit project. It also included a loss in parking. Then we came back in August of 2025 with a revised project. In August 2025, Council approved a revised project agreement for a 233-unit project and up to 80 affordable housing units on Lot 2. Again, we discussed the notion of the property and sales tax components, and at that time had discussed a property tax rebate, essentially, rather than a sales tax was more appropriate in this deal. This notably was also the first time that Lot 2 was discussed. Similarly, it was the first time that the 80 affordable housing units was discussed. That number had not come up in the September 2023 or March 2024 council meetings, but did come up as part of the applicant's proposal in August of 2025. That proposal was reduced to 233 units because the 500-unit project was determined to be infeasible due to construction costs of a new foundation that would need to be built over parking lot 1, as well as the full demolition of all of the Paseo Nuevo site, absent Nordstrom's. And so the team focused on the Macy's building for redevelopment, and then determined that we would need to use the state bonus density law in order to increase the height up to 75 feet. And so the current proposal before you today in the disposition and development agreement is based on the August 2025 council direction. And that includes demolishing the old Macy's building, building the 233 market rate rental units on the Macy's site, and then building up to 80 affordable units on Lot 2, or building 24 affordable units within the Macy's site with an option for a standalone adjacent affordable project. It also includes modernizing the mall, importantly, keeping the cultural and community spaces, the Museum of Contemporary Art Santa Barbara and the Center Stage Theater that had been mentioned as public benefits that the council wanted to maintain during that September 2023 meeting. Those items with the full demolition back in March 2024 were not included, but have since been brought back into the project as of August 2025. So I'll walk through some of the project statistics, what is on the site today, as well as what is proposed as part of this disposition agreement. And I can also talk through what was proposed during March or August, if that's helpful during questions. So market rate units, there are 233 proposed. For the affordable units, there are 45 up to 80 affordable units proposed, replacing a portion of Lot 2, the bay closest to the Canary Hotel. I do want to note that 10% are required in the disposition agreement, which would be 24 units of the 233. So there are a couple different options that we will go through for the affordable units. One includes the 24 required. The commercial floor area, there's currently 240,000 square feet in the Paseo Nuevo site, excluding the Nordstrom's building. This would reduce it almost by half to about 125,000 square feet. So just in considering the adjacency to State Street, that reduction is significant, but also provides the retail experience of Paseo Nuevo. And then the cultural uses would remain. So the art museum and the theater would remain on site, and there would have dedicated spaces for those community spaces. In terms of parking, there are 572 parking spaces currently in Lot 1. And this project proposes 600 parking spaces in Lot 1. So an increase in parking in Lot 1. It does include a reduction in parking Lot 2. There are 569 spaces today in Lot 2, and there would be a reduction of 186 spaces in order if Alliance Bernstein chooses the option to construct an affordable housing development on a portion of Lot 2, meaning that 383 spaces would remain. In terms of residential parking, the project includes 1 space per unit for the market rate site, so 233 spaces. For building height, the Macy's site is currently approximately 66 feet, which is over our charter height limit. The Macy's site with this proposal could go up to 75 feet, which would be an increase in 9 feet from today's site in certain locations. In addition, the Lot 2 site would be up to 70 feet. I will note there have been some changes that the applicant team has proposed, and so that's likely not to actually go all the way up to 70 feet, but that would be the tallest potential point. And then in terms of residential density, the project includes 56 dwelling units per acre. Right now, housing is not allowed on the site. It's still below the maximum dwelling units per acre in the priority housing overlay, which this project is part of. I'll now pass it over to Mr. Henschke to discuss the disposition and development agreement.
Thank you, Alderman Barrett, members of the City Council. I actually have the easy job, which is to define the agreement which is attached to the agenda packet, and I have here with me in 9 slides. I believe it's what I have. So the next slide, please. So what is a disposition development agreement? Basically, it is a binding contract that establishes all the terms and conditions for the development of the project and the transfer of the land. But what it really does is 3 basic things. One is it defines the scope of the project. What is it that is going to be built as a redevelopment of the Paseo Nuevo site? 2, it establishes all of the requirements that must be met before any land is transferred. 3, if the land is transferred, it establishes the enforcement mechanisms for the promises to actually build and construct the project. So that's what the agreement does. We talked previously about the project agreement that was approved in March of '24 and revised by this council in '25. Those were more like initial concept approvals. Those were an agreement that was non-binding, but to work in good faith to come up with a concrete legal proposal that would bind the parties to implement the project. We negotiated in good faith based upon the council's direction, and that's what's before you today. If the council chooses to adopt the agreement today, it will not be the last action that is necessary in order for this project to move forward. And I'll get to that in a few minutes. I want to make one thing very clear, and that is there was at any time a consideration that all of the land that the city owns would be transferred as part of the development disposition agreement. That is not the proposal that's before you today. The land that is essentially underneath, if you will, the Nordstrom's leasehold parcel, that is not being considered in its totality. There's some nuances there to it, but basically the Nordstrom's leasehold property is out of the transfer. The other thing I want to talk about, just because we seem to forget this sometimes, under the current leasehold rights that AB has, it does have a right of first refusal if there is to be a transfer of the Nordstrom's parcel. So that is an existing right that AB has under the current leases. And so that's something that we would have to address. I will get to that in a minute when we get into other details of the agreement itself. Could I have the next slide, please? Okay, so what's in the DDA? Well, there's a lot in here, but a few things I want to highlight. One is there's performance guarantees. One of the things that was essential from the direction that we got at the council on August 5th was we don't want a hole in the ground. So the performance schedule establishes a clear deadline if the land is transferred for completion of the actual construction. And we have requested a letter of credit by AB in favor of the city in the amount of 20% of their equity that the city can draw on if they don't comply with their promises to build the project as they have set forth in the DDA. It gives us a mechanism. In addition, the promises in the agreement can be specifically enforced. What does that mean? If a party doesn't live up to their obligations, we can go to court and a court will order them to do so. Monetary damages are not a part of this agreement. So the key is, we heard from the council, build a project as we've described it in our August 5th direction to you and make sure it gets done. We sought to do that in this agreement through those performance guarantees. One of the other things that we heard from council on August 5th was we want the residences to be homes, primary residences. So one of the conditions of the agreement is that there's a recorded covenant that it will be used as a household's domicile. That means they're permanent resident where they intend to remain, for an indefinite period of time. In other words, not a second home. In addition, that same covenant that would be recorded on the property and run with the land precludes the use of for short-term vacation rentals. In other words, it's homes. The development agreement talks about there's 3 affordable housing obligations that I will get to in a minute. And then the other thing that we heard on August 5th that was very important to the council was the art museum and the theater stay. And so the agreement specifically provides provides space for the art museum and the theater. They might be moved around, but that would be subject to future city council approval, but those remain. Next slide, please. I want to talk a little bit about the affordable housing options. During the course of the negotiations, it became apparent that there might need to be some phasing of the affordable housing development, and it became apparent that we had heard from the community input, there was some concern about using Lot 2 as an affordable housing location. And so the development agreement basically provides 3 options should the council choose to go forward with this proposal that we brought forward to you. The first one is that the affordable units would be included within what I'm going to call the Paseo housing development. That's the development that would be on the old Macy's site that would become composed of 233 rental units, and 24 of those would be reserved for low-income households. And that's defined in the agreement. It's our standard. We've used basically our standard affordability covenant and promises for low income. It's households with an AMI of 80% or less. And then the rents have to be affordable for those units. The Lot 2 development under option 1 could be developed concurrently with the affordable housing with the housing on the Paseo development, or it could be within a period of 5 years after. If the Paseo development goes first, all of the 24 units would have to be in the Paseo development until they are replaced by housing on Lot 2, or, as we'll get to it in another option, on another lot. They have 5 years to choose to do that, or they could forgo that. They could just build, if it turns out that Lot 2 becomes unacceptable, they could just build the Paseo development and the 24 units and satisfy their obligations. Next slide, please. Option 2 is, as I've discussed, they could build everything concurrently. The affordable housing on a portion of Lot 2, and the unrestricted housing on the Paseo development. And if they did that, then all of the units on Lot 2 would be restricted to low-income households, and that is all, again, included within the DDA, and there's an affordability covenant that goes along with that. The third option would be similar to the option 1, but instead of building the affordable units on Lot 2, the developer AB could find another adjacent parcel. And an adjacent parcel is important. It has, in order to meet the state law requirements for density bonus, it has to be an adjacent parcel, and deliver that parcel in a developable condition. And then once that project gets, an affordable project gets built on the alternative location, by the way, has to be approved by the city council. It's not just the developer's choice. Once that project is ready to occupy, then they could relocate the affordable units from the Paseo development over to the alternative affordable housing location, along with all of the other units that would be required. And that, again, is between 45 and 80 on the alternate side. Next slide, please. If they choose either Lot 2 or the additional site, they have, before any land is transferred, they have to get all the development plans, obtain building permits, and deliver a shovel-ready site. So why the three options? As I indicated earlier, during the course of the negotiations, it became clear that there may be a need to phase the project, and it gives the developer the opportunity to move forward with the construction of the project on the Macy's site immediately, within the time frame set in the schedule of performance, and then capitalize a distinct affordable housing project through, the separate state tax credit funding and other affordable housing programs. It allows them to investigate purchasing of affordable property on a different location other than Lot 2, because we did hear concerns, particularly from, for example, Downtown Parking Committee about the loss of parking in the downtown area because of the Lot 2 development. Next slide, please. Okay. One of the things I want to make very clear is that no land would be transferred under the disposition development agreement until a number of conditions preceding to transfer had been met. And these are very important because they're crucial to implementing the council's direction of August 5th. First, we need to get final design approval from HLC. The developer cannot currently submit a project application to go forward to HLC because they don't have all the things that they need to do that. What this development and disposition agreement would do is it would allow them to proceed with the application, give them a path to get that through the HLC in a specific time frame with a specific number of hearings, so we don't violate any state laws relating to how many hearings can you have before you approve a development project. And so essentially a total of 5 hearings, a couple before HLC, and if they're not approved, it would then come to council, and council could make final decisions. Council could have a couple of hearings, but a total of 5 hearings to get the project approved, to get this moving forward. And again, what we're talking about here is design approval. The development disposition agreement establishes basically what the composition of the projects will be. That is 233 units approximately on the Macy's site, the retail, the 17,000 approximate square foot retail site on the Macy's site, and then the 45 to 80 on Lot 2 or the alternative site. So that's, and the project description is included as an attachment A to the, or C, excuse me, to the development agreement. They have to get all their building permits and a signed construction contract. In other words, no land is transferred unless you have a builder on board and building permits and you're ready to go. They have to have executed all of the affordability and use covenants, which are also attached to the development agreement in substantially the same form. They have to have the performance security in form of a letter of credit. They have to have the construction loans in place. And this is probably the most important part of all of the pre-requirements. An agreement between the city, the developer, and the current lessee of the Nordstrom's parcel to deal with all of the development restrictions that result from the existing leases, the existing parking covenants, the REA that we all refer to. Those 3 parties really have to come together and build the 3-legged stool that is this project. Because if any of one of those legs does not exist, the stool falls over and the project cannot proceed. If that doesn't happen, then the development disposition agreement does not go forward and the land does not transfer. Next slide, please. So, what happens if this doesn't happen? The DDA is terminated and the land does not transfer. If all of those things happen, we get an agreement among all 3 of the parties, we have the building permits in place, we get the letter of credit, we have the construction loan, we have HLC and or council final design approval, then the performance schedule requires AB to build the project within a specific time frame, 48 months. And if they don't, the agreement is specifically enforceable. We can call the letter of credit. We can use that money to go to court and force them to do it. So those are our remedies after the project is built. And those continue until certificates of occupancy are issued for the Paseo development on the Macy's parcel, and if the affordable housing is option, either Lot 2 or the alternate site is chosen. With respect to those obligations, those continue until those projects are ready to occupy. Certificates of occupancy are issued. Next slide.
So now
That was my simple explanation. I get to turn it back to you now.
I'm going to talk a little bit about how this current disposition and development agreement reflects the community input that we received over the last few months. First, we received really mixed reviews for the Lot 2 affordable housing piece of the development. So this disposition and development agreement provides those 3 different affordable housing options to build affordable units either on-site or off-site, and that was in direct response to the comments that we had received. The revised project also includes a paseo at Ortega Street, and that was something we heard from a couple different commissions and from some members of the public that was really important to connect Paseo Nuevo to Ortega Street as that additional paseo connection that's missing today. It also includes a more articulated facade along Ortega Street, so and that'll be something that the Alliance Bernstein team will talk about after staff's presentation. It also includes what Mr. Henschke noted, that units are required to be primary residences. So those rental units must be primary residences and cannot have vacation rentals on site. This revised project also maintains public art space in the project. So that is the Museum of Contemporary Art Santa Barbara and Center Stage Theater. And maintaining that there is public art space within the inline shop area for those uses. And then there are changes that have been made in architecture for both the Macy's site as well as the Lot 2 site. And you'll see that in some of the design renderings. There was also a reduction in height for the Lot 2 development by 1 floor, so removing an entire floor, which is where you likely get some height reduction in that building. And that means that that building is lower than the Canary Hotel by about a floor. And then there are additional amenities that have been provided at the Lot 2 site to ensure that those residents receive very similar amenities to what exists on Lot 1. And you'll see some of that again in the design discussion a little bit later. But things like more courtyard and open space areas, more green space, a play area, and some other areas as well. So I'm now going to talk about the city's participation in the disposition and development agreement. This site's an encumbered asset due to the current easement and lease restrictions. And the city's land only has monetary value if it were combined with the Alliance Bernstein's ownership interest and if all of the restrictions that are currently on the site are removed. The city commissioned independent financial analysis, and those experts are sitting behind me, Dina Belzer and Patricia Flynn. They're both here today, and they thoroughly reviewed the assumptions and confirmed that the project is genuinely marginal. As part of the city's participation, due to these project feasibility challenges, the city would contribute the land of the Paseo Nuevo parcels, including the former Macy's site and the inline shops. It includes a property tax refund at $300,000 for 20 years. And it includes the land transfer of a portion of Lot 2 if that option is pursued for the affordable units. So next, why is the city proposing to transfer the land? The city would transfer fee ownership of the land under the mall to AB as part of the disposition and development agreement, meaning the Macy's site and part of parking lots 1 and lot 2 if that is pursued. The land is already tied up in a 75-year ground leases and easements that are dating back from 1989 and have now been reduced to 50 years. And those easements prohibit housing and limit other uses on this site until 2065, in 40 years. The city has never received any rent from the land, with no prospects for rent in the future, which makes the economic value of the city's interest about zero. The value has been confirmed by the State Department of Finance at its review when the asset was transferred from the redevelopment agency to the city. And then again in 2024, the State Housing Department reviewed those documents and concluded that the agreements limit the use of the property and no feasible method exists to redevelop the property without conveyance of the property or interest therein to one or more of the lessees of the ground leases. The land that the city owns is extremely difficult to develop today as it sits under Lot 1, the Macy's building, the inline shops, and the Nordstrom's building. The city only gets about $85,000 in property taxes, but that amount has been appealed with a request to reduce that amount by half. And future appeals are likely as the lease term continues to decline. This is exactly the type of situation in which a city could leverage one of its least productive assets. In this case, it's a legally constrained ground interest to enable private investment that could not or would not otherwise occur. And so the value that the city gets for this project, Santa Barbara gets hundreds of new homes downtown where jobs, transit, and services already exist. We get a long, empty department store and a fading mall to become a live-in neighborhood with updated retail, arts uses, and new public spaces. The city could also point to a concrete, visible project when the state asks how it plans to meet our RHNA obligation, including our obligation for lower-income households. The city will gain approximately a little over $1 million in sales tax revenue at the Paseo Nuevo Mall, and the new tenants are estimated to spend approximately $2.3 million annually at downtown businesses. Those are numbers every year that once this project is built, the city will get. And so we're trading a legally constrained interest that the city cannot use for housing by itself in order to get homes and investment built right in the downtown core. I'm going to continue to focus on housing a little bit more. As of 2023, I'll show in a moment, there are only 217 housing units that had been built in entirety between Chapala and Anacapa Streets downtown, Victoria to the underpass. That's the State Street Master Plan area. Since then, as of September 2025, we have increased that number. We are at 311 units built. But I want to just stop there for a minute. We only have about 300 units in our entire downtown core of housing. The city has met only 6.2 of its low-income RHNA target. So there's almost 94% that's still unmet. This project almost doubles the amount of housing that we have in the entire downtown core, in the entire State Street Master Plan area, and provides much-needed housing. This slide shows you what housing downtown looks like today. The area that's bolded, the project area that's showing the State Street Master Plan zone between Chapala and Anacapa Street, again from Victoria Street, or Solis Street, down to the underpass, shows that white space there. That's the amount of housing we have, a limited number of units in that center. And so with less than 320 units downtown providing housing, with the city having less than 320 units in our core is something that more broadly we need to be aware of. If we want to revitalize downtown and make downtown the live, work, play experience that's been talked about, there is an urgency or a seriousness about housing development in the location that has the highest density in the entire city. From a planning perspective, this is exactly where dense development should be. We have a priority housing overlay that allows for 37 to 63 dwelling units per acre in our downtown, and And this project meets that dwelling unit requirement, actually is a little bit under, but would become a catalyst in the heart of our city, right in the city center. I'm going to focus a little bit on general plan consistency as well. We have a number of policies in our general plan, including some of our land use policies, focusing on growth. So the land use policy 4 encourages workforce and affordable housing within a quarter mile of frequent transit service and commercial services through smaller units. There's a policy on a mix of land uses, encouraging a mix of land uses, particularly in downtown. And a location of residential growth, encouraging new residential units in multifamily and commercial areas of the city with the highest densities to be located in downtown. We also have a housing element policy for infill housing, encouraging the development of housing on infill sites near transit and jobs, particularly redevelopment of sites suitable for housing. We have another housing element policy that prioritizes residential development with broad community benefit. We have also a policy from our economy and fiscal health element on partnerships. It's policy 13 that encourages public and private joint venture partnerships as an economic development tool. I want to talk next about the community outreach that's occurred between the last few months and today, or between the last few years and today, excuse me. So we've had 3 city council meetings, the meeting in September of 2023, March of 2024, and August of 2025. During those meetings, we talked about the project description, the changes to the project, as well as the fee transfer. We met with the Housing Authority in September. We also met with the Historic Landmarks Commission, the Planning Commission, the Downtown Parking Committee. We held 2 open house events, and we have a project website. It's been also posted in our city news and brief. And I'll focus a little bit on the open house events. We had a mix of members of the public that showed up at those events. We had approximately 200, 250 people there. And asked those to fill out a survey, as well as other members of the public that did not attend. We had a mix of responses that were in favor or maybe in favor of the project, and those that did not support the project. During the open house events, we held them at 2 different times, trying to capture members of the public that could come to an event either during the lunchtime hour or in the evening after work. We had Spanish translation available, and we had the applicant team as well as the staff team there and our economic consultants to answer questions. Regardless of the survey responses indicated some mixed views for the project, and we asked a number of different questions. But regardless of the project views, there was a clear support from almost all of the different survey responses for additional housing downtown. We also went to a number of different groups to talk about the project. So we went to the Downtown Santa Barbara Improvement Association a number of times in October and in November. We met with the Chamber of Commerce's board a couple times in October. We went to the Santa Barbara County Action Network meeting in November and discussed the project. We met with adjacent property owners to City Parking Lot 2 and discussed the project in November as well. And then city staff and our economic consultants went on Santa Barbara Newsmakers a couple weeks ago in November. So now I'm going to just go through some of the survey responses that we received. Again, we got about 170. And so this slide includes examples of some of the more positive reactions that we received from the survey responses when describing what people liked about the project. We often heard that they liked that the project included developing more housing downtown, that it includes a change of use of an underutilized area. There was broad support for revamped retail. And we heard a number of times that this could help revitalize State Street. This next slide shows examples of some of the more negative reactions that we received from the survey responses when describing what concerns people had. We heard affordable housing is separate from the market rate housing. We heard there were concerns about the land transfer to the applicant. We heard that there was a dislike for a high-end grocery concept. And we also heard concerns about the height and mass for the site. I'm now going to turn it over again to Mr. Henschke to walk through the CEQA components of the project.
So basically, this project is statutorily exempt from CEQA under a new provision of the Public Resources Code, section 21080.66. There's a number of criteria that have to be met for a project to be exempt under this section. They're essentially infill housing projects is what they're talking about, or infill development projects. It's less than 20 acres, the site is less than 20 acres. It's not a hotel. It's already developed with urban uses. The land uses that are proposed are consistent with the general plan and zoning as previously described in the staff presentation. There is a requirement for a phase 1 environmental assessment as part of the construction. It's not part of the CEQA process, but prior to construction, you do a phase 1 and you determine if anything's there. And then we also conducted the Native American tribal consultation as required by that section. This is detailed more on page 20 of the staff report. That concludes my presentation on the CEQA analysis.
So I wanted to thank both Dan and Tess for their parts of the presentation, and just wanted to take a few moments to walk through some last slides before we turn it over to the applicant for their presentation. So next slide. So just want to talk a little bit about, if the approval of the project and the disposition and development agreement provides us with kind of the best option for revitalizing downtown. The Macy's, old empty Macy's building becomes housing, meets state mandated targets, and is in our downtown core. The rest of the mall gets redeveloped and does not sit abandoned. And we did talk about the potential financial return as estimated by our financial consultants from the residents living in those units. It also triggers private investment in the struggling property at the heart of State Street. And that's really important because, as we've mentioned, when there is such a significant investment in an area, it will oftentimes trigger other investments to come forward and to be viable. And again, last but not least, obviously, catalyst for the revitalization of downtown. So, a lot of folks have asked, what is the option B? And, right now, there is no alternative developer that can simply take over the site unless the current owner cooperates with that transfer or transaction. AllianceBernstein could decide to sit on its assets, and we cannot force redevelopment of the project. So we have to partner in this effort. And I think the council needs to weigh the proposed project with the lost momentum downtown, continued declines in property and sales tax revenues, and our fiscal and housing needs right now, and not just at the end of the ground lease in 40 years. And so if the DDA is approved today, these are the next steps that would happen. The applicant would submit their formal land use and entitlement applications. In 2026, we would work to negotiate the reciprocal easement agreement issues with the city, AB, and Shop-Off. There would be design review and approval by the HLC, as we mentioned previously. And last, this is the recommendation as outlined in the staff report. And I just, before I turned it over to the AllianceBernstein team, I just want to acknowledge the number of concerns we've heard about the project, and just really hearing all of those and really trying to work to find a pathway forward to get this project done. And I believe that figuring out how to make this housing development come to fruition will create a key catalyst for revitalizing State Street and downtown. And I'm hopeful that we can receive feedback from the council today that will help us find a pathway to yes on this project. And with that, I believe I'm turning it over to Adam Flato from the Georgetown Company and the AllianceBernstein team.
Great, good afternoon. It's good to see you all again. Before we present the project today, I wanted to really express our sincere gratitude to the leadership of Santa Barbara, the mayor, council, city staff, and to their collective sense of collaboration. I think we're likely to hear today what we might not have done perfectly with the project. Before that happens, I think we should identify who we is, what the project is, and how the project was conceived. We as a collective, it's a team put together by Alliance Bernstein. It also includes city staff, led by the city administrator and guided by city attorneys. All of us, mandated by council with 3 consecutive 7-0 votes. The project was originally conceived as suggested by the city. The direction, we want housing downtown. And part of that original conception included the land transfer as a foundational element to support the capitalization for a project of this size and this scope. The composition and formation of the project occurred via weekly Zoom sessions over the course of 3 years in daily negotiation of the DDA since August. We got here truly against all odds, perhaps in record time, because it was a project the city participated in creating, mandated by the council. I mention all this because it seems the public has not been made aware of this. The news organizations certainly have not understood this. The project, which might not be perfect, shows what can be accomplished when people work together around a common goal supported by leadership. And this is the best of what AB does, and is the best of what the city of Santa Barbara can do. This hearing should be a celebration of that, not a stampede of acrimony. And again, we appreciate all the hard work and the collaboration that it took to get here. My name is Adam Plato. I'm the CEO of the Georgetown Company. My firm is a national leader in development of complex mixed-use projects and has been in business since 1978. We're based in New York, but have had a base of operations in Southern California for many years. My colleague, Michael Fisher, runs this for us. I'm joined as well today by our attorneys, Graham Lyons and Lucille Flinchbaugh. Did I get that? Okay. Duncan Patterson, our architect, as well as Clay Orrell. For these past years, we've been working together with Alliance Bernstein on the Paseo Nuevo project. So first, some background, and you'll apologize if this may have covered some ground that we've already talked about. In 2022, Alliance Bernstein took title to Paseo Nuevo. Having been the project's lender, AB became the owner after a default by its borrower. AB did not intend or plan to be the owner of Paseo. They came into this role unintentionally, solely as a result of the defaulted loan which they had made. AB took a posture towards the project which was frankly unique among the many lenders that we have known over the years. Typically, a foreclosing lender would immediately work to cut carrying costs, eliminate expenses at the property while getting it ready for sale. The sale would be carried out, and they would just take their losses and walk away. Instead of pursuing a fire sale, though, however, AB took a different approach. They decided not to cut costs. Instead, they approached the city of Santa Barbara in 2022 with a simple message and a simple question. The message was that AB saw an opportunity to make something great at Paseo Nuevo, pursuing a common goal, giving AB the opportunity to better recoup its loan losses, and for the city to have a new opportunity to see life brought to this project. The question was, what would the city want in a revitalized Paseo project? The city staff's answer to this question was straightforward and resounding. Santa Barbara needs and wants more housing in its downtown, both to address the housing shortage which exists, but also to add life and vitality to this critical piece of the revitalization of downtown. Give us a project which adds significant new housing units. That's what we need. AB immediately expressed its willingness to explore this in the many iterations they knew it would require. They also knew that this would mean going down a road of considerable expense, not just to come up with workable designs, but that the eventual project itself would require a vast new capital investment. AB told the city up front that a tremendous new capital investment in Paseo would only be possible if the eventual transaction included the city giving fee title or direct ownership of the Paseo land to AB in lieu of the ground lease structure which was currently in place. This ground lease was, and still is, a cloud over the project's ability to raise significant capital needed for such long-term investment, and that without fee ownership, such a plan would be doomed from the start. City staff acknowledged this problem right away. City's ground lease position in the land was generating zero revenues, as we heard, and also included the potential for liabilities under certain circumstances. Furthermore, reflecting this reality, the city was advised by its outside financial consultants, Pat and Dina, and the state of California itself, that the land which the city owned was actually of no value to the city because it was encumbered by the same lease which was preventing any significant capital investment. Realizing, as advised by the consultants and the state, that the land had no value, the city staff acknowledged that a provision of any transaction down the road would have to include the transfer of fee title to AB as part of its agreement to build new housing. And so the team set off to meet this objective. AB in Georgetown assembled a world-class design and construction team, set up a unique working group within the city to push forward on this bold challenge. And I should just take a moment to say, we do projects around the country. It is rare to have worked in such wonderful collaboration and partnership with a city staff as we have, and it has, it's really a wonderful model for other municipalities. Been really great. Our work immediately looked at taking down all of Paseo's low-rise retail buildings and replacing them with new multi-story residential buildings above retail space. The calculations showed that a project of this scope could potentially yield almost 500 new housing units in the project. In September of 2023, we met with City Council and presented these initial designs together with the understanding the land would have to be transferred to AB as part of the development of the new housing project in order to allow the required capital investment to be made. City staff and council additionally expressed their desire, in addition to just adding housing, that we include a meaningful number of affordable units, retain the Museum of Contemporary Art and Center Stage Theater, respect the EPV guidelines, design Paseo to once again be the center of a vibrant downtown, and move the project forward quickly to serve as a catalyst for downtown's revitalization. AB agreed that our future plans would address these items, and in September 23, City Council voted unanimously to authorize city staff to move forward to negotiate an agreement with AB to develop housing on this basis, including the additional items requested and including the transfer of the fee to AB. We came back to Council in March of 24, where the Council again unanimously approved an agreement to bring housing to Paseo. Work continued with the design team, including highly detailed structural and construction reviews. These revealed that the ambitious plan to build 500 units was actually unworkable. The cost to add multi-story buildings above garages, which were already in place, drove costs up to the point where such project was infeasible. We looked at alternatives and found, however, that a residential development limited to the Macy's footprint would be the most likely to succeed, and focused on this site for the new housing plans, yielding approximately 235 units. We and city staff, together with its outside consultants, all acknowledged, however, that the economics of this 235-unit project were extremely challenged, that all parties would have to work together to assist in making the project economically viable. Additionally, at this time, however, with our design team, we're able to devise a concept to potentially provide many more affordable housing units than we otherwise would be obligating ourselves for the project. Instead of the 10% affordable, which AB would be obligated to provide on the Macy's site redevelopment, an alternate plan providing up to 80 units of affordable housing was conceived of for Lot 2, a parcel in which AB has easement rights along with others. Recognizing that such a project would, however, require approval of other parties, we pressed forward with this alternative as we felt it would be a significant benefit to the project as well as the city if achievable, knowing that as a fallback, we could still provide the 10% affordable on the Macy's site as anticipated. While working with city staff throughout the process, we came back to council a third time in August of 25 with this refined plan to develop housing at Paseo. Again, the city council unanimously approved this agreement. In addition to the numerous council hearings, we presented the project at the HLC, Planning Commission, 2 voluntarily held public open houses, and with the city's help, the project has been presented to the Downtown Parking Committee, City Housing Authority, Downtown Santa Barbara Improvement Association, Chamber of Commerce, SB County Action Network, and adjacent property owners. We also collected more than 167 survey responses, as you heard, through the city-run online survey and at our public open houses. This project has been thoroughly presented to the public and reviewed at every level of the city. My understanding is more than any other project in recent history. The process has been fully transparent, and the project being presented today is not a surprise. So, this is the fourth time we're here before you. Each time we've met, and in numerous meetings with city staff in between, we have been responsive to the city's request and the community's input. The DDA reflects the same collaborative spirit that began between the city and AB more than 3 years ago. We've listened to the city and the community, and the project reflects that. We've heard the objectives and the comments over the last 3 years throughout the many hearings and meetings with decision makers and the public. The DDA addresses all of these. And in a minute, we'll present the project and the revisions we've made to address several of the specific items raised by HLC, Planning Commission, and the public. But just some important things to consider at this point, and I know you've heard some of these already. The DDA is just the first step to actualizing a new Paseo Nuevo. It does not transfer the land to AB at this time. The DDA instead is a milestone, affirming again that the city wants to proceed with a revitalization of Paseo and the addition of significant number of new housing units. It sets a pathway for AB to see that this project will become a reality, validates the millions of dollars it has already spent, and helps justify the millions of dollars more which will need to be spent prior to construction. The city's approval of the DDA just starts the process for the Paseo development. This isn't the last time the city will review the project. After the DDA is signed, the project must go through the typical design and building permits process. AB has spent 3 years and millions of dollars to get to this point. In the end, however, AllianceBernstein is a financial institution in the business of making loans. AB is not a developer, though they have taken on responsibilities of Paseo which have gone far beyond that of a typical lender. AB has enthusiastically brought the project to this point, but they have let us all know they can't spend more time and more resources without a commitment from the city that there is a viable path to a project. The city's approval of the DDA today will show that commitment, and AB can then commit the time and resources to transform Paseo Nuevo. After more than 3 years of planning and collaboration, it's time to validate the project, approve the DDA, and allow us to collectively take the next steps forward in this process. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to our architect, Duncan Patterson, who will walk you through both the plans for the new project as well as some of the changes that we made after hearing comments from the various entities that I mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you to council members and the Honorable Mayor for your time today. It's a great pleasure to have been working on this project for quite some time. We're excited about how it's progressing, and as Adam Flato just so well phrased, this is an iterative process. We realize that we want to work very closely with everyone. The city has been a great partner, staff working with us and vice versa. So I'd like to show you a few things that you have seen, a general overview, and then a lot of responses that we've made to HLC, city planning, and public input from the couple of open houses that we had. So here we have an aerial view. You see kind of how the project lays out. I think this is fairly public information. You have the income restricted units at Lot 2 up at end of Chapala facing the Canary Hotel. 233 market housing units on what is essentially the old Macy's site. New anchor grocer on State Street on the corner. There's been a huge interest in grocery there. And retail will be rescaled and retargeted for development. So this puts feet on the ground, which of course makes the retail more viable than it is today. And all of the parking for the housing is on site, and that's very important. I'll show you more reasons why as we talk about the history of the project. Next. Here's a view looking the other direction. You kind of see through all the Balboa building is in the middle of Lot 1. You see the income restricted residential on Chapala facing the Canary Hotel, Nordstrom in the foreground, Canyon Perdido. Next. So this is the very complex lot, and what you see primarily in color, our new multifamily at Ortega Street, or West Ortega, sorry, and then all the colored in pieces are the parts we control. And this is very important. I think everyone has spoken about this before. We're here today to talk about those. You'll see that the buildings on State Street are not part of our control or ownership whatsoever, but the Otts Parma ground lease also is not, and it weaves its way into the Paseo. So AB inherited a very complex ownership structure. We're working with what we have today. Next. So here's a view, the corner of State and Ortega. You can see here essentially how we've stepped back massing, been very sensitive to the understanding of historic language of architecture here in Santa Barbara. You see the Pythian building to the left. Balboa building is about 120 feet further to the north down State Street from the edge of the new residential. Next. Here's a view in. You'll see the market at the base. This would be where the blank facade of Macy's is today. And we want to welcome people in and activate this whole face. Part of the residential, you'll see the residential as it has stepped terraces within. That's partially to give amenities to the residential apartment dwellers, but also to create a nice step back to make the massing more comfortable to the area. Here's the sort of central space. We envision remodeling and repositioning this space. The demand for tenants will certainly come as more residential units are built walking distance from here. We see an incredibly vibrant opportunity for new leases and tenants to come. There's some vacancy today, and we do believe that this whole area of State Street will truly revitalize around our project. And here's at the corner of West Ortega Street and Chapala. Note that this is built over the existing parking structure, and this is very important. We've worked with the city, we've worked with AB and Georgetown very closely to understand the economics of what's feasible. You recall, we've been working on this for some time, the over 500 unit scheme. Economic feasibility wasn't possible because it forced you to tear down so much that you would be rebuilding parking. One of the things that we've made work here is that we're actually building over the existing parking structure here. So we will reclad the exterior and the residential runs across it. That's part of what makes this financially feasible is we are building these 233 units on Lot 1 without rebuilding additional parking. You saw earlier in the presentation when Tess talked about the parking on site, we are restriping and bringing it up to current code, all the existing parking underneath, and will separate, which is very important, a parking structure on Lot 1 that was essentially designed for a mall into one that now segregates so it has private parking for the people who rent the apartments and public parking for the mall. That is easier said than done, but that's part of the economic feasibility of our scheme. And then going over to Lot 2. This is the income restricted housing at Lot 2. This is our look and feel and design of it today. I'll show in a few other drawings in the next part of the deck how we've responded to input from HLC, city planning, and public opinion on this as well. So let's talk about the changes and responses to everyone's comments. We've had very good meetings with HLC, city planning, and of course our open house and a lot of public input. And this is an iterative process. Nothing is final. We know we go through the entire process to get this project built, to get it permitted, to get it approved by all the constituencies involved. So it's really important that we listen to the input and come up with strategies to do this. So the first are strategies to reduce the apparent building mass. A lot of people said we want the building to not look too massive, and I think that's very important and very good input. So here is West Ortega elevation, and you can see from the shadows that it goes in and out and ebbs and flows. The comment, or some of the comments, said that the new residential building should look more like different buildings connected. I think that's a great point, and so that's something we've taken to heart. If we go to the next slide. What you start to see between the red lines here are the parts of the building that actually come out to West Ortega. The parts between there are actually amenity decks up above for the apartment's users. So you have decks and terraces off of those like traditional Spanish architecture. So what we've done is we've looked at this and realized why this feels massive and how we could improve that. Next slide. So here's our strategy. Our strategy is to lighten the top and create more glass and open pieces and appearances. And this was actually discussed openly with HLC in our meeting with them a couple of months ago. What we do is we separate the building masses out a little bit more, and we make an attempt to differentiate them. So it feels like not one building, but a couple of buildings that have grown over time. So that's a great strategy. The idea there is to take cues from traditional Santa Barbara historic architecture, literally to look at how and where lighter portions happen at the top of buildings to create setbacks, and also to enhance and separate the building volumes more. Here's a good example of that. So here's one where at the corner, State Street would be to the right. This is an elevation on West Ortega. And here's where we would really take one piece of the building and articulate it further. We also received some input that right today, there's an arcade on the side of the Macy's building. Mind you, it has no openings looking into the Macy's. And in this case, we've created and recreated that arcade. That comes right out to the curb line as it does today, but creating a shaded and sheltered area that wraps the building off to State Street and feels particularly good to having a market tenant in the front of the project like that. So this arcade softens the building mass and height. It creates openings at upper levels with more glass. If you look at the very top, we set back and higher glazing to the top units to give it a lighter feel. And also we reduce some of the heavy plaster massing elements at the upper levels. True historic Santa Barbara architecture is very refined in nature, and we know we will have multiple meetings again with HLC and city planning to make sure that we're conforming to the standards of Santa Barbara. So, a Paseo connection. This is a huge thing that came up. Quite a few people said we want a Paseo through to West Ortega. Today, there is none. Today, there was the footprint of the vacant Macy's, and there was no way through at all. But we like this idea, and we think it can work well for everyone. Here is a portion of the planning of what we've done here. In red at the top is the market. So that market would definitely want State Street, West Ortega, and into the Paseo sort of location. Because deep retail doesn't work anymore, hence the vacant Macy's and Nordstrom's, what we were able to do is salvage a little of the ground floor space and have an entrance right where an existing entry comes in today off of West Ortega for a little bit of surface parking. This is critical to getting a market to work. A market won't take a space like this unless they have easy parking. Otherwise, no one will really shop there. So what we created was an idea of a Paseo passing through that allows a pedestrian Paseo to parallel this space. Next. So this is a sketch, and if you notice in the yellow hatched area here, this is a new idea that's a response to creating a Paseo through. And we create a Paseo, and we actually daylight the market to it. This means everyone wins. The Paseo is activated, the Paseo serves as a point where you can come into the marketplace, and it connects over to the alley behind the Fithian building on West Ortega and extends the Paseo idea through the project. And here's a view through. So this is standing in Paseo Nuevo proper. This is the architecture that replaces the Macy's building. And what we do is we create a double arcade like this where you can see through. The market now can have an entry door off of it. That makes the Paseo an active and wonderful idea. And we can create sort of a nice barricade and a language of arched volumes to create a Paseo that runs through to West Ortega. Building height. The building height and footprint, the city had asked if it was possible and why we couldn't spread the density of the 233 units across the top of the existing retail. And there are some issues there. We have studied this, and to everyone's point, we've been working on this for close to 3 years now. And previous schemes where we had more spread across the mall really involved a huge amount of demolition. Next. The challenge there is that if you built residential exists above all these other above grade parking structures, you wouldn't be able to drill through them or just build wood frame apartments on top of the parking structure on Chapala. You would have to build an additional concrete lid to then put the units above that. That would still be particularly high, but it was cost prohibitive because you couldn't easily drill through to create vertical circulation to get to parking. You'd be putting residential above a parking structure that no one could easily get to. The other areas of the site where you see these other retail portions would involve tearing down a lot of the retail or the cultural pieces to put more residential there, which would force us to build parking that we had to tear down. So it's kind of a bad situation where if you to build more across the site, the Macy's, because of its vacancy and because it already has one level of subterranean parking, that we could convert easily. So this was the strategy and what we went through. Building the residential over internal blocks would just require extensive excavation and drilling. It would be totally cost prohibitive to make it work. And parking redistributed across the site would make it very difficult for the retail parking to work. One of the things we've done is we've converted the parking under Macy's and the parking structure along Chapala to strictly feed the residential and separated the circulation to retail parking. You can't make vibrant multifamily apartments if your parking is mixed in with mall parking. You've got to separate the two. So that's kind of the magic that made this a viable scheme, both financially and as a very appealing scheme to go to market. Let's talk about the Lot 2 parcel. We got a lot of input on it, and the city commented that the new affordable building, and this is what city planning and historic saw, was higher than the Canary Hotel and that would block views of the rooftop pool deck. So we went into a replanning mode. We looked at how we can still maximize affordable housing on this site, but make sure that it's also highly amenitized and not block the view of the ocean from the Canary's pool deck. Next. So here you see, in color at the bottom, are two cuts through the two. The Canary building would be on the left. This is where we began, on the left. And then the rendering on the right, we've substantially lowered it. We took a little bit of the height out of the floor-to-floors of the residential units, and we compressed it so that the view over the pool deck is about 6 feet higher than any of our highest point of roof. And what that does is, we were able to get levels 2 through 6. The floor-to-floor height is a little bit lower, keeps everything clear. Next. So this is where we've gotten it to. We significantly reduced the mass on this, but still can get 80 units of affordable housing on this site. Next. So on the lot, this is again is the height deck. Notice what we've done is we've also added amenities to this. There were some comments that the affordable housing should be equally well amenitized as the market rate housing. And we like this idea. We think this is a very good thing to build and go to market. Next. If you start to see here, what we've done is the amenities package being comparable is we've created a roof deck toward the front, kind of near the Canary's pool deck. We've also streamlined how the parking structure works as we've built alongside of it. Next. And here you'll see a series of plans where literally the lobby is very generous. A lobby of an apartment building of this size would typically not be 1,500 feet. We have common areas, outdoor play space, leasing office, and the amenity deck and amenities on the rooftop. This, as a percentage of amenities to total residential, is equal to the market rate. So we've achieved something in a smaller program by listening to the input of how to get this down to size of it. And that's what we have today. So, thank you.
Very good. And with that, are you, Tess, are we done with the presentation then? Okay.
That's the end of the presentation, and we're happy to entertain council questions.
Let's go back to council questions. I will say a lot of information here, stuff today. We're not here to negotiate today. We're here to ask questions and find out and make some determinations. So with that, Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree. A lot of information. I think there are a lot of ways that these questions could go. So I'm really just going to confine my questions to a couple of issues. I'm sure that my colleagues will ask different questions together. We'll sort of get it all out there. I really want to focus on the affordable housing options, if I can. So one thing that was not clear to me, or I think I understand, but would like confirmed, of these three options that have been identified, it is not our choice which option is selected, it is the developer's choice. Is that correct?
As currently drafted, yes.
Okay, so they're not options for us, they're options for them. But I think the way it was presented, it seems like we have all these great choices. We don't have any choices. These are someone else's choices to make that we do not have a say over, in the sense that we are approving these 3 options, and from the 3 of them, they may choose any of the 3. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So then I guess what I would like to really get to, and this is sort of a fundamental point for me, there's a lot of may develop, could do up to this amount, there's a possibility of this, and I totally understand that market incentives in 5 years may be oriented in such a way that building more affordable is likely. That is a possibility, and I want to accept that and appreciate that that is a perspective that was put forth. That said, on the basis of the 4 corners of this document, how many affordable units are we guaranteed under this DDA? Not what we think is likely or what we think we can influence, but what can I count on?
24.
24 units, okay, thank you. So I want to draw that out because, again, with these options, it gets a bit confusing. And I think we need to be all working from the same sort of core set of information. And then my final question around this affordable housing issue. It was said, I think, or implied, maybe not said directly, that a big reason why this shift from the August proposal around affordable housing was because of the feedback that we received around Lot 2 specifically. However, when I look at these options, they all include Lot 2 development as a possibility. So if Lot 2 development is still a possibility, it seems to me that the only thing we've gotten out of this change is less affordable units. Lot 2 is still on the table. So I guess I'm not understanding this, and I'm not understanding the optionality. Why is it, I get the timing, and phasing and capitalization is critical, and I agree with that assessment. And our AB partners are the experts, so I trust their assessment. But what I'm not understanding is why this went from a requirement to an option, and we are not even getting rid of this Lot 2 piece.
So I think the requirement has always been 24 units. That is what is required by the city code. When the project came to the council in August, the presentation of the 80 additional, the 80 units, which is above and beyond or it'd be total, that was really as an added benefit to the city. When we started going down the pathway of feasibility, timing, all of those things, that became a challenge. And I would say, while Lot 2 is still an option in the DDA, there is a third option, which is a different adjacent parcel that is not Lot 2. But there wasn't time to, and I think what AB's concern was, and they can probably speak to this as well, is, or the team can, to go out and start to negotiate a land purchase for another adjacent parcel without having the project approved by the council is very speculative and not something that they were willing to invest money in until they knew the council was supportive of the project, generally as we're starting to lay it out. And so by adding the option of that additional adjacent parcel, which is the option 3, that gives them, they can say no to Lot 2, and if they find a different parcel that is nearby on one of the other surrounding streets that they could purchase on the private market, that could become the affordable parcel. So not all of the options include Lot 2.
Right. I understand. I think I understand what you're saying. I think the challenge remains that Lot 2 is still an option. And so is getting more than the minimum required affordable units. That is just an option. And I'm continue to be frustrated with this yes or no moment that we're in, because I think there are lots of possibilities that could have been explored around phasing that just simply aren't before us today. And I respectfully, I'll leave it there because I'm getting too much into comments. But okay, thank you. That is helpful. And then I just want to I guess, gosh, I almost hesitate to even ask this question, but I think in the interest of full transparency, we just have to go there, because this does feel like an important moment to say yes or no. We heard in our meetings in advance of this hearing, we heard from the representatives today that this is it, that this is the deal, and we are kind of at a yes or no moment. However, in the last week, as a result of a lot of factors, including great reporting by Mr. Molina on the Nordstrom parcel, the deal changed and that parcel was removed. So what assurances do I have that this really is the last, best, and final? If the deal has changed so significantly, and I think that is pretty significant in the last couple of days, to me it's just sort of putting the lie to this idea that every avenue for negotiation has been fully and finally explored. And I guess I would just, I'm sorry to put that so bluntly, but I'm asking for maybe some feedback to what reassurances do we have that this really is the best deal?
I mean, I think that's more of a question, it's more of a rhetorical question, but well, it's not, and I don't think the city can answer that. I mean, we have, I think the Nordstrom parcel, as Mr. Henschke said, Alliance Bernstein does have a first right of refusal on that property as part of the ground lease. And so, but given the concerns that the owners of that ground lease had expressed, that was why that parcel was removed, so that we could continue. And the negotiations around that parcel and the reciprocal easement agreement are still to come. I would think, this is what they have said financially they can give to the project. I mean, I think the question for the council becomes, are there things that you would like us to continue to ask the development team? I mean, and, I think, obviously, as the mayor said today, negotiating from the dais doesn't really work because the people who are making decisions are not in the room. And so, but if there are specific things or specific asks that the council has, I think that's important to express today. And we can go have a conversation. It doesn't, and like I said, I think that really trying to find a pathway to yes to this critical housing project is what we're all looking for. I think AB, while, maybe saying like this is the end for us in terms of what we can give financially, I think they want to get this asset, in a better shape for their own financial perspectives as well.
Thank you, and I don't know if the representative from maybe wanted to comment. Thank you, Ms. McAdoo, that's very helpful.
Thanks, Councilwoman. So I think it's important to reflect on the fact that this is not just AB's project. This is a collaborative project. We, the city and AB, have worked together for these 3 years to create the project that we all think is the best project for downtown and the best project for Paseo. Approving today does not mean that we're finished. As we've heard, we have a lot of steps that we need to take along the way, and those are going to require lots of discussions with all the various parties with whom we have to then interact. What today is an affirmation that the project that we have worked together with the city is in fact the project that the city wants. And the project that the city wants is one that creates housing at Paseo to help revitalize, with the understanding we're going to need to continue to take steps down the road. But I think AB's looking for that affirmation that says, yes, this is the project we want to continue to go down the road on, knowing that we have all those steps still to take.
Okay, thank you. Well, I just very respectfully have to say I appreciate the close collaboration between the city and AB. I was not in those meetings.
Understood.
So while I understand that there's been a lot of back and forth, not with me. And this is an opportunity that I have to put forth what I believe is the right vision for this community and a generational project. So I think that is what we're doing. So lots more questions, but I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few questions, but I want to also reiterate what I've heard and what you've said today, and there is a pathway to getting there. Whether you get there or not is the question, but I don't think, I'm personally not closing a door. My questions kind of jump around, so I'll try not to make people jump up and down. Mr. Henschke, so I keep hearing the word requirement to build housing, requirement to do affordable housing, particularly if they take the Lot 2 option or any adjacent place. But we're not requiring them to build housing. We're requiring them to deliver a flat, construction-ready lot somewhere that would meet the parameters of the agreement. Is that correct?
Actually, that's not correct.
Well, help me then.
Okay, so with regard to the, I'm going to call it the off-site affordable housing, whether it's on Lot 2 or someplace else, in order to close on or to move the units from the Macy's parcel over to that other parcel, the other project has to actually be built.
Okay.
And so there is an incentive in the agreement. We've been told as part of the negotiations as to why the different options was that there's different financing requirements and different financing structure for the off-site affordable than the Paseo affordable, the Paseo residential development, and they don't necessarily always sync up. The preference, we were told, was to have all market rate units in one building, all affordable units in another building. For operational purposes, it worked better. For financing purposes, it worked better. But we also wanted to get the project moving forward, and their request was do this other one first. But if they choose that route, they cannot move the restricted units from the Paseo affordable development, can't be moved until the other is actually built. And that's part of the conditions to the close of whatever the off-site parcel is.
And we're not even saying they have to build them, they just have to be built, correct?
Yeah, the development and disposition agreement provides that there would be an approved affordable housing provider that would actually build, operate, and maintain the off-site. That could be AB. They could be that affordable housing provider. A potentially likely scenario is that there's another affordable housing provider, whether it's a public or private entity, that would actually do that. And that agreement between AB and the affordable housing provider would have to be approved by the city as a precondition to closing of the new property. And then that agreement would provide that the housing actually gets built in accordance with the schedule of performance. We have the building permits, we have the construction loans all in place, and everything's ready to build. Then the land can be transferred, but there's still the obligation to maintain the housing on the Macy's site until the off-site affordable housing is ready to occupy.
And so if they choose an option where they would build first, put the 24 units in the Macy's site, and within 5 years, find that they could do either Lot 2 or another adjacent site that works, those 24 units would have to turn into 45 minimum, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we get some growth there with that option from the 10% requirement, correct? And then, so take me back. I know you were here with the mayhem of La Entrada, or whatever it's called, in its prior 5 things on State Street, Lower State Street, and the hole in the ground. And this prompted conversations, I know, with a lot of us, with you. And my question on the difference between, this is a low number, but if it's $500,000 per apartment, that makes it into $100+ million development. That's more than that because you have the market. You probably have more demolition and stuff like that. So 20% of that is $20 million as a letter of credit guarantee. So I'm told that Law and Toronto required a full performance bond at the amount of full construction costs. What are the potentials of this gap between starting construction with a contractor, knocking things down, and if it's not a hole in the ground, it's a daylighted parking structure maybe, and then the thing collapsing, and we're only left with $20 million, just my math, instead of being able to have the resources to build the project out to completion. Why would we put ourselves in that position?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I don't think we're putting ourselves in that position. Let me answer, start over again. The letter of credit provides a cash to the city if they don't build. The development disposition agreement creates a specific enforcement remedy. But remember, there are guarantees that the developer makes to all of the lenders who are going to be providing the actual financing to build the project. And we have to approve all of those lending agreements. So we approve all of the guarantees that the lenders want to make sure that the project actually gets built so that there's a cash flow to pay them back. And so those guarantees combined with the letter of credit and the specific performance, in our judgment, were sufficient performance security to recommend and include, recommend to the council in this development agreement. That's what's in here. We did talk about a performance bond during the negotiations. We were convinced that, number one, it was extraordinarily expensive and did not enhance the financial feasibility of the project, and ultimately was almost duplicative of the guarantees that would be had under the lending agreements and the letter of credit. So we fought for the letter of credit and got it.
Okay. Then I'm still having problems with the paragraph or two that are on protection of, I'll just call them legacy tenants, so the museum and the theater. So let's say this thing all just works out really, really good. The entire mall, the development takes off, the units are rented at or above what they need to rent. The place is the new Disneyland or the new Caruso place. What's to prevent whoever the manager or owner is at that time from simply pricing out the legacy tenants by rent increases that are just beyond their ability to meet, but you could bring a Starbucks in or somebody to whom money is no object to. How do we offer protection to legacy tenants that were part of the community buy-in on the original development there in the 1990s?
We could do that in the approvals that are necessary as part of the three-legged stool that I was talking about in the future. What the DDA says is that they agree to maintain, in all cases, they agree to maintain the public art spaces for continued use by the current occupant or such other public art use approved by the council. They can relocate them upon approval by the city. So that's what it says right now. Yeah. If you're concerned about the economics, what part of the existing requirements that have to be dealt with include the public art spaces. And so the specifics of that could be done in the subsequent approvals that are contemplated prior to closing. Those are the agreements between AB, Nord, Shopoff, and the city that form the three-legged stool.
Okay, so I put that on my list, and I have utmost sympathy for the other side of that equation too, but I think there's maybe an answer there that works for every party. I'm not here to tell somebody they have to give them rent for free. I asked this question the other day, and I got kind of an answer, and then the same answers in the step here. So it's a bonus density project, but I think more applicable. It's part of the whole streamlining and number of design hearings you can go to. So they've used one up. They have 4 left. I think you're quoting in here like 2 to HLC and possible 2 appeals to council, right?
We actually have 5. We left one vague because we haven't used one up.
So what happens when there's no agreement after all of those? Do they get to walk up to the counter and say, this is what we presented, we couldn't reach agreement according to state law timeline, we want a building permit? And is that our remedy to that at that time if it's loggerheads at that time?
The assumption underlying the agreement is that the city council will make a final decision as to what is approvable.
But, so literally,
I don't know the answer to your question other than that.
So we're not subject to, I mean, what would happen if this was a regular commercial development out there and it exhausted its design hearing limits and they were in disagreement? I think I've read somewhere, basically you get to walk up to the counter and demand a building permit.
I don't know the answer to that question. I would have to defer that within the office to Tava Offstringer. However, perhaps the community development director knows the answer, but I would have to research that, and I don't want to give you an answer without being certain of it.
Councilmember Jordan and council members, just in addition, before Ms. DeBusk discusses it further, the other element is that the city wouldn't be giving the fee transfer until permits have been obtained. So that is a key piece as well, that wouldn't actually occur until there's an agreement on the development.
So from your narrative, you're holding on to the veto power regardless of state law on hearings. Go through your hearings, blah, 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 but we still hold the deed to the land. Okay. Hi, Allison. Anything else?
Thank you. I would just add on, Councilmember Jordan, that just commercial projects do not have a hearing limit. There is the 5 hearing limit for housing projects, but as Tess said, we do not think this would fall under those standard limits.
Okay, thanks. I was a little frustrated to find out that somebody else had to tell a couple of us about Assembly Bill 1050, and it hasn't been mentioned before, and so, law for dummies like Mike is when I just read the paragraph or 2 of legislative reports on that, it's designed to not have items like HOA, CCNRs, or REAs stand in the way of housing development projects. There's an appeal to just go to litigation in that by some of the phrasing that you have to have a housing project ready and you have to be in ownership or control of the property. So I'm just wondering, in context of that assembly bill, once we sign a DDA, are we, even though they have not gotten to a point of getting allowed to get a permit, are we assigning over control of that property on paper to AB, and they no longer need to ask us or anybody else to remove the REA agreement?
No.
It doesn't apply?
Not in this context, no.
Okay. And then hidden in all those pages, is there an actual timeline for accomplishing the DDA conditions? So I know there's a timeline once we get to permitting and you got to get going and that kind of thing, but when we sign the DDA, you still have work to do. You had an exhibit that shows things that still have to happen. Is there a timeline for that to happen so it doesn't stall?
Yes, there is a schedule of performance. I believe it's Exhibit D, but I need to verify that.
I like your answer of yes, so I'm happy with that. So, and then my last question is for Dina or Patricia. So literally the entire foundation of our predicament has been over and over and over the word encumbrances and the leases being encumbrances. And AB called it today a cloud that they have to get out from under. So, and then I've just heard second or third hand that, okay, well, why don't we remove some of those encumbrances? And it might take a year, like you'd have to go to an election next year and remove the charter restriction on length of leases. And I've heard that the response has been from staff or one of you that that does not remedy the encumbrances, that if we went to a year from now and we removed the charter language, that would not place us in any better position today than it would today. Could one of you speak to that, if that's true or not, or?
Thank you. Ground leases are really complex, and I think what you're referring to is if a 99-year ground lease were in place, could we then just go ahead and do it without transferring the fee title?
Actually, I'm just asking, would we be in a stronger position
To negotiate.
to negotiate?
If it's complicated, the REA limits what can be done on the site. So as long as that stands in place and you can't redevelop, you still have a situation where you're getting $0. You've just pushed the timeline out for recapturing the value. But I think, in my personal opinion, whether it's 99 years or 40 years, what you have at the end of that period, what you recapture, yes, you have the fee title, but you have a very deteriorated structure, and whatever residual value has to be offset by the cost of demolishing it. So that's the simple answer.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
If I may, going back, I want to correct myself. It's actually, Exhibit E is the schedule of performance, it's on page 83 of the agreement.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I'll try to get through these questions. Some of them are more clarifications that were in the staff report, but I want to pull them out for the discussion later, so I'll get right to it. I want to go to the issue of the land technically through the Department of Finance not having any value. That's something that's really hard to understand. It was hard for us when we went through it and the public. But why is this important that the Department of Finance made that determination? And if they hadn't at the time, what would have happened if there was any land value? Would the RDA have been forced to sell it? And then how much would the city have received in terms of a percentage value of that?
So, yes. So when redevelopment agencies dissolved around the state, any assets that were owned by redevelopment agencies, you had to submit a long-range property management plan. The city of Santa Barbara did that for the assets the redevelopment agency owned, this one included. And Sarah, Ms. Kinect can probably talk to some of the properties that were sold at market value. And what happened is those properties that were sold, the whole goal was to return those proceeds to the taxing entities that had lost revenue in redevelopment, school districts, the county, and even the city's general fund. So for every dollar of property tax that the city collects, or that the county collects, the city only gets 12 cents on that dollar. The rest of that goes to county, school district, other taxing entities that receive property tax. So in those assets that were sold, for every dollar of sale price, the city would have gotten 12 cents of that sales price. For this particular property, and included in the staff report, there was a memo prepared by an economist, Alan Cotton, that was submitted with the long-range property management plan, basically outlining the encumbrances that were on the property and why the property had zero value. Because of that, the State Department of Finance allowed the redevelopment agency to transfer the property to the city, and then not to have to sell it immediately, but to try to work out some other arrangement on that piece of property. And I don't know if Ms. Connect wants to add anything to that.
Thank you, Ms. McAdoo. So the only thing I would add is, some of you probably remember the Calle Cesar Chavez property, which was RDA property, and according to the Department of Finance, it didn't fit within any of the categories approved to be transferred to the city. Government use, there were several different categories. We were required to sell it at market value, and if my memory serves, I think we sold it for around $8 million. All of that money, except for the 11% that the city gets from the property taxes, was transferred to the county.
So if there was, this is the hard part, but I want everybody to understand it's very important. If, say, that it was valued at the time at 30 million and the Department of Finance hadn't made that determination, we wouldn't even be having this discussion because somebody would have come in and bought the property. It might have been us, but we would have had to come up with that money to buy back the property. And if it had sold, we would have got somewhere around $3.5 million for that property. And that's if it wasn't encumbered at the time.
If it was not encumbered,
If it
that's
wasn't
correct.
encumbered,
Right,
we
Ms.
wouldn't even have
Councilmember,
the
if it
property.
was
We
not
wouldn't be having
encumbered.
this discussion today.
Correct.
Yeah, they would have bought it subject to the existing ground leases, subject to the REA, subject to all of the other encumbrances on it. So the value at the time would have been marginal and, if any, right? And if they could find a buyer.
And that's why it's important that the zero value is what enables us to have that property right now and hopefully get a public benefit out of it tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but whenever. So kind of going onto the leases that are on there, if AB were to sell, say this doesn't go forward, AB were to sell the leases to either another developer or a mall operator and just walk away and sell them, do we have any veto authority or over who those are, or can they just sell them to whoever they want and we can't approve or deny?
Councilmember Friedman through the mayor. So under the leases, and Dan has been more recently reviewing them than I have, but we have very limited review authority under the existing ground leases for a transferee. We can, typically we have to do an estoppel certificate, and typically they submit some information on the potential transferee, but our rights to approve or deny are extremely limited.
So if there was somebody, if we did our diligence and we said, hey, this wouldn't be somebody that we feel we'd be able to work with for the best interest of the city, we would still be limited in the ability to veto that, and they could go ahead with that, is what I'm hearing, even if against our objections.
Yeah, Councilmember Friedman, I believe that would be the case.
Now, going to on the parking issue, this is important because, especially as the discussion of Lot 12. So if you could pull up, I guess it's, what is it, slide 19? I want to understand the total number of loss of spaces, because this is a little confusing to me, so we have these 600 spaces for the public. So it starts with 572 at the lot 1, and lot 2 is 569. They're adding 28 spaces, so that's 600, according to this chart. And at lot 2, if it went through, it would be reduced from 569 to 383. The lot 2 I get, so we'd be losing those spaces. But the lot 1, that 600 counts every space in there. And so the reality is for the Macy's, they would be taking somewhere around 230 spaces. So that 600 for available public spaces is actually closer to, it's closer in the 300 range, 350 range or so, if you're taking out 230 spaces. Have we factored in the Nordstrom's parcel and potentially loss of another 120-ish or something public parking spaces into that 600 number?
We understand that as part of the negotiations with regard to the reciprocal parking covenants that exist, there may be a further reduction in terms of public parking, but we don't know what Nordstrom is going to be asking for or wanting with regard to those. But yeah, if we had another, let's say another 100 spaces that were reserved for a residential project on the Nordstrom's property, then the amount of public parking spaces for the rest of the inline shops would be reduced.
So it would be, that 600 number is, right now that 600 makes it seem like there's 600 public spaces. It's 600 minus 230 or so for AB, minus 120 or something like that for Nordstrom's is very likely. So you end up with a reduction to basically less than half of that for public spaces.
You're also
Councilmember.
reducing the square footage of the retail significantly too. So, it's that those spaces were built to accommodate the 2 anchor retail tenants. So you're losing also about 100,000 square feet of retail space.
And one thing to keep in mind is that parking for Paseo Nuevo was accommodated both in Lot 1, Lot 2, and Lot 10. And so there are public parking spaces in Lot 10, and all of those parking spaces collectively were serviced Paseo Nuevo in its original configuration.
And on the parking, the Lot 2, if it was to go forward with the 80 units, is that proposal to have any parking associated with those units, or would we have to find some place for those units to
That,
park?
I think right now it is not, but that I think would be part of the negotiation with the affordable housing provider, and any additional work that would happen on that proposal is what would happen with parking for those residents.
So there's a lot of unknown that eats into the public parking spaces, especially if we were to go through with a Lot 2.
Councilmember Friedman, I just wanted to provide the breakdown for Lot 1. So there's an additional 28 spaces that are being provided. Right now, there's 572 spaces, and that would bring up the total parking spaces to 600. The breakdown of that would be, there would be 320 spaces available for the retail. There would be 47, and those are public spaces, 47 additional spaces geared towards the market that would also be public parking spaces. So that's 367 parking spaces. And then there would be 233 reserved for residential. So it's just in looking at sort of public parking from the 572, with the changes, it would be a reduction in about 200 parking spaces for public use.
And that's before we discuss with Shop Off what their needs are.
That does not include
So that's
that
another
property.
That's over. I can tell you, it's over another 100 spaces that they're looking at. Okay, Mike already answered the question about the malls. The line of credit, I think we've gone over that pretty well. Sorry, I'm going through. So one of the key provisions of this is that there's a short-term vacation rental prohibition, and there is a primary residence requirement. How would that be enforced, and is the city part of that enforcement, or is it left to them?
They're enforced like we enforce all of our housing restrictions that the city imposes now. Most of all our housing restrictions are affordability, but those are covenants running with the land. The city can enforce them. They're specifically enforceable, and we can require them to comply with the restrictions. In addition, they have to include provisions in the lease, and the city has to approve the lease. They also have to give us annual reports.
Perfect. So there is an accountability through the annual reports, and if these become second homes, which is a big fear that everyone has, that there is an accountability that the city has to take action to make sure they're primary residences.
And those are all laid out in the covenants that are attached to the development disposition agreement.
Currently, we talked about how the mall, as it's been, cities has been subsidizing it since its inception. But how much do we actually contribute right now to the mall? My understanding is around 300. Is that in a ballpark, 300,000?
So I think it varies. We are required to absorb parking assessments. That's about $100,000 a year. And then we pay a portion of the costs associated with the use of the trash facilities. So I think it varies from year to year.
So we are actually not only not collecting anything, we're paying into the operation of the mall every year right now. Okay. And then just in terms of that, so say we don't go forward or with this or AB doesn't, what additional amenities do we know that they pay for now that are above and beyond what they're required to do? Like in terms of extra security, extra maintenance, are they doing any of that right now that if they were to sit for a while and figure things out, that those would go away? Is there anyone that can answer that?
They have existing lease obligations that require the inline shops to be rented out at a fairly full occupancy rate. They also have an obligation to maintain the premises in a first-class condition. Those all continue. They're all ongoing currently. So if we were to do nothing, they have to abide by the lease provisions.
So they could do the minimum, but that'd be just good to know what if they're doing anything above and beyond the minimum, like extra security that they're using for maybe not just the mall but the downtown, those types of things. If it were to go away,
Councilmember Friedman and other council members, they are doing there are other things that are happening on the site that might change. So they currently operate a number of free events at the Paseo Nuevo property. There's a kids event that happens, I think, every weekend or at least once a month. There are a number of other sort of gatherings that happen on the site that could change. And then they do have security that's outside of or specifically to Paseo Nuevo.
So there are things that they are doing somewhat above and beyond the bare minimum, and those could go away. I just want to understand what the whole picture is before we make a decision tonight. All right. Here's another question, and it gets to the height. So I'm going to combine them. This project, as I was reading it, and it was page, I think, 8 of the staff report, it talks about state density bonus, and they're using that to get the waiver for the height. But they're not actually going above the base density for units. There's the base density, they're actually below the city's base density at 63 units per acre. So if they're underneath the number of units that they could get on that project, why are they're not going with extra units above and beyond, so why do they need to go up that extra 10, 15 feet?
The density, the development standard waiver is tied to the provision of affordable units. They have not asked for a density increase. And so they're entitled to the waiver of the height limit because of the affordable units that meet the requirements of the state density bonus law.
But let me try to rephrase. Why not just go through our AUD program and stay at the 60 feet? Because the AUD, right now, in the staff report here in the presentation, the number of units they're using right now, the 233, is only about 56 units per acre, as I understood it from the staff report. So why not just use the AUD program, which would also require the 10% affordable, and we'd get to the same place, but it would be within the 60-foot limit?
Councilmember Friedman and Mayor and council members, it's because the proposed project is at the Macy's location, so the residential development is concentrated at the Macy's site rather than spread out through the entire development. So when you look at the calculation, that 5.57 acres is the entire Paseo Nuevo property, excluding Nordstrom's, which is why they are needing that height increase to get the density on the Macy's location while keeping the inline shops. I will say, there also is, because we have that, because we have the 63 dwelling units per acre, there's a future possibility of getting up to 351 units. The proposal is 313 total units when you add the 233 with the 80. So they could get an increase there in the future potentially, but that's not part of the project before you today.
Okay, so the state or the AUD, if our AUD, it's for both of them combined. It's the Macy's and the inline mall. That's where the calculation is being made. Because it was the way I looked at it was that it was just for the Macy's parcel. That was what we were talking about, and that's why I was a little confused on that and why they wouldn't just go through our AUD program and stick to the 60 feet. But there's not
Councilmember
enough density
Friedman.
to do that?
That's correct. So it's the 5.57 acre site is not just Macy's, it is the inline shops as well.
Okay. This is just in case for where the discussion goes later, because it was referenced that getting some type of movement or clarity on what Paseo Nuevo is going to be is integral to the State Street, the future of State Street and downtown, and it's an integral part of making it successful, both the economics and culturally. And if it doesn't go through and we don't know what that means in terms of timelines and anything, is the contract for the consultants for the State Street Master Plan, is there ability to revisit that and put that on hold if this whole thing went on hold for a few years? Or would we just go, or are we required to go through with it?
We build in a no-fault termination clause with all of our contracts, so we could terminate that contract.
I'll save my comments. I just wanted to get that because that's for comments later, but that's an important thing to consider. And right now we don't pay, or you mentioned that there's property tax is paid on the improvements, but not on the land underneath.
They pay a possessory interest tax that includes both land value and building value. And that's, so the number that Tess showed on the screen of the 85,000, that's the possessory interest tax that they pay, which is essentially a property tax.
Okay. And they're asking to reduce that. Okay. I'm getting through these. And then, sorry, a lot of questions here, but a lot of them were asked by my colleagues, so I'm trying to speed the process up here. And just to reconfirm that the project as proposed, Ms. Harris, would essentially double the amount of housing that we have downtown.
Councilmember Friedman, that's correct. We looked, as of September of this year, we have about 312 housing units in total. That's not affordable, that's total housing units between Sola and the underpass, Chapala and Anacapa. It would essentially double the amount of housing that we have downtown.
And is that, that's both market rate, it would double both market rate and affordable? Because
So the
there's some
300,
affordable downtown.
yeah, the 312 units is not, that includes all of the units, affordable and market rate. So it would double the total number of units that we have downtown.
Including the affordables. And then the other component of this, and it's something I think has been lost a little bit, because we're focusing just on the AB Macy's project, whether it goes forward or not in the 233 units, is the shop-off project is 112 units with, is 11 affordable or 12? I can't remember. But, so it's 112 units. So what we're really talking about is if there isn't a path forward on the AB portion, then the Nordstrom's portion also sits. So this whole discussion is really about 233 units plus 112 units instead of just 233. So we're really talking over 300 units instead of that 230. Is that a fair assessment?
Councilmember Friedman, that is certainly one way to look at it, yes.
Even though we haven't talked about the Nordstrom's property per se so much. And then, okay, so this is my last question. It gets to what you, Ms. McAdoo, had talked about. Is to get some feedback from the council on what we think we could get more for value for the public out of this. And would it be possible, if we were to give you some suggestions, and we can't negotiate that today, to actually, instead of doing an up or down vote today, is give you some good suggestions that could really, that address the public input, our input, and go back to AB and get something from them and actually bring this back to us in the early part of probably next year. I don't see in December doing it, or whatever the time frame is, but a really truncated timeline with some concrete suggestions, and come back. Because right now, I'll give you an example, the whole issue of affordable housing, where there is no real hook, or there's no carrot or sticks to get them to get those 80 units. And right now, what it looks like is, without any carrots, it looks like the fridge on Sunday after Thanksgiving. There's no food in there to get them to come to the table on it. And so can we find a way to get more incentives for them and take some time to do that rather than make a rush decision today?
So absolutely, that is the council's prerogative if you choose to continue the item. My ask is, if that is where you choose to go, that it is very specific direction. It can't just be like, we want more housing. Like that's not helpful. But if there are specific points that would help you as a council member get to yes on this deal, that would be helpful for us to know, that we could then go have a conversation with the team. I think none of us want a no vote today, so if there's a way that we think you could make a few suggestions, very specific suggestions, I think we would all be open to hearing that and continuing the conversation.
Thank you for indulging me with all these questions.
Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I am very cognizant that we want to hear all the public's comments, but I do have genuine questions, and that does bring me back to part of the problem about this whole process is, our briefing meeting was 45 minutes, but I had a binder full of questions that I wanted answered. I still have questions, so I don't know, do we take a break and then I ask questions, but we want to hear, or do I just try to go through them as quickly?
Get him going.
All right.
Get her on.
Why weren't all three parties included from the beginning? So how do we plan for all the parking needs, sort of a specific plan of, maybe they both want to have a grocery store, maybe they both wanted to have a gym. Who gets the parking? Who gets to lead that negotiation? Why not all three?
So there have been at least one meeting of all three parties early on last summer, before we came to council in August. I know Ms. Connect and the prior city administrator have had multiple conversations with Shop Off to have discussions about what happens with the Nordstrom parcel. So we have tried those conversations, and I think just unclear what the complete package of asks was from that team, and just was the conversation that was held last summer was not productive, I think, and so okay, well, let's at least get one of the projects moving. And then hopefully if we have a deal structured, then that helps us, have a framework that we know the council is supportive of. So if we're giving land, of some value under the Nordstrom building as well, or a discount on the land, there's a framework and a structure that the council is supportive of that would look similar for both parties.
I might have prioritized the simpler project first, I guess, or have this document include all the three pieces. It's very difficult reading through here to not understand how it pulls on the other party.
And sorry to interrupt, but Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Snedden, so I can confirm what Ms. McAdoo just indicated, that from the beginning, and almost earlier than we started negotiating with AB, we were talking to the Shop Off owners that had just purchased the leasehold. And, from my perspective, I was telling them continuously, you need to resolve this REA problem because it controls what happens at the property. And right now, none of you can do anything except for retail uses. So if you want to change that, you need to get together with them. We need to have a three-way negotiating. We have just honestly been unable to get the parties to the table.
Okay, thank you. Could it be a simple one step of all three parties agreeing that housing is an acceptable use on this site with no vacation rentals and primary residence? Is that something that these three parties could decide today and have that part of the agreement among the three legs of the stool settled?
The answer is yes, but it wouldn't accomplish much because there's so many other issues that have to be resolved in order for the projects to go forward. So,
Okay,
you know,
but that,
yeah.
but I understand all the other things, but it could be separated out as one
Sure.
thing, could be. Okay. I guess I don't still understand how you can build it over the Macy's structure that has an underground parking, but not over the mall that doesn't have underground parking. I have a lot of questions still about if those entrances are sort of blocked off just for the residents, then how do you get the entrances to the shopping? I guess we won't answer that right now, but those are really big questions. How much parking gets allotted to each one of these three entities is really not answered. How much did it cost to build Lot 2? I have an idea. I know it had cost overruns in the millions of dollars, recent seismic retrofitting. So, like, how much did that asset cost to build?
Oh, sorry. I don't think any of us have that information. I mean, it would take a significant amount of research to figure out what the actual, we know what the overruns were, but Ms. Connect can respond.
Thank you, Councilmember Sutton. We don't have that figure. What we do know is that the redevelopment agency assembled the property. You know, they went through eminent domain, they used city-owned property. They got the property together, you know, through various mechanisms. And we do know that it was a requirement for the RDA to build parking lots 2 and 10. Ultimately, the overruns required that we got a loan from the developer for $2 million with 10% interest that was to be paid out of the percentage rent, which never materialized. So we never got any percentage rent in order to make that payment. Ultimately, it's been dissolved.
Okay.
But I can't tell you what the figure of actually construction was.
I apologize. In attachment, I think it was 4, it said it was about $7 million, and then we've done a retrofit that was about $4 million. So I'm not deep
Councilmember-
research, but just sort of ballpark.
Councilmember Sneddon, through the mayor, yeah. So in attachment 8, the Coton memo and then the other documents there indicated a $7.8 million additional fee for parking and land acquisition obligations. So that does include that's not just Lot 2.
Okay.
That does include other parcels as well, lots 10 and 1, but that is a piece of it.
But all lots associated with this original agreement. Yeah.
Correct.
And then we have the retrofitting. So I just wanted to make sure I wasn't way off base if I thought it's at least $10 million okay.
And again, that was in 1989.
Right, so even more today if we were going to try to rebuild it. Just is my point there. The staff report indicates, it's on page 12, investments by AB so far includes, quote, some amount up to the value of $120 million. But it doesn't say how much of that has been spent, doesn't say how much of that needs to be recouped. My question is, does that $120 million premise assumption, does that affect what that rate of return percentage is that we are projecting?
Sure, I'll let, I think Pat will respond to that question, yeah, because we've looked at it in a couple different ways.
Yeah.
Councilmember Sneddon, we did look at a band of investment since we also did not know the exact amount, and it's changing over time as additional investments are made. So what we did is we tested it at 0, and we tested it at the full $120 million. At 0, in other words, they have nothing in it, that's where we got the highest potential return, which was still 6.8% or something around that mark. Okay, so when you add the full $120 million, the rate of return drops down in the 4% range. So without knowing the exact number, we wanted to test sort of the bookends, if you will.
Understood, thank you. That's really helpful. So I've asked this before, but I guess publicly, who has seen the pro forma?
Yeah, we have studied the pro forma extensively. It's been shared with the entire city staff team, but we're subject to an NDA.
Okay. And so it's only in-house that
Yes.
we've seen, okay. I just have, this is sort of a philosophical question, I guess, but we hear a lot that the encumbrances are what make the land, worth zero. And that's because, it's sort of split into two, the building itself and the land itself. And we contemplate that if we just hand over our half zero amount, that then it suddenly has value when you have the whole package together, right? If you have the land and the building, that new package has some value. What do we think that value is of the land underneath and the building on top as a package?
It's difficult to say with clarity because of the complexity of the project. But typically what you would do is you would say, what is the market value per door, if you will, for apartments? And that can vary depending on a lot of things. In the case of this particular development, the complexity of the underground structure and the requirement to build a very expensive underlying foundation is going to further deduct from the potential market value. So if you were saying it's a greenfield site, I'm just going to make up some numbers, but if you were saying it was a greenfield site, you could say, oh, maybe it's $100,000 per unit for the land value. But because of the complexity of this and all of the substructure and all of the pre-development costs, it would be considerably less than that.
35 million, 1 million, $5?
No, it depends on.
Yeah, I think the Greenfield site, if it was $100,000 a door and it's 233 units, it'd be 23 million. But it's not a Greenfield site, so you have to subtract a significant amount. Is that?
Yes, that's correct. And I also would like to point out that if the developer chooses to do the 24 affordable units on site, that further diminishes the market value because you're getting less rent for those units.
I mean, just the value of, the starting value of, not the improved, not new built, but just the land and what's on it right now, just that package.
Without understanding the cost, the extra cost involved in creating a building site there, I couldn't really answer, but it would be less than a benchmark of, say, $100,000 a door.
I'm going to be honest, it kind of seems like we should be able to answer that.
Well, one thing, let's, assuming we had no encumbrances on the property, it's vacant land.
No, I don't want to assume vacant. I want to assume, this is what I want to compare. If we got the building back and we own the land, do we still say that's worth zero? Or is it only if we're giving them the land that we say it's worth zero? That's my question, really.
Councilmember Sneddon, one of the pieces to consider is that the Macy's site is essentially an obsolete building. There's not much that can be done with that existing building. So when you're looking at what the value is of that particular site, you need to account for what the demolition of that building is, or look at the site essentially without a building on it, because not much can happen in that building aside from a department store, and we know that is not likely to happen.
And you get it back in 40 years.
Okay, I just want to contemplate, we've only contemplated giving it that way, and I would like to contemplate taking it back.
Well, I
And-
think the easy answer would be AB would probably sell it to us for the amount that they've invested in the $120 million.
Which we don't know
Which
how
we
much
don't know.
that
So-
is.
So it could be 120 million, I think.
Doubt it.
They want to recoup their investments with probably some interest and the carrying costs. So if you wanted to make it simple, they'd probably sell it to us for $120 million.
So it's worth zero if we hand it over, but it's worth 120 million if we buy it back?
No,
Is that what
let me try
I'm
something.
actually
It's
being
worth-
serious here?
No, I know, this is a very serious discussion, and it's difficult because the site is encumbered. And the fact that it's encumbered contributes to what the value of the underlying fee is. And remember, if you think of property as a bundle of sticks, and the city holds one stick, AB owns all of the other sticks.
I would put it the other way. I'd say that we own more sticks and they own one.
You might put it that way, but that's not what the lease provides. When you lease, ground lease, you've given all of the possessory interest and ownership and control of the majority of the sticks to the leaseholder. You retain one stick. And so that's why, back when we were dealing with the redevelopment, it was determined that the property had, the property of the city had no value because it had transferred away all of the value over to AB. And so that's the circumstance we're in now. If the encumbrances did not exist, I hear chuckling behind me, but that's the way it works. But if you assume that we had all of the sticks all together at one
That's what I'm
time.
asking. How
Okay.
much is it with all the
Okay.
sticks all together?
Don't know, because you would have to do a market evaluation, an appraisal, and you would not be able to convey that property without going through the Surplus Land Act.
I don't see how we can be having this discussion today if we have not evaluated the value of all the sticks together. I do not understand. The premise of all of this is based on zero land value, 120 million, 35 million. How can we be having this conversation if we don't know what the bundle of sticks is worth?
Because what we are transferring right now is just the one stick, the fee interest. If we had all of the sticks, we would be having an entirely different conversation, because you would be required to go through the Surplus Land Act and make the property, if you were going to decide that it was surplus and convey it, then you would have to go through the process of opening it up to the market, and the market would determine what the price is, but there's a priority at which you make the property available through the surplus. That you have to make it available to public agencies for public use. You have to make it available to housing providers for housing projects. You have to go through all of those.
Understood.
And that's all done by a market. And
But
how-
we're giving them all the sticks.
No,
So
they
we
already
shouldn't-
have, you gave
No, they
them all
don't
this-
have all of them. They don't have our stick, and I want to know, what is the value of that?
Okay. The answer to that question was given earlier in the staff presentation. The staff's opinion, based upon our consultant's analysis and past history, is that the value of our remaining interest right now, as of this date, remains zero, because the redevelopment agency transferred all of the other interests in the property through the lease,
I
and
understand.
AB owns that.
And that
Okay,
was.
So we can't answer the question of how much is the value if you have all of the sticks. We can't answer that question.
No, because we cannot, right? At this time.
That's fine, that's an answer, thank you. So what did the initial agreement contemplate about if the current leaseholder does not perform to the original agreement and doesn't utilize the space, or willfully decides to leave it fallow? And I purposely use the word fallow because our partners looked me in the eye, and I'm sure they did with others, and said, if you don't pass this deal, we're going to leave it fallow, like we've done to 2 other properties in Los Angeles right now, and that's just the reality. So I want to know, if they make that choice to just leave it fallow, what, in the original agreement, what is contemplated for addressing that?
Sure. The original agreement contemplates that the property will not be left fallow. If they do leave the property fallow, then it would be a potential default. If they do not cure the default, we could then terminate the lease and take the property back.
Nice, thank you.
Thank you.
2 more questions. I guess the rest are genuine questions, but I won't pick this down to death, except for like, how will we know if HLC approved of something or not if they never see it again, or Planning Commission, or Downtown Parking Committee, who had very legitimate concerns, if it never goes back through those reviews? I guess, why would we self-limit to only sort of 3 more reviews left when that's not a requirement? If this is an agreement, why would we do that to ourselves?
We utilize the existing land use processes that would be applied to this project, And under our municipal code, the only remaining review, if the council does approve the development disposition agreement, is HLC review.
Could we not require more if we wanted to, because this is an agreement?
That could be a point that you could give to us as as something to go back to the AB team. So that is, if you wanted to make that point at some point during council comments.
Thank
That's
you.
what I would recommend.
And then I think the point's been made, they don't have to actually construct the affordable housing. And I think that's been made very clear. I will say, in earlier meetings, I asked directly, will you be building the affordable housing and then handing the keys over to the housing authority? And in the divide and conquer style of meeting with us one-on-one, you told me yes. You told me yes. And that is what I based my yes votes on up until this point. Now, those meetings happen in private, one-on-one. I don't have the benefit of knowing that where my council colleagues are. But very directly, I asked the question, maybe 3 times, you're going to be building the building and then handing the keys over to the housing authority? Yes. What this agreement now says is, we might just hand you a demolished lot, which is a city asset, and we might in 5 years maybe build it or not, and we might choose our own selves to build it, or somebody else who builds things for us in Boston or other places, and maybe we'll exercise that option or maybe not. And here's what I'll say, the last thing about the affordable housing. When I asked, what is our guarantee that you would ever even build it at Lot 2, you said to me, not any of you sitting here, but one in your group, said, we have high incentive to get those people out of there. And that, to me, was the final step of indicating to me that you don't actually care about the affordable housing component. And we're giving away, well, I'll save it for the comments. I think those are all my questions, other than I'll want to know how long would it take us to put a commercial vacancy tax on the ballot, and how long would it take us to get a simple charter amendment to allow up to 99-year leases?
If those questions, if you wanted to have a charter amendment or commercial vacancy tax, the first regular election where you could have that election would be November of 2026.
Done? Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. My colleagues have already addressed a lot of the concerns, so I'll keep it brief. But Mr. Henschke, I know you mentioned, the analogy of, we hold one stick and AB holds the rest of them. Is that correct? Is that how you described it?
It is.
Okay. So if us handing over that one stick to AB is what gives the whole package value, would you say that equals to the city, having this leverage that unless we were to hand over, quote unquote, that final stick, the property as it stands doesn't really have value? Is that correct?
What I've indicated is that the staff report and our experts have said that the value of the city's whole land holdings is 0.
Okay.
So I guess the answer is yes.
Okay. In that case, if it's on us to hand over that final stick, that final piece, in order for this project to be viable and even have some value, why aren't we using this leverage, you could say, to require more than the minimum requirement of affordable units? Because it's my understanding that as a city, we already require 10%, correct?
Correct. I think, again, that would be, if that's something that you want to have us go back and talk with them about, that is something you can ask us to have the conversation. But this is the deal that we have been able to negotiate and we've brought forward, leaving that flexibility to do the additional affordable units. But again, if you would like us to go back and have a different conversation, I think that's what we're asking for, that direction today.
Okay, so my final just clarification question then, we are, in order for this transfer to happen, we're basically saying we're only going to require the minimum, right? Is that what this as it stands before us, we are only requiring AB to build the minimum inclusionary requirement percentage was just 10%, correct?
We sought to implement the council's direction of August 5th. If we fail to do that, let us know, and we will go back and do something different. But in good faith, we followed the council's direction to come back with a development and disposition agreement to implement the project that's described before you today. And if we didn't do what you asked to do, let us know, and we'll change it.
Thank you. I do appreciate the collaboration from all sides. I don't think anybody wants to see this building to be left fallow, as was described earlier. But as we are giving away land, we also need to ensure a public benefit. I'll leave it at that and save the rest for comments. Thank you, Mayor Rouse.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your questions to my colleagues and to staff and the applicants for their efforts. And thank you for the audience being willing to stick this out. So, as many of you know, I like to think outside the box and try to be as unorthodox in my questioning as possible, so brace yourselves. There's been a lot of comments about having no opinion, no options, and the land having zero value. And I find that very disturbing, considering that the land, in the context of its history, was taken and the people who originally lived on it were murdered and enslaved. So it's hard for me to hear those things being said. So in that context, what would be the process of giving the land back to the Chumash tribe?
So I think the ground lease has restrictions in it into how the land can be transferred. There is legal, I mean, I understand the complexities of, recognizing native lands, and this is a site that has been encumbered in the current legal system and structure with a ground lease that has provisions for how approval would be granted for any transfer of the land. And so I think that because we have other parties to that transaction, I think the city attorney could weigh in as well, but that we don't have the sole ability to transfer the land to whoever we want to.
In addition, I believe it would require state legislation because of the issues of, unless we get everybody else to agree, if we had to go back because of the restrictions of the Surplus Land Act, we would likely need legislation to authorize that. Plus, we'd have to get federal approvals necessary to do any land transaction with a Native American band.
So, just for the sake of humoring me here, if somehow we were able to achieve that and give it back to the Chumash tribe, how would this affect the situation that we're in? We're essentially just kind of passing on the problem to somebody else, right?
Well, that, and also then the city basically gives up all land use control because it now becomes an independent nation. So if it goes back to Native American lands, the city no longer has any land use control over the property.
So they would theoretically be able to build a casino resort right there on that property?
Yes, without any city approval.
Gotcha. Well, it was just something to consider, and I appreciate all your time and opinion on it. But that's the only question I had, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. A couple of real quick questions. I get it. Mr. Henschke, earlier on, you mentioned we were talking about the REA and the relationship between AB and the chop-off roof and whatnot. You mentioned AB has a first right of refusal. Can you clear that for me?
Yeah, there's a provision in the existing ground lease for the mall that talks about agency transfers of property within the mall property. And they have, under that provision, a right of first refusal to match whatever the transfer property would be. So it's just something that exists as part of the existing ground lease for the inline shop property.
But in fact, none of the three parties can move without the other ones, right? I mean, it's got to be
That's
for you.
correct. That this, under the DDA and under just the existing agreements, nobody can do anything unless everybody else agrees. With a three-legged stool, if one of those legs isn't there, the stool falls over.
I kind of
think
like
it's a great
circular firing
analogy.
squad myself, but yeah, okay, that's good. And then, just out of curiosity, this project is planned to be parked. But given the regulations that happened a few years back in the city, as a residential project, it's not required to be parked, is it? I mean, I like the fact that it's parked because that is, if you're going to rent a market rate unit and you don't provide parking, you're fooling yourself, as
Mayor
Mr.
and
Lewis
council
found out.
members, that's correct. So it is not required to have parking, and we have a maximum of 1 space per unit in this area.
Right, so the fact that it's parked is kind of a benefit. Okay, very good. All right, with that, first of all, I'm going to ask council. We've got about an hour worth of public comment here. Do we want to go right into that, or do you want to get a break first, or what do you want to do? So I'll leave it to the pleasure of the board. Anybody got any pleasure anywhere? You guys aren't feeling the pleasure? We can, what's that?
10-minute break? 10 minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes.
I got it.
Hold us to it. We'll be back at just the last quarter of. So we're going to go to public comment. There's a whole bunch of you here and online, and I want to make sure we get to hear everybody. We're going to limit it to 2 minutes per person. So speak fast. We want to hear what you have to say, but we've got to get through this so we can deliberate. And so I'm going to start out with Brian Barnwell. I've got a few people who combine times as well. So you're the person you're combining with, or the person dedicating that time has to be here as well. So we'll start out with Brian Barnwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm not necessarily limited to 2 minutes here by what I had to say because I wanted to give you a full report on the PC meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously voted against most of the major components of this project. They were deeply disturbed by the gift of the land. One of my esteemed members, Ms. Wiscombe, said, well, why can't we do a charter amendment, give ourselves the right to issue a 99-year lease, and then renegotiate on the basis of our ability to do that, rather than just give them the land? Seemed like a good solution, and the entire commission agreed with that. The other thing, and everyone was using the word grave, how grave these issues really are. Another one is that whole idea of tearing down parking in lot number 2. We no longer have the right to require parking on site in any construction from now on. So what does that mean for our planning ability when we approve a 200-unit apartment house or something down the road and we can't require parking? So is the only parking that we have going to be these city lots? And are we going to give people parking passes to those? Or what are we going to do? Insofar as parking, it came up at the Planning Commission, we don't have an accurate count of curbside spaces in the city. We don't have an accurate count of private spaces in the city. We don't know what the future will be for parking, and it is the one remaining tool that the Planning Commission will have when they review projects. We were told repeatedly that if we didn't agree with this, then the deal was off. That threat didn't go well with anyone on the Planning Commission. It wasn't referred to in the meeting today, but the reason that we are looking at the continuation of the Paseo through to Ortega Street was a direct result of HLC and Planning Commission, because that's what we do. The same thing with regard to the housing and the 3 now options for the housing. That is a direct result of your Planning Commission helping you wrestle this stuff to the ground, because that's what they do. I just want you to know that everyone that's on the Planning Commission is basically Batman when it comes to solving these things correctly. And we were deeply troubled by all of these solutions occurring behind some closed door. Even when we make the request, there will be no review by HLC or Planning Commission. And I don't know how you feel, but the Planning Commission felt that our conditions of approval really iron out all these wrinkles. And I want to compliment all of you on what you brought up, because you brought up super important things that just are willy-nilly and not being answered. Insofar as the bundle of sticks, there is a bundle of sticks, and we brought it up. There's no value for the bundle of sticks. We've been given a value for one of those sticks. And the other thing that the Planning Commission came down on was, why are we bailing out a private company from their arguably poor business decisions? It doesn't seem to be the role of the city to bail out a private company. The Planning Commission requested full transparency of any other future discussions of this thing. The demo was another issue. So we demo the building that has maybe 12 or 14 toilets in it, and we put in 233 units that'll have 2 or 3 toilets each, and showers and dishwashers and all that sort of stuff. What does that do to the utility in the streets? And how will our street utilities buried in the ground handle that additional weight? Is that on our nickel, or is that on their nickel? And the issue of Who's paying for these affordable units? Another problem that came up that we mentioned repeatedly was, where is the Santa Barbara Housing Authority in this discussion? When I heard tonight that, well, the housing, these affordable units may or may not get built, but it's going to take a long time to find a lot somewhere. If we don't do it at parking lot 2, where do we find a place to build this? The Housing Authority knows that stuff. They do that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They themselves have projects that are pending that are going to have affordable housing on it. They know where this stuff is, and they're not even at the table. We also brought up at the Planning Commission, where's the Nordstroms? That had not been addressed, and even tonight it's been casually referred to. But it was brought up by Councilman Friedman, and he's so correct. What does that do to the parking count that we're talking about remaining in this structure? So in all my time, I never remember a unanimous negative vote from the Planning Commission. That's what we gave this. It's just not, it just is not fleshed out. Thank you. Are there any questions that anyone would like to ask?
All right. No, we'll just go ahead and we'll
Okay,
get into the
thank
public
you.
speeches now. Thank you, Mr. Burnwell. Okay, I'm going to start out with Lisa Sands, and then behind Lisa Sands will be Brian Cornell.
First of all, I'm very impressed with the council this evening. I had a list of comments, and I don't have many left. I cannot thank you enough for being aware and bringing up these points right now. This project should not go through. We don't have to give away 1 cent to anyone, especially a financial company. So I urge you to vote no, and I urge to not even plan a future meeting. I know that's abrupt, but I'm appalled by the disrespect for the need of all housing, not just affordable. Thank you so much.
Brian Cornell, followed by Miles Henry.
Miles is giving me his time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Miles, you doing it? I guess he works for you, is that other? Okay.
Wait 1 second, I've got a couple of slides I'd like to show.
Okay, we'll start your clock when you're ready. You let us know when you're ready to go.
Okay. Thank you. Dear Mayor and Council, housing in the 2 blocks we call Paseo Nuevo, our failed mall, is a critical piece of revitalizing our downtown. I applaud the city and AB's efforts to begin that revitalization. The first time I saw this project, or the public for that matter, as far as I know, was when it came before HLC on September 24th, just 3 months ago. I had to laugh when it was suggested that this project has been the longest reviewed project, especially since the affordable housing at St. Francis took 10 years. I was immediately concerned that the project was concentrating all the new residential development along Ortega in a behemoth of a building and not putting more residential throughout this failed mall, whose very existence is contrary to our community effort to revitalize State Street. Residential use, not retail, should dominate Paseo Nuevo. It should become like a true street in Spain. Got a little button here that I need to get rid of, sorry. With concentration of residential units like this street in Madrid, it should be Paseo Nuevo Residencial. But we were told it wasn't feasible to do this. I don't buy it. We were told it wasn't feasible to build over the existing parking structure, yet the proposal builds over the existing parking structure at the corner of Ortega and Chapala. In my opinion, this parking lot here next to the museum, you could build 42 units on that existing open parking, and you would lose 80 spaces. Yes, but instead, you wouldn't be demolishing 186 spaces. in Lot 2, which makes no sense. Lot 2 should remain a city resource, especially considering the future need for residential parking as we strive to increase housing downtown. All these buildings you see in yellow and throughout Paseo Nuevo should be 4-, 5-, 6-story residential buildings. Then with 112 units in the adaptive reuse of Nordstrom's, which I encourage the city to expedite, you would have at least 500 units with at least 50 affordable. This is the plan I would have expected 3 months ago. Yet you are being asked to transfer all the land, including parking lot number 2, to AB Commercial, who in turn proposes to concentrate all new development in this behemoth along Ortega. Here is our courthouse superimposed to scale over the building. I think that says it all. Really, look, I have been an advocate for tall buildings in this community for a very long time. I fought Measure B, which was a charter amendment to reduce the maximum height from 60 feet to 40 feet. I'm responsible for the Canary Hotel and the recently constructed Solterra, both of which were fights over height. But this is simply too big. By the way, it's not 75 feet, it's 88 feet. And the Paseo that we were shown is still a driveway into the parking lot for the market. So I don't buy that that's a Paseo. So we end up with these units and a failed mall in between. I'm concerned there are too many unanswered questions for this deal to be done. We are not doing good, comprehensive planning to re-envision this failed mall in the heart of our downtown. We can do better, and I do believe you can get to a yes. If AB chooses not to continue these negotiations, the city should immediately pursue a charter amendment to allow longer lease terms. The city should not give this land away. That's pretty good timing, huh?
Not bad, Brian. Thank you. Greg Parker, followed by Rich Applebaum. Followed by Rich Applebaum. You gotta let Greg go first. Rich, Greg, and then you're on deck.
Nice to meet you, Rich. Mayor Rouse, good afternoon, good evening now, and members of the City Council, thanks for your time. Paseo Nuevo is a failed mall. People, retailers, the city lost its downtown, vibrant downtown retail center. The retailers have lost well over $100 million. It's the best place in downtown to develop much-needed much-needed housing. And I think, contrary to my colleague Brian Kernell, that giving the fee is the exact right approach. It needs to be reassembled with the underlying ground. And the city needs to understand the value of the fee. There were some good questions asked. The value of the fee in your staff report today say it's worth $0. The value in the Planning Commission staff report from just a month or so ago said it was worth $32 to $49 million unencumbered. The third leg of the stool is removal of the encumbrances. So that's the value that the city really is getting in the developer's hands, is that has a much greater value than has been discussed. What's the city receiving for its value? 233 market units, maybe 24 units of affordable. You question whether that's your call, whether that's enough. AB, I think, should be encouraged to build the maximum amount of housing on this site possible, and it should make a profit sufficient to earn a profit, the projected profit from our consultants, from your consultants, based on the value of the free land it's giving, not on the value of its prior loan. And to the extent it receives above market projections, then it should share a portion of that with the city, which the city can condition the approval to allow public improvements downtown, State Street improvements, pedestrian improvements, et cetera. You've been given a clear direction from staff to provide strict guidance as to exactly what it would need to get an approval. Let's see if there's a way that you can guide staff the specific things you would want to have an approved project for the most possible dense housing on this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Rich Applebaum, followed by Dalia Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, City Council. Well, first, I just want to say that the amount of work that the staff has put into this is amazing, and everything I plan to say has already been said by the people in front of me right now. You've asked all the right questions, I think, and raised all the issues. Let me say a couple of things on a personal note, then I'll make a couple of points. I've lived in Santa Barbara since 1971. As you all know, I care deeply for our city. Over more than a half a century, I've been an active voice for housing and other policies that serve those most in need. Little history here. Way back in 1983, I called it a referendum, Measure D, that defeated the city's plan to use redevelopment funds to finance a downtown Bullock's department store. We ran a charrette to determine a better location for redevelopment funds and even convinced one of the Nordstroms to check it out. You can imagine where he looked. So what goes around sort of comes around. The bottom line really, I think, for housing activists is to get as much affordable housing as possible. Market housing is fine. We're going to meet our RENA through the market for market-level housing. But for affordable housing, what was it Ms. Harris said? That we're, I think, 94% short of meeting our affordable housing requirements. For me, and for CLUE, and I think for all housing activists in this room, 80 affordable units should be a deal breaker. So, I would just simply urge you to not make a decision today, to go back to the drawing boards, and to come up with a better plan, and one that really showcases affordable housing. And I also want to respond to what Ms. Sneddon said. The idea that you have been told that if you don't come up with a deal on the books right now, the land will lie fallow, to me itself is blackmail. And I don't think we should tolerate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dalia Garcia?
Good evening, council members. My name is Dalia Garcia, and I'm the Executive Director of the Museum of Contemporary Art Santa Barbara, located in the heart of Paseo Nuevo on the Arts Terrace. I'm speaking on behalf of MCSB. We strongly support a Paseo Nuevo redevelopment that brings much-needed affordable housing, while securing the future of the museum, the theater, and the art terrace. As a free contemporary art museum, downtown MCSB has served Santa Barbara for nearly 50 years, providing access, belonging, and creativity opportunity. Since reopening after the pandemic, the museum has undergone a significant transformation, becoming a more inclusive and accessible contemporary art space for indigenous, immigrant, and historically excluded communities. We urge the city and the owners of Paseo Nuevo to ensure that MCSB remains a permanent part of the site without dedicated contemporary space. Future residents and generations lost a creativity anchor and vital place of community expression. We also support affordable housing for artists, art workers, downtown employees, and the Chumash community, along with public art, environmental responsible constructions, and gathering spaces for cultural events. This is a rare opportunity to build a Santa Barbara where housing and culture thrive together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Pat Wheatley, and you're having your time dedicated by Rob Fredericks to you. Is that still correct? Yes. Very good. Go on 4 minutes, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council, and thank you for this long day and your excellent questions. My name is Pat Wheatley, and I'm proud to serve as the chair of the city's Housing Authority. I'm speaking today to urge you to continue negotiations on this agreement with Alliance Bernstein. I believe there are many good aspects of the plan, and I truly appreciate the hundreds of hours city staff and others have spent on getting to this point. However, many key aspects of the plan have changed more than once recently, and we are now looking at an agreement that requires no more than 10% of affordable housing. I feel that the city is in a strong position to require much larger amounts of affordable housing, such as the 25%, which is what was originally proposed in our original program. In his recent letter, our CEO, Rob Fredericks, again outlined 3 major issues of recommendation of direction that we feel could be addressed by council to protect, expand, and build affordable housing. This is a publicly owned land that is being transferred, and you, as our elected leaders, have the opportunity and the responsibility to maximize the project's community benefits, including proposing a project that provides sizable amounts of livable and affordable housing for our over 50% of the city's workforce who cannot afford market-rate housing. And this is not being addressed in this current agreement. I strongly recommend that you continue adequate time to firmly negotiate key requirement elements, which should include more deed-restricted affordable housing built in a concurrent and timely manner, or significant in lieu fees, given the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund to facilitate future building. Additionally, we recommend establishing a local preference policy for all rental units for, market and affordable, to prioritize those who live and work in the South Coast. Thank you for considering this important issue. Your vote will affect our city residents for generations. The opportunities are too great not to give adequate time for proactive negotiations so that all are fully aware of what is and what is not being agreed to. The city must negotiate for a maximum community benefit for all our residents in this publicly owned land. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Randy Berg, followed by Kristen Miller.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. Thank you for your hard, diligent work on a very complicated project. I'm Randy Berg, Board Chair of the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today on behalf of our board to voice a strong support for the development agreement for Paseo Nuevo. The business community has been clear for years something needs to change. This project is our community's best chance to replace a declining retail mall with something that will once again contribute to the downtown vibrancy, including housing for people that live here and an investment in our city. 300 units is a major contribution, and it will mean more consistent foot traffic for our downtown merchants and our small business members. We acknowledge that some members of the community are concerned about the land transfer, but the economic reality is straightforward. The city currently spends more maintaining this site than it receives. Because of the redevelopment dissolution, the property is legally fragmented, stuck in outdated agreements, and unable to reach a potential without a significant change. That makes it a liability, not an asset. Value can only come through redevelopment, and without incentives, a project like this simply doesn't pencil out. But inaction does nothing to meet our community's needs for the downtown housing, the revitalization, and reinvestment. City staff have done a remarkable job. They've negotiated thoughtfully and in a responsible way. They've accomplished the goals set out for them. We applaud them for tackling a difficult problem that's been stuck for years. On behalf of the Chamber, I urge you to approve the agreement and move our downtown to a more vibrant and resilient direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Miller, followed by Rob Pearson.
Hello, Mayor Rouse and council members. I'm Kristen Miller, President and CEO of the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, representing 850 members and 75,000 jobs from Goleta to Carpinteria. I'm here to also express the Chamber's support for the approval of the disposition and development agreement with Alliance Bernstein for the redevelopment of Paseo Nuevo. This redevelopment is our most effective and timely opportunity to accomplish goals our community has supported for more than a decade: more housing, revitalizing downtown, and bringing new development to this site. The Chamber published our housing plan in 2023, The Road Home. We called for 500 units at Paseo Nuevo. While the proposal before you now is smaller, we believe it's grounded in market realities. We support bringing approximately 300 new homes and 600 residents into the heart of downtown, invigorating the economic impact of a key financial driver in our economy. Our board carefully considered the aspects of this proposed deal, especially concerning the land transfer. We understand that the dissolution of the State Redevelopment Agency left this property legally tangled and financially constrained. The city can't afford to develop it yourself. You need a private partner to unlock the value for our residents and businesses and community. In addition, many cities have economic development incentive programs to invest in projects that are beneficial in the long term. This is a normal, modern, and proven way to create beneficial public-private partnerships. Our city negotiating this deal with strategic economic development and incentive programs in mind is something we applaud and look forward to the next steps for. Finally, I want to offer the Chamber's support for the affordable housing proposal for Lot 2. 80 affordable units is a big win. We do not see this deal as a giveaway, but the cost of fixing a problem downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Pearson, followed by Pedro Toscano.
Madam Mayor, members of council, I usually sit at a desk over here, but it's actually going to be 10 years since I retired at the end of the month as the Housing Authority Director. During my time, I did 6 years with the city, the last job being the redevelopment manager, when I was charged with trying to put bullocks at State and Victoria, home to Earthling Bookstore. It wasn't very popular, so I quickly made the move to the Housing Authority and did something I really was in love with. This deal, in my opinion, really stinks. I really think I hear AB telling us what they want to do with the land and what they can't. Has anybody even evaluated what the leasehold interest is valued at? If our land is worth nothing, what's their leasehold worth? I heard that they were going to sell it at a fire sale. Maybe that's the owner you want to deal with, the next guy who doesn't have $120 million invested in it. AB's job is to recoup their loss for their investors. I think I even have some AB stock that I might not sell, but it's just wrong. The Housing Authority comes to you regularly for money for new affordable housing. You usually cover the land cost. Here you have the land, and we're talking about giving it away. My mantra at the Housing Authority with the commission and the staff, never give away fee title. It's too important. It's what drives these deals. And if it has to be a 99-year lease, I heard that they were okay with a 99-year lease. Change the charter or transfer it to your partner. You oversee the Housing Authority ultimately. They can do 99-year leases. Let's make it a housing project. We know retail is gone. Amazon proved that out. We're not going back to large stores. So let's make it a center for housing. That's what's needed. And your housing developers should be at the table, not AB. It should be someone else who takes over from them. Thank you.
Pedro Toscano, followed by Fred Sweeney.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Thank you for the time. I'm going to keep it short and sweet. My ask today is that the city should require the project to be built with contractors that will hire locally, pay a prevailing wage, and utilize apprentices from state-accredited apprenticeship programs. These workforce requirements reduce construction-related environmental impacts while benefiting the local economy and workforce development. In my spare time, me and my wife, we come down here a lot. I don't live around here. I live down in Ventura, but we spend a lot of time over here. We like, whenever we can, we support local businesses. And one thing that as a business agent, I'm inspired by all the kids that get interested in the trade. And I represent retirees in my union that put hands on building that mall. And it's a sense of pride. I've been through the apprenticeship. I'm very proud of the buildings that I took on. And I use those testimonies to inspire these kids that are coming into our trade. So please consider my ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred Sweeney, followed by Marge Caffarelli. And I think
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm kind of the Forrest Gump architect for the city because I got wind of what was going on a while back when I was told not to draw stuff and not to talk about stuff. As you know, many of you know, I've probably drawn all 9 blocks of State Street 3 or 4 times now. But I do agree with everything that Mr. Cornell said. He and I were officers in the AIA back when the city requested AIA's information and opinions when we did the mall to begin with, back in 1980, whatever it was, when we really did have a dialogue. And so I'm going to urge the city, we don't need, and I learned the word patronizing from our mayor, former mayor, we don't need patronizing presentations to us. We need dialogue. And the ability to have dialogue in 2 minutes doesn't work here because this is not the way to do this. So we really do need, and I'm sorry, 3 years is not a long time in Santa Barbara. It took us 30 years to get a freeway through our town. It's taken 40 years to get a handicap ramp to the front door of the Mission. It took me 2.5 years just to get it through the stupid process. There's a lot of other things that have taken a very long time. So if the current folks that are dealing with this can't wait, then move on. And if we need to go to a vote of the people to change all those parameters that everybody keeps saying is this thwarting us of our ability to do anything, then let's go to a vote. We've done that as a city. If we need to buy this thing back, let's go to the city. Let's go to the community and say, pass a bond for $200 million to buy it all back. And we have control. So start thinking outside the box. I don't buy all this stuff, and thank you, Ms. Sneddon and Ms. Harmon, for your good questions. Thank you.
Marge Caffarelli, followed by Diane Black.
Mayor Rouse, members of Santa Barbara City Council, I can't believe I've sat through a 4.5-hour planning or a city council hearing. It wasn't my own. I am here today to give my full support to this project, 100%, to Alliance Bernstein and Georgetown. I know how complicated these deals are, and I know how complicated they are to finance. And once you start opening up buildings and demolishing buildings, what you find, God only knows what you'll find. And you will have a partner in Alliance Bernstein that will have the deep pockets to be able to deal with whatever they do find. What I am very concerned about is the affordable housing. After I read the agreement, I didn't realize that there wasn't a firm number that would have to be built. This city needs affordable housing. We need the 80 units. If you don't want to give Lot 2, then how about an in lieu fee that you can put into the housing trust and go and build something else? That's a very common way of doing things. But let's not overcomplicate this deal any more than it already is. These are very, very complicated transactions, and this council has at their fingertips a project that will change the downtown, that will allow the downtown master plan to actually take shape and become something. Without Paseo Nuevo, the downtown master plan sits on a shelf. This deal will allow affordable homes downtown, hundreds of market rate homes downtown, and residents living downtown supporting local businesses, new sales tax revenue, and a modern mixed-use district replacing obsolete retail. Please, if you don't vote for it tonight, you want to go back and get some, do some further negotiations with Alliance Bernstein and Georgetown, then do it. But I urge you not to overcomplicate this more than it already is. We can get in the weeds about 100 different topics about this project, but please look at what you have before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Black and Lisa Carlos, are you still donating your time to Diane? Thank you. Ms. Black, you have 4 minutes.
Mayor Rouse and council members, thank you for all of your good questions on the project. It's really important that you get this right. And I believe the agreement needs to be amended to reflect a number of things. First, while the property you're contemplating transferring is not valuable on the open market, it is valuable to the 2 leaseholders. in Paseo Nuevo. It provides them with the ability to pursue alternative development. The value of the land to them should be part of the equation in the negotiation. The city has leverage, and you shouldn't be reluctant to use it. Without either the fee, interest, or a long-term lease, the options of the leaseholders, including Alliance Bernstein, are limited. We should hold them to a higher standard in the agreement than meeting the minimum requirements of state housing law. Otherwise, it appears that the only purpose of the agreement is to ensure that they make a profit on a poor investment decision. You should ask yourselves, what's the city getting by giving away the land? And you're giving away the land not only under the housing project, but also under all the retail, and giving them a property tax revenue break for 20 years. And what is the developer giving that isn't required by law? Sorry. I've done this for a lot of years, but this one really matters to me personally. I think it's really important. The proposed agreement should require 25% of all the units be deed restricted at affordable levels, or at the very least through in lieu fee contributions to the local housing trust fund. The affordable requirement needs to be locked in now in the agreement, rather than being a future option the developer gets to decide. Finally, to ensure that the two major benefits of the agreement occur, providing housing to meet the city's needs and revitalizing downtown, we need permanent full-time residents, and we need the units to meet our current unmet housing need. While the draft agreement requires units be leased as primary residence, it's unclear how this will be monitored. Have we ever done this before? How are we going to monitor that? Because it's key. And if the agreement doesn't include any requirement for local preference, in my view, we will have failed in providing housing for our local workforce. I'm not a fan of delaying decisions, but I'm also not a fan of bad decisions. So I want to just really beg you to do what's right and really think about the benefits of this agreement to the community, and look to approve something that you're going to be proud of as your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, you said Gail Oshrenko is online now instead? Okay, so we'll get back to her online. Nancy Abose, followed by Trey Pinner.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and honorable council members. My name is Nancy Avos, and I live in the downtown district. I work for 3 organizations to make ends meet, and my current rent is already unaffordable. My goal is to start law school during the fall and serve this community for the rest of my life. However, my rent is going up in January, and the unit I'm living in is on the market. I'm joined by 51 signees of a petition to urge the council to require more affordable housing in this project. Some of us work at nonprofits like myself, and some of us are aerospace engineers who can't imagine starting a family in this city. The sustainability of this city depends on diverse populations filling both low-income and higher-income paying jobs. The number one priority of this redevelopment should be to address our affordable housing emergency. AB should be required to build more affordable housing, especially in the case of a lease transfer, which is very difficult to support based on the council's comments. A minimum of 80 affordable units should be required based on a simple land transfer. Based on the value of the land, that number could and should be higher. We support the Housing Authority's ask to have AB pay an in lieu contribution of $125,000 per unit to the local housing trust fund for the remaining 56 units in the case that only 24 affordable units are built. The forced relocation is also unacceptable. I also echo all other sentiments and suggestions made by CLUE and by the Housing Authority to establish a local preference ordinance for all rental units to help house our local workforce. On behalf of myself, other downtown residents, and Santa Barbara residents who signed the petition, and on behalf of the Santa Barbara County Action Network, we thank you for your questions and for considering our input. Young residents like myself are the future, but we are going to need affordable housing to be a part of it here in Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you. Trey Pinner?
Well, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Trey Pinner, I'm here speaking on behalf of the Downtown Parking Committee. This will be my last time doing so. Sent your letter, and I heard in some of your comments responding to that, and thank you very much. My goal was just to highlight a few of those here for the public as well. 4 important points that we wanted to make. One is, first of all, we did reiterate that we do believe the redevelopment of the housing downtown is a very important element for our city, and we're in favor of that process, but we were very much opposed to the issue of Lot 2. We feel this is a very important public asset that should not be diminished. You had some discussion about those numbers. We feel those numbers could be actually worse. We have yet to see a design or a study of the new lot. So we don't know how the operation of the lot will work. So we feel that this is important. Speaking of study, we believe there should be a full study of the future of downtown parking's needs over the next 20 years, yet to be determined. We also believe that there are possible other agreements with the other adjacent mall properties that do affect and have rights to the mall parking. I think that needs to be explored. And fourth, the charter amendment. We requested staff to understand that if we, as a city, ever wanted to develop our existing surface parking lots into additional low-income housing, would we need a charter amendment to do that? And the answer is yes. We would be subject to the same problem of a 50-year lease. I would be frustrated to find out that we had to do a charter amendment to actually develop all our other surface lots, and we didn't do so, or we did that after letting this lot go away. We believe doing a charter amendment or looking at the idea of a charter amendment is an appropriate use to facilitate this development and future low-income housing development in downtown. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'll go to our online speakers. Remind them, please, it's 2 minutes. First speaker, please, Madam Clerk.
We will hear from Steve Johnson, and then Citizens Planning Association. And then we'll start with those two. Steve Johnson, please go ahead.
Thank you for this opportunity. With the La Cumbre Plaza development, the city vigorously pressed for a specific plan. Why not for Paseo Nuevo? A specific plan would consider 2 obvious alternatives. Number 1, adaptive reuse. The developer rejected adaptive reuse as infeasible. Yet Shopoff proposes adaptive reuse for its project. Please have the developer share its infeasible determination. 2, greater density with smaller units. The project proposes 233 units, but zoning allows 700 units. A 700-unit project with smaller units would be consistent with the general plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Citizens Planning Association. Citizens Planning, please go ahead.
Yes, good evening. My name is Morel Brooks. I'm president of Citizens Planning Association. After sitting here for 4.5 hours, I actually threw out my letter. You all received the CPA letter this morning, I believe, so you could refer to that. I am delighted to hear that, perhaps tonight is just the beginning of some negotiations that have to be done in order to make this project good for Santa Barbara City. Tonight, I'll just mention a few points. Ceding the land to the developer seems to be a giveaway without values or guarantees of return. We believe Ms. Snedden asked some very pertinent questions this evening, and the public needs to know, is this worth land worth zero, or is it worth $120 million? The DDA would violate the current policy that all city leases are to be up to 90 years. Any decision you make on this project might set a bad precedent for the different leases throughout the city, and that could include the waterfront and the airport. This project, as presented, does not include enough affordable units. At 10%, it doesn't even make up for the population that the project would bring in. So the city actually would be losing units. As presented, there's no guarantee that additional affordable units will ever be built with this question about Lot 2. CPA believes finding a suitable site adjacent to the complex would be more financially beneficial than what is proposed. As a matter of fact, I personally would like to see, let's do 150 affordable units. I mean, the state mandates, we will never get out of the problem we have with affordable housing, throughout the state with what they've come up with, because it's all based on market rate. Okay, we look forward to a revitalization of the property, but we hope that the city will include more affordable housing. This is a perfect location to create the kind of workforce housing needed to keep Santa Barbara a vibrant community. We support a project that will bring in more affordable housing to the downtown corridor, and it will be more compatible with our current height limits as called for in our city charter.
Thank you.
So
That's your time. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to say tonight is the beginning.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Pam Tanase. Pam Tanase, please go ahead. Pam Tanase, you can unmute yourself and go ahead. Okay, we'll come back. Linda Honickman. Linda Honickman, please go ahead.
Hello, Council. I'm Linda Honickman, an affordable housing advocate who is speaking for many friends and colleagues who have left the area and many more who are likely to follow if we can't get housing for all family types and incomes actually built. I appreciate how difficult the decisions related to Paseo Nuevo and the State Street Master Plan will be and have been. I believe that all council members, Kelly McAdoo's administration team, and the planner, Tess Harris, have a sincere interest in seeing all parts of our community, whether residents, workers, tourists, or businesses, thrive. For Paseo Nuevo, I agree that the project could help revitalize downtown, and I could support the 233 market rate and 80 affordable units built as soon as possible. 80 units is almost 25% of the total, the absolute minimum the city should consider. I agree with Rod Fredericks that the agreement should include an in lieu fee of $125,000 per unit for the number of units less than 80 to cover affordable unit production at another location. I appreciate the recent improvements that the AB team made in response to feedback from the HLC, such as creating a new Paseo entrance and improving the design and massing for the Ortega elevation. I'm very happy that the Nordstrom property will be an adaptive reuse project, and I hope they can consider a different ownership model like condos for purchase. My dream is that soon we will have a citywide vision of affordability, livability, and equity. Santa Barbara can become a national leader in tackling the housing problem, just like we did after the oil spill. All we need is to be a little more proactive and have a focus on solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, John Bauke, followed by Lee Heller. John Bauke, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your consideration of this item. You've asked very good questions, and I'd like to follow up with basically 3 major points in which I think you should consider. First off, doing a 2-party agreement when there's 3 parties involved is nothing short of a fool's errand. And this agreement needs to be all 3 parties to ever go forward, or you're going to have a situation of one of the 2 parties notwithstanding holding the other hostage. Number 2, I think we need to remove any consideration for Lot 2 for demolition for this project for an unknown number of affordable housing sites or units. We need significant clarity as to what affordable housing the developer is going to do. It is yet to be clear. And under the state density bonus law, we do not have an adjacency requirement which your council continues to use. The state density bonus law specifically has multiple provisions which allow for affordable housing to be built with the city's concurrence up to a quarter mile away from the physical project. So I would suggest that you direct your staff to go back and fix those 3 major problems. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Lee Heller. Lee Heller, please go ahead.
Mayor and Council, greetings from Nelson, New Zealand. I landed a few hours ago and immediately got into this Zoom, which tells you something about my commitment to this issue, as well as my gratitude to you and everybody who's been involved in sitting through this all day. I'm commenting today as both a resident of the city and a shareholder of Alliance Bernstein, with the understanding that there are 2 very different agendas here and wondering how we can get to some effective common ground. Alliance Bernstein is looking at profit for shareholders like me. The city is looking at increasing housing stock, especially to make it affordable for people so we don't keep losing our best and brightest to unaffordability. To Alliance Bernstein, please understand why there's so much pushback. The number of changes over the years, especially reducing the number of units overall, and the number of affordable units has been really troubling. So is the notion that this is happening even as your company gets the fee transfer at no cost to you. You have to understand how that looks to the public. This council is charged with protecting the value to the public, as Councilmember Friedman noted, and they cannot put that aside. We do realize that this is a very small project for as big a company as Alliance Bernstein. You can afford to walk away and lose something. We hope that you don't want to, and that we can find a way to address public interest concerns and for-profit concerns together. To the community regarding Lot 2, I would push back on notions that this is about ghettoizing affordable housing. It's a function of constraints on the ability to build next to the Macy's building, which were outlined by the architect. It's the quality of the conversion that matters, not whether or not it was once a garage. And as we know, there are tax advantages to doing it separately and working in coordination with the Housing Affordability Project. As for somehow buying back the leases and having the city develop this property, as Marge Caffarelli noted, there may be hidden costs for us taking this over and expecting the city to do all of it. So the question is, how do we get to the largest number of affordable units? Can Alliance Bernstein commit to building up to 80 units on Lot 2? What about a significant in lieu fee, as many have suggested, if they don't want to do that? Clearly, council is hesitant to say yes without more assurances. So please, Alliance Bernstein, hang with us a little longer, work together to address these concerns, and to find proposed changes to get to a yes that serves both the needs of all parties involved.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next, Gail Osherenko. Gail, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm a resident of the city and a board member of the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara, and I'm speaking tonight on their behalf. The League cannot condone the way that the DDA offer has gone through recent sudden changes that undermine the commitment to provide 25% affordable housing units. That sets a terrible precedent. City assets should not be given away without the developer committing to provide that 25% affordability. If the developer is only willing to build 10% of the 233 units for low-income housing, the city should require the developer to pay in lieu fees of $125,000, and those fees should go to the Housing Trust Fund. It's good that all housing units to be proposed in this would be for primary residence, not for seasonal use, and you should also consider adding a provision for local preference. That's really important. The provision in the proposal that would allow the developer to forcibly remove people and transfer them after 5 years of living in affordable housing in the larger structures is outrageous. It should be removed. It's also inhumane. We urge you to reject the proposal on the table or fix it with the things you've heard tonight. The project sets a precedent for all the other owners of downtown, a bad precedent that will not lead to meeting the RENA targets or creating a vibrant community with affordable workforce housing that we all want. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
One final speaker, we will just check one more time with Pam Tenace. That's the last person who raised their hand on time. Pam Tenace? Pam Tenace? Okay. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. So we'll bring it back to council for deliberation, and from what I can observe, I don't think we're going to get to a yes or a no tonight. It doesn't sound like it, doesn't look like it. And as we create our deliberations, let's focus on what we'd like to see staff do and like to bring back, but not do it in a, and Ms. McAdoo mentioned before, not do it in an obscure, better than, more than, bigger than. Do it in as specific a term as you'd like to see when they continue their conversations with AB.
I just want to also make a caveat, recognizing that while there may be a wish list, obviously it's still a negotiation. So, and so I think, and obviously trying to be transparent and bring that back to council in some way. So I think just keeping all of that in context.
Yeah, so let's make it as clear as we can, so when staff is prepared, they can come back to us with something less amorphous and something we can really just say, this is what we're doing, okay? Very good. With that, we'll go to Mr. Jordan. Yeah, try not to be amorphous, Mike. We'll give you a shot there.
I'll be clear as mud, though. How's that?
We know that.
So I'm going to fall into the trap mentioned way earlier about stay away from the bad things that have happened up to get to now, because I think there's some important context on why we're here, the way we're here today, and how it could have been different. We're not in this position because of me or anybody sitting up here. This is like having a finished cake with candles being delivered to you and the first opportunity to talk about the flavor or the ingredients in that cake. Literally a week and a half ago was the first time people saw the details of the DDA. And the devil's always in the details. But I do acknowledge the literally years of work that have gone onto this. I'm not familiar with AB person to person, but I know we've had the best and the brightest on our staff working on this in all different areas. And, just there is a pathway to yes. I don't know what it is. I worry that, well, frankly, I don't know. I don't know if we're at the limit of getting all we can for the project or if we're not. And every one of you out there that's talked aspirationally, neither do you. We'll know in 20 years or 10 years or 2 years or tomorrow. I don't know, whatever it would be. But I'm not ready to move forward, but I'm not ready to say no. So I'm not stopping it. It just matters really as to what level of interest both staff has, my fellow council members, and AB have. So I can just ramble for another minute, and then I just have 4 points, really. Nobody's really spoke to the actual RDA dissolution being this tremendous boon for us. I mean, it puts us in this position where we get to use an asset that would have been taken away from us and split up among 12 other, I think, 11 or 12 other member agencies, which we were only would have had a 5% share of the value of that asset. And through fate, fortune, or happenstance, we're now in a position where we can leverage the entire amount of that asset for something. And then we can argue endlessly over, is something enough? And we certainly don't have to do anything. Gives me an opportunity to use my favorite Jerry Brown quote twice in one day, and that's goes all the way back to, I don't know, John Justice or somebody on Planning Commission, that if you do nothing, you do something. So there's lots of things we can do today that are right or wrong, but doing nothing has a whole bunch of somethings that can happen, and I've made a list on either side of those. So I think we need to be clear what that something is if we don't do anything. It continues the current vacancies, the major vacancies at both ends of this property. It takes over 300 housing units off the table, including some low income. It continues the erosion of the look, feel, and function of what was originally there on all those parcels. And of course, every 10 years, it's another $3 million out of the city coffers for the next 4 decades to carry out our part of the agreement for that 300,000, give or take. If we get to yes, whatever yes looks like for everybody, it remedies both of those large vacancies that are weighing down each end of the thing, each end of the blocks. At a minimum, it provides the same amount of affordable housing as any other project being built in this city. Now, I'll have an opinion on that later, but it also undoubtedly sends a message and begins to trigger investment interest and revitalization on probably 6 blocks of State Street as a whole, easily 6 blocks, what we call the lower half of the grand plan, right? So, I constantly sit on the fence on anything I work on and beg to be pushed off one way or the other, and probably most of these are going to still sound like I'm on the fence. So specific things I'd like to still be working on in a very specific timeline where all parties do our best to come to those or either give up or accept what we have. Some form of getting if there's 3 legs on the stool, one of them's not in the room yet. And I don't have the history of who met with who or how those meetings went. I just know now, in the last month, I've had personal conversations with that 3rd leg of the stool, shop-off people, and I don't understand why we are not involving them and holding them accountable to being a participant in this, acknowledging and dealing with their long-term plans as a whole. So I speak specifically to the REA and to the either allocation or specificity of where parking is amongst the shared groups. And I don't see that as anything having to do with the DDA other than now's the time to do it, because I think that in Mike Jordan terms that could be accomplished with an MOU just between the 3 parties, that if we all sign the DDA, we'll sign an MOU that if we all sign the DDA, that we also all perform these wish things on an MOU. That's 1. So 2 is I'm a really hard no on the Lot 2 usage. And everybody else has talked about, we lose parking, but they haven't really talked about it. It's an asset we have. It's a mess to tear it down. But I just think we are continuing to put you've heard this rant before, we're continuing to put our heads in the sand, whether it's by local doing or state doing on the number of parking spaces that we're putting in for new residential. And I'm okay with you don't have to do any, and I'm okay with the max of one, but I also want to be party to the transaction that happens after that when somebody needs a parking space. And I don't want them off into the neighborhood. I mean, like, we could probably have that subject in discussion, and it'll be like dogs on or off leash. There'll be 1,000 people in here wanting to talk about cars overtaking their neighborhood, and none of those cars are part of their neighborhood. So, and I think we're just still at the tip of the iceberg on that. As we start to double our downtown housing or triple our downtown, whatever it is, we're just creating a mess where we need to have the flexibility. You know, I'll just use an example. Down the street, across from an old restaurant there, that development parked their market rate apartments and then couldn't do anything with the bottom commercial, and did the next best thing they could allowed by putting a small boutique hotel in of 8 or 9 rooms. And the parking for that hotel is almost all the way down at the end of the block across from the EDD office on a gravel lot with no lighting at night for a hotel. Despite the fact that 32 feet across the street, they have a operating parking lot owned by the city that's running at 40, 50, 60% overall, and probably 10% during the night when the hotel people would be there. And yet, we're not maximizing those opportunities to take advantage of that, modernize our systems, change our procedures, so we're ready for what's being underparked by state law, by our local plans, and we're ready in the sense that we will be able to charge and make money for that. So, but losing Lot 2 parking spaces to me is a non-starter. I don't know what that does to the low-income choices for them, and if that just says, well, we're only going to do 23 or 24 because we can only do them there. But I'm going to leave that to some others to talk about that, I think. But demolishing half that lot and losing parking spaces is just an absolute non-starter for me. And then I think, you know, I tell my wife flippantly all the time when she gangs on me about why is this like this? And I go, well, we are Santa Barbara. And this is a Santa Barbara moment for you folks from AB. We don't do large projects that we play some role in without asking for more affordable housing than the minimum allowed by law or the maximum allowed by law. And I think as you've heard or seen or read, this is part of our existence. I think one of the quotes you said, we've all done the best we could. We have not done the best we can in this particular regard. And if we can help you get there, if we can participate, whatever it takes, I think we can do better in that regard. And whether it's actual units, a contribution, housing trust fund contribution, whatever it may be, this project is screaming for a better outcome for added low-income units somewhere in the downtown. 4 of 5. I'm uneasy, and this is like the most unclear thing for me, but I'm uneasy with what happens to the inline retail parcels after the transfer. Somebody says right now that they can't be built upon, but I'm uneasy that we would look up the day after the DDA is done and then all the conditions are met and then the permit is issued and somebody's lined up outside Garden Street with an application to put however many parcels that is, 3, 4, or 5 parcels with bonus density multi-story developments on top of them. And those are like totally not in the equation or math of what's taking place between us transferring land and getting benefit for. That's about as clear as mud as I can be on that, but I just think it's sitting right there staring at us, and I don't believe they're being left there forever. There's already too much retail in the mall that deserves housing. They're just screaming to have something done with them, and yet we're sort of saying nothing's going to be done with them, and I just don't know. So if something was done with them, I'd like to have a role in it. Last one, and this is I think the easiest one out of all of them, and that's that, I talked about it earlier with Dan, and that's about providing some better protection for the two legacy nonprofit tenants. So we just don't overlook that somebody really wants them out of there when they can get a high rent customer in there. And we have some method of incentivizing the project to keep them there. I think those were probably, I wasn't part of that transaction, but I think those were probably a key discussion point on the original development of Paseo Nuevo. And I think to not make sure that we're doing all we can to protect their continued tenancy as part of this project would be pretty derelict on our part. So that's my 5, Mr. Mayor. I hope that's clear as mud.
I feel totally edified now, Mike. Thank you very much. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a second. So I'd like to direct staff if you could just do me the favor of giving me an official breakdown of the process of donating the land to the Chumash. I just want to see it in writing, so to speak. To AB, I just want to thank you for what you're going through right now, what you've offered us. I know it's not easy, and I appreciate what you're doing. I actually, ever since I've been in office, people have been suggesting to me, if you all want housing so bad, why don't you use city land? So here's an opportunity where we're doing it, and we're getting a lot of pushback and criticism. So it's a lot of mixed signals for me, at least. I don't know about the rest of you. But, you know, the initial plan that you all proposed, I was fine with it, the size, bulk, and scale. And I'm willing to support it, to be honest, as long as we can address the 25% affordable housing aspect of it. You can even go higher. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that, you know. I've gone to several countries around the world, and some of them were ancient cities that I've gone to where regimes and dynasties and countries have risen and fallen, and they build tall buildings to house their people. So, you know, as much as I love this community that I was born and raised in and my parents sacrificed so much to keep us in, sometimes it's really frustrating to hear the people say, hurry up and do something, but I'm not going to like it. Whatever you recommend, I'm not going to like it, but do something. So it's, again, the mixed signals is very, very taxing on us. So I'm willing to support the original project or bigger, as long as we meet the 25% affordable or something that can offset that. Yeah, they're just, it just, this situation reminds me of the Pied Piper story, because if you don't come up with a good deal, and if you don't keep up your end of the bargain, it could cost you your future, you know? So I just kind of want to say that to my colleagues and the people at home. Thanks.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So I can't really speak for my colleagues, of course, so I'll just speak to what would help me get closer to a yes for this DDA. To preface it, I think it bears repeating that as our city grapples with our housing shortage and the displacement rates that we're seeing in our community, it's simply not sufficient to provide majority market rate units and nothing else. And when we are conceding only the minimum amount of affordable units that the law requires and nothing beyond that, that is what is giving the public the perception that we are just giving the land away. For that reason is why I am so adamant about us pursuing a 25% inclusionary requirement. And it's not, I want us to do what we can to bargain in good faith, because I also don't want to be catching AB off guard, and I also don't want to catch SHOP off guard, right? I want to make sure everybody is at the table and everybody recognizes that our housing shortage goes far beyond just units, period, because we have plenty of market rate units. Where we're severely lacking, and I think everybody in this room has already heard it and recognized it, is we are severely lacking in the affordable units. We have a 94% unmet need. And so for that reason, I'd want to make sure that we tackle the affordability piece in more detail. So one of the things that I really would love to see, and hopefully this could be as direct of a direction for staff as possible, but the REA, it needs to get sorted out sooner rather than later. I mean, the REA is of course holding up the discussions on parking, the potential development in the Nordstrom site. Like, I know that obviously the Nordstrom parcel is not part of this deal that we see before us today, but that REA and the three legs of that stool need to come together. And for me, it has always been a big unanswered question of what happens if we support this DDA and then the three parties don't end up making an agreement. And so I want us to be very open to having these discussions, because I hear different things about, Shop Off may not want to come to the table, or they do or they don't. But I personally have had conversations with all three legs of the stool, I guess the city being one, right? It seems to me that there is a way forward to get all parties to the table and get something moving. And it goes beyond just the 233 proposed at the Macy's site, but we also have the potential for another 100 plus at the Nordstrom site. And so whatever we can do to ensure that the DDA, because as we've all seen here, the DDA as it stands is not something that we can support as is written today, but it doesn't mean that we don't ever want to support it. We just need to see some amendments to make sure that we are getting the maximum benefit for this big trade-off that we're making. But we can't say yes to a DDA and say, we're going to allow this to go through, when we have this huge unanswered question of what happens if we say yes to this, but then Shop Off and AB don't strike a deal. So that's that on the REA. The other piece would help me get closer to a yes would be, I know we had a representative from one of our local unions talking about hiring locally, paying a prevailing wage. And of course, I want to defer to staff to work out those mechanisms. But I do think that these are critical conversations to be having from the get-go, because the same way that we are discussing the prospects of new housing, we need to serve the local community. We also need to be discussing the prospects of new jobs to be benefiting the local community. I'll go back briefly to the 25% deed restricted units. I've been struggling a little bit with the Lot 2 conversion, mainly because while I want to see more affordable units built, it feels like, this may not be intentional, but it feels like economic segregation to have the affordable units in one location and the others, the market rate in another. I completely understand that the tax breaks and the financing, it makes it easier to accomplish that if the sites are separate. So I fully understand that. That being said, the loss of parking has been a big thing that constituents have came to me in describing, we're already in a parking shortage, and the fact that we're eliminating parking spaces, and then on top of that, the DDA saying that the units, the market rate units would each get one parking space each, but there is no guarantee for parking spaces for the affordable units. And to me, that is highly problematic, not just from the lack of parking perspective, but just from an equity perspective. Because if we are talking about comparable amenities for both market rate and affordable units, that should include parking. And it's not just because I just want to champion for the lower income, I do, right, obviously. But it's not just that. It's that if we don't provide the parking for the affordable units as well, we are placing now that burden in the collective public. Now, the public has to be giving up even more spaces, because you can't expect the folks in the affordable units to just not have cars. Like that's an unrealistic thing to expect. So as far as the 25% deed restricted units, I would love to see that, or significant in lieu fees paid to the local housing trust fund. And if we are grappling with, we may not be able to build the 80 units on Lot 2, then I really do think we need to have a conversation about having the 80 units integrated in the Macy's site. And I know that that throws a wrench in things because, of course, that messes with the finances. But if that is not financially feasible, then the in lieu fees could be another option. I want to provide flexibility without giving up the dire need that we have for affordable units. Because if we continue down this path of just building majority market rate, our housing landscape is going to continue the same way it is. We're not meeting our RENA numbers and we're not getting any closer. The last thing I'll say is and this may or may not be part of the negotiation with AB and Shop-Off, so I'll defer to staff on this part. But we've heard it mentioned both by my colleagues and other members of the public that a tracking and sort of enforcement mechanism for the primary residence provision and for there to be no short-term rentals that's needed. So I do think it's something that we need to explore with everybody, right? Because I would hope that something like the local preference or no short-term rentals would also, when we start talking about the Shop-Off Nordstrom parcel, I would hope that these types of provisions would also apply to them. And for that, we need a way to track this because this isn't the only project where we are exploring these options, right? So whether that's a housing stock inventory, a rental registry, whatever you want to call it, but there needs to be a way for us to be able to keep track of what's happening and to be able to hold this end of the deal up. And the last thing I'll say is just, I think as we are all discussing the negotiations and what is the best path forward, at least for myself personally, I'll say, I don't want to stand in the way of housing being built, but we also can't just build any housing. If we just said any housing, we could be talking about luxury condos. We could be talking about the second, third homes that we are, of course, not considering in this project. I'm very grateful to AB for being willing to work with us and recognize that the need here locally is for local families who work here to be able to be housed here. But we do need a public benefit that goes beyond the minimum required from our state. That is the bottom line for me. This decision is going to set the precedent for whenever we are giving land away. When we give land away, are we just getting the minimum that we would have gotten if the land was purchased, or are we getting more? And I think that's critical for us to assess and recognize that precedent that it's setting is very strong because as we take a look at other surplus land, we're going to be back at this conversation again. And I would hate to have to concede another piece of public land, another community asset for the bare minimum. I think we can all do better than the bare minimum. I know, I'm confident that, even though I haven't worked for that long of a time with AB, I am confident that we can reach a deal because we're not going to really get to a desirable outcome if one of us picks up the ball and goes home. We're going to have to, work together to come up with the maximum benefit for everybody. But the benefit is, of course, in recouping your profits from your investment, but the benefits are also from the community. We need that affordable housing. We need the adequate parking. We need 25% affordable deed restricted. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I think it's clear we support housing downtown. We're all supporting revitalizing Paseo Nuevo. We've been talking about it for years, but supporting the housing doesn't mean accepting something that's rushed or that keeps shifting or lacks guarantees, offers limited public benefit. I think we deserve better than what is before us tonight. And I really wonder today, after we were all told that today is do or die or walk, it's very confusing to me, the mixed messages. Either there's enough funding available that you can walk away from something for decades and not worry about if it recoups losses, or it's a December 2nd after a holiday weekend where I'm sure every single one of us had better things to do than to read and reread and fine-tooth comb these documents and have meetings. Had one meeting, 5:30 at night on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. That is not what any of us wanted to be doing. So is it real, the threat? Is it not real? you have the 120 million or it's zero. I don't feel I have the transparent information, and I also don't feel that it's been straightforward. I've been straightforward from the beginning, and I do not appreciate that the truth of what this is worth has been shifting. I'm happy to continue the deal if it's genuine, happy to continue meeting, but I'm operating under the premise that I'm going to take you for your word. You said today, do or die. And so I will make my comments based on that. And if that was a false threat, then that's really not the way to do a partnership. So 2 things I think very clearly we need to do on short order, so we don't find ourselves repeatedly in this position, regardless of what happens with the direction today. 1, we need a charter amendment to allow for 99-year leases so that we don't have to contemplate giving away land. It doesn't just apply to this site, but many other city-owned sites throughout the city, airport, former police station, many other places where we're going to be in a situation, if we want what we want, then we're going to have to give something away, and I'd rather that we do that through leases. If you do walk away, well, maybe that'll make it more attractive for the next person to buy it. I also think on short order, we need a commercial vacancy tax. We cannot keep having these black hole spaces, not just Macy's. It's been empty for, almost a decade. They're deliberately left vacant, all up and down State Street and downtown. And again, we're operating from a place of being threatened that something will be left vacant or empty, significant spaces, if property owners don't get what they want. So regardless of this deal, it has really highlighted that we've put ourselves in this corner over and over. I will say from day one of these discussions, and this is before our current administrator's time, at least 3 of us questioned whether it was really true, and it was hard to believe that the land had no value due to the encumbrances. This has been something that has been central to these negotiations from the beginning. I still don't think we know what is the value. Maybe it's true it has no value. Maybe it's $35 million. Maybe it depends if you're the one with all the sticks except for one, or if you're the one stick. I don't know. But I don't think we've had a proper evaluation of what that actually is. And I find it's very hard to even consider this discussion when these numbers, these wild swings of numbers we're talking about, is it 0 or is it 120 million that's already been put into this? Is it 35 million? Is it 0? It's not a fair place for any of us to be making this decision from. So the city started negotiations, I believe, on a false premise. The false premise that this was basically worthless land. And we started there, and then we started asking what more could we give to incentivize, as if the land underneath just Macy's wasn't enough. So then we put in the valuable city asset of Lot 2. This one is a no way for me. Like, why would we do that? It's at least a $7 million asset. We're never getting it back. It's valuable to the film festival, to the Music Academy of the West, to the farmers market, to those coming downtown. It's in the RDA implementation plan, talks about that parking lot and others specifically as being what is needed for future development, what is needed to have people from out of town come, have visitors from Goleta and other cities and further away from that. It is essential for the vibrancy of downtown, and I'm surprised that we're not seeing it that way. Whether it's unparked, on average, if it's not available, then people won't come. Then we offered the land underneath the Nordstrom parcel, but then we walked back on that, all within the 7 days that it was available to the public over a holiday weekend. We, the city, lowered our requirements from the 25% to the 10% of affordable. Then the city, we compromised on height limits to allow exceeding the charter. And that image that Brian Cornell showed was staggering. I mean, to see that in black and white, and to be fair to all of us, this last 10 days is the first time any of us have seen this written up in words other than like very beautiful pictures and presentations, and it's a very different thing to talk in broad strokes about an agreement versus seeing it actually written up. Then, and each time it's come to us, to me, in my perspective, this deal has gotten worse. So then we proposed giving them $300,000 a year rebate on property taxes for 20 years. So I'm wondering if it was in the reverse, what that would look like. If you gave us your building back and we had it, would you also pay us $300,000 a year for the privilege? I just do not understand this $300,000 property tax giveaway on top of the land. Makes actually no sense to me at all. Then we said in our agreement that you don't have to guarantee us that there won't be a hole in the ground. Maybe it'll be a level lot. Maybe not. There's some place in there where it says that maybe you forfeit or default, but there's also very late in the agreement it says that the property could never be expected to go back to its pre-agreement state. So really, you could just walk away. And I don't fault AB for getting the best deal you could get. I mean, seems like a pretty good deal. So then this, I don't understand either, the self-limiting of reviews to only 3 meetings left. Why would we do that for something that's going to be so huge and significant in the heart of our city? I think we want HLC input. We want Planning Commission input. We want it to go back to Downtown Parking Committee. I want to know what they have to say about whether this met the mark on circulation or, as they put it, really maybe killing future development, other development. The way it's contemplated now, it's not going back to Planning Commission. It's not going back to Downtown Parking Committee. So I think that's an issue. It also says in here, if we were to agree to this, that we reviewed this and we think it conforms to what HLC's and Planning Commission's comments were. I don't know. I don't know if putting in that one paseo where trucks back in to a loading dock and backs up on a parking lot, I don't know if that's what HLC meant by a paseo. It needs to go back to them. It needs to go back more than once to them without just appealing to council. Same with Planning Commission. They're our Planning Commission. We want their input. I want their input. I think it needs to go back to them. It needs to go back to downtown parking. Super clear on the Lot 2 was not to give it away. In the RDA redevelopment implementation plan 2010 to 2014, and I'm not sure why we're not talking more about this, but it was a holistic view of what to happen there. It included things like public restrooms. Without Macy's and without Nordstrom's, we've lost public restrooms in the downtown. When you have small children, or if you're just a human being, this is a really big deal. It's not in here. The affordable parking, community participation in the plans of what happens downtown. And the public has been left out, like really, really left out. Those 2 public meetings where people could input what they thought of just a visual that was before them, but no written documents. I mean, I have a very different opinion from what I saw on billboards versus what I'm reading in the document itself. This written document has been available to the public for 8 days over a holiday. So I just don't think that's genuine public input. This deal needs to pencil for the people, not just for AB, and I think it could pencil for both. A word on the affordable housing, our own Kaiser Marston study, it's our own study, indicated that for every 100 units of market rate units built, it creates a new demand for over 19 units of affordable housing. So this current proposal doesn't even break even on addressing the new demand for affordable housing that's created by the market rate housing that's built. So to me, complete and total linchpin of this deal is guaranteed that 80 affordable units built, not handed over a blank lot, but actually built. So definitely, I think we're all in agreement. Well, I don't know if we're all in agreement or not, but the lot two, sole discretion, 5 years, maybe yes, maybe no, maybe people who live in the proper Paseo development don't know whether they're going to be relocated or not. They don't have parking in the first place. They're not going to have parking in the second place. It was pretty clever. The amenities by a percentage of the square footage is not the same amenities. There's no pool. There's no parking. It's not the same amenities. So somebody's going to go from living integrated with everybody to then being separated out and not have access to the amenities. It's just not, it's not fair. So, yeah. So the guarantee of the 80, I would say too that in just the 10 days that this has been available to the public, we have gotten overwhelming emails, input, press stories, op-eds. If this is what happens in 10 days, I can only imagine what a true public outreach would look like. And the idea that Fred Sweeney brought up of that there was a charrette before, the Paseo Nuevo development. It was a big deal when that Paseo Nuevo development went in. The public was not all on board with it, didn't want to just upscale, mall everything. I know I talked too much about it, but I loved Piccadilly Square. And I liked the shops that were there, and I didn't actually think it made everything so much better and brighter to have all of that. And this contemplates making it bigger. So I'll just be clear on the things that I would want to make this deal responsible for the city. I think it would need guaranteed, built concurrently 80 units of affordable housing if there's to be any exchange of land, with the same amenities, including parking. It's not okay that when we're living in the full development, no parking, but the other people have parking, and then you get basically run evicted and then lose your parking or never had it to begin with. So guaranteed 80 built concurrently with the same amenities. Absolutely no to the demolition of Lot 2. We're never going to have the capital or space to build a parking structure again. And it's somewhere between a $7 to $11 million asset. Also, it's in the reciprocal easement agreement. Other people use it. It belongs to all three legs of that stool. So I don't know why we're contemplating just weighting one of those legs over the others. No to the self-limitation on review meetings, something this big, something that is so much larger and impactful than the courthouse, and we're going to say one more meeting with HLC and then bring it to council, and we're not the experts. I don't want to decide if there has enough paseos or not. I want HLC, the experts, to decide that. So no to that. No to 80 feet. I'm not sure where we got there, but 75, 80 feet. It's too much all squished up on one end, when I think it really could be distributed across the central part of the mall. No to $30,000 a year for property tax. I think I'm interested in using union labor. I agree we're not getting anything extra for this, so we have to hold the line for more on that. Or, I think, we don't know. Is it 120 million or 0 million or whatever millions, and these millions of dollars are all just really large numbers. But I think I'll just throw out a number because we don't know the actual valuation of the sticks. I think for 35 million into the local housing trust fund, that would be a fair in lieu. And we have to get all three parties together at the very least to sign off that housing is an acceptable use. So I don't know if this is do or die today or not. I'm not sure how to bargain moving forward with that. I'd say good things. The art museum and the theater need to stay protected. The primary residence is great. No short-term vacation rentals, great. Let's get everybody together in that. And when the time comes, motions I would like to make are for a charter amendment and another motion for initiating commercial vacancy tax.
Okay, Mr. Friedman.
All right, who's having fun yet? I know I am, actually, I really am, because I'm a political policy nerd. This is stuff I live for, so I'm really having a good time, actually. So here we go. So the first thing I want to say is one thank you to our staff and our partners that we brought in on this. It's important because, and this goes back to, I also want to recognize in particular Sarah Connect and our previous city administrator, Rebecca Bjork, because when the whole situation came to them, there wasn't really any good options, and they discussed it among the two of them for a long time to figure out if there was a path to try to get something better. And that's really important because it's led us to where we are today. We wouldn't be where we are, especially without Sarah and Rebecca starting it. And then the other interesting thing that I think is critical to remember is when Kelly McAdoo came in, she had to do her own due diligence to really look at what was before her and verify all the assumptions. So we've had the benefit of having two city administrators look at this from it, and they both came to the same conclusion, and they both have very different skill sets and backgrounds, and they came to the conclusion that it was worth pursuing and getting us to this point. And then I do want to address, just before I get into my comments, the issue of the no plan B that came up. That is correct from the staff perspective because they can only take it so far because it's inevitable that these types of decisions are going to come up to the council with the partners, and that's where it's going to be made, and that's where you get the give and take, and you can find your plan. You're going to find your solution, whether there's a plan B or not. You're going to find your solution. So that's where it all comes out, and I'm actually encouraged by all of my colleagues, all 7 of us today. I think there is a path to, if AB will continue on the discussions, to get somewhere where we might be able to get something that benefits the community as a whole, and get close to 7.0 or something close to that if we can get more. Not guaranteeing it, but it's not. It's something I think that we can all get behind, which is important because this is a huge decision. It goes back. I was reading this. I'm reading a book, and this quote came up. It really affected me because I think it speaks to this, and especially this hearing, but this whole last week. And it said, the quote said that there are some decades in which nothing happens, and there are some weeks in which decades happen. And I am so thankful that I was able to read that and put it for tonight, because where I was before I read that quote was I felt more like Lloyd Bridges in the movie Airplane, that I picked a bad week to stop. But I'm not going to go there because you know the rest. And but that's where I was feeling going into this meeting. But thanks to my colleagues and the public and everybody for really just encouraging me, because I think there is a path forward here for all of us. The 7 of us up here, the public, and our partners, to really live up to the legacy of what this town is. And it has a history of doing that. I encourage our partners, if you have a chance, some of you are driving, put a book on tape, or some of you are flying, get a copy of former Mayor Sheila Lodge's book, Santa Barbara, an Uncommon American Town, and you will see that the flexing of the public today, that's just the way we are in Santa Barbara. Every town thinks they're unique, but in Santa Barbara, we know we are. And this is a natural process that this is up here. That's all I can say. It's just fascinating to me to look at this. I don't know, maybe it's my new philosophy on life. I just let everything come at me now, and I've been doing this job a long, long time. The mayor said it's got to be that mushroom drink that I referenced. But I've been doing this job a long time. I know Ms. McAdoo and I talked about this, we both, nearly together, we have 50 years experience in public policy when you combine our years. And there's a lot of projects, and they all kind of follow this flow, and this one's no different. It's more high stakes. It's got different players. But the reality is that it all comes together, and it's very messy, but you can get to where you need to be to serve the public. And that's where I really want to start I've already started, but that's where I really want to go, is that there's there's four stakeholders here. There's us, the city, there's AB, and there's Shop Off. But it is the public. That's the most important stakeholder, because ultimately we all serve them. And they have flexed, and they said, you're not serving us right now. And honestly, if after today AB comes back and says we're out, okay, it's not ideal. I mean, the town will survive. But the seven of us, we'll be fine because we're listening to the public. And we'll figure something out. And we're going to be partners, and we're still partners because you're still in it, you're still in it. I'm pointing to Shop Off over there, reps. So we're all there. So the question is, how do we find something? And I've learned a lot tonight. And one thing I've learned is I always thought it took two to tango, but apparently it takes three to tango because we're missing one of our tango partners. And so that's one thing I like to see just immediately is let's get us and Shop Off and AB to the table to figure out the whole reciprocal easements, figure out what we have, and get everybody to start tackling these complex issues. I also want to back up just real briefly, and this is more for the public, but it's also a perspective. It's important to look at things a little differently because very often we get put into these boxes. Is there a thread, or do we have to say yes or no? But I was listening to the podcast of Ted Danson and Woody Harrelson, and they were interviewing Ken Burns. No, I'm not going to do some revolutionary quote, Mayor. But it was interesting because they were talking about Ken Burns' revolutionary documentary, but he said something that caught me off guard because it was really out there. He said Ken Burns said he recently intentionally brushed his teeth with his left hand. And then he explained why, is because you have to think differently. And when you're in these complex situations where you're repeating things or you're not seeing things clearly, just a small change in your routine of your life will open up new clarity and new ways to look at things, and you can find a solution that wasn't there just because your brain is rewired by simple acts of brushing your left hand. So I actually did brush my hand with my left teeth today in preparation for this meeting. And so what I realized was that we are really focusing on the future Santa Barbara, but it's important to see how we got here because I think it opens up more possibilities. And it goes back into 2019 when there was a lot of pressure on the seven of us who were up here. And I think people forget this. There were 5 of us who are sitting here right now who were here in 2019. Mayor Rouse was a council member at the time, but Megan was there, Kristen was there, I was there, Oscar was there. And we had a lot of pressure to enter into some type of lease extension for something that the community absolutely did not want. And we had property owners downtown, we had others coming after us, you gotta do something, downtown's deteriorating, and it was a lot of pressure. People forget about it. And honestly then, I'd only been on the council for a year or two. I felt more pressure then than I do now. And it seems like the stakes are even higher now. But what happened was we listened to the public. We listened, the council. And that's where the public trust comes in because that's what this whole thing is going to come down to. One word is trust. And we have to have trust between the 3 partners. We have to have the public trust. And the only way to do that is to keep moving forward and getting these issues resolved one after the other to the other until we get to a place where, honestly, within 3 years, we might be able to be moving forward on housing construction if we're thoughtful, deliberate, and we really take our time to get it right. And so the public asked at the time for a few things, but one was they wanted housing. They didn't want an IMAX theater. That was the big thing, and so glad we didn't go for an IMAX theater back in 2019. They also wanted more access for smaller spaces for our local businesses because the spaces now are just too big for locals. And we also wanted protections for the arts facilities that are there. And that's where we are. And I realized that, and I thought, man, we are arguing about all these things, but we don't realize what we've actually been able to accomplish because we listened to the public 6 years ago, and we made the deliberate choice to let downtown, we knew we were going to do this, to stagnate, COVID was a whole unexpected, but we would have still had a stagnated downtown. But we are at the point now, and I think Marge Caffarelli said it, you have a great project at our fingertips. We just need to figure out a way to get it there. It's not perfect. There's more that can be done. And so I am pleased that we're not doing an up or down vote tonight, and we can get it there. And that was huge. And that came with Paul Casey, our previous city administrator. It did an instrumental job in getting us through that, and also making sure that we got the land from the RDA. So there's a lot of things that have gotten us to this point, and it would be a shame if it all blew up and it ended. I don't think that's going to happen. And like I said, I've been around a long time, and to the public, it's like, why should you trust the council? Well, that's a reason that we just went over, that we got here because of it. But there's been other controversial projects. The police station, we've delivered on that. This council has delivered on a project on the police station, and it's worked out. Library Plaza, another one that was controversial. That is the star of downtown right now, and that's what downtown could be. And that all came because we were giving and taking. There was a lot of controversy on them. But there's a lot of successes around there, and this will be the crowning success of all the things we want to do. I was going to, at the early night, go, what would happen if we didn't go through with that? But I don't really think that's necessary at this point, because we really need to focus on what's possible in a positive way and not what's the alternative. I'm going to use one last bad dancing reference. This is to my friends at AB over there. This is like a bad version of Dirty Dancing. We have 3 partners that did not really want to dance together, but were forced to, and now we have to build trust and figure it out. And I think y'all learned a very important lesson in that you tried to flex a little bit, or a lot, and you found out that what happens is nobody puts Santa Barbara in a corner. And so here we are. And what I'm saying now is let's go forward and let's work with everybody. We can do it. I'm actually more encouraged by the comments of my colleagues, and I totally went off the cuff. I had pages and pages of saying I was gonna read tonight, but I don't know. Maybe it was those mushroom drinks, Mayor. So here's my thing. I'm gonna wrap it up here.
Oh, okay, good. We'd like to know.
All right. So here is, I agree that we need to do a charter amendment to remove the 50-year. I don't necessarily know if it needs to be 90, but bring it back, 99. Maybe it's just remove it. Staff will figure it out. Absolutely no on the Lot 2, for a lot of reasons they've already been expressed. So I want to have AB and Shop Off to some degree, but I think it's more AB. We're having these new smaller commercial leasing spaces, so I'd like our city staff to work with partnering with some of our local business professionals, economic professionals, on developing a local business prioritization incentive plan to fill those spaces with local businesses to the extent that we can. It doesn't cost anything, but let's explore that so we can get local businesses in there to the maximum extent practicable. The $300,000 property tax rebate, this gets into the affordable housing, because I am on the same page with everyone. We need more of it, a lot more of it. The $300,000, what I'd like to do is I'd like to get some of those carrots out there. Rather than the $300,000 going right away once the Macy's project is done, is that the $300,000 is conditioned upon the additional affordables being built, so that if they build those additional affordables, you get the $300,000. So that's an incentive for you to build them. If you don't, we just keep it. The Housing Authority, I especially want to thank the Housing Authority. I talked to Rob Fredericks. Before I had read his letter, the Housing Authority, and Pat, I want to thank both of you for speaking. I see you right there. I didn't want to ignore you. The two of you have really worked to give us a solution, because it is true that building those extra units, it's going to be financially difficult. And I've talked to people, developers that we know have accomplished projects, and there is some there. So, but we don't want to just give it away. So I like the in lieu, and I had come to the same conclusion, but the Housing Authority actually put the number. I had gotten in the ballpark, but they actually articulated much better, is the $7 million. I'd like that to be the starting point. because there is a way that you can look at it. And the $7 million for those who, remember, it's the 80 units minus the 24 that are already there, that's 56. There was a gap financing of 125,000, so you multiply that by 56, and you have the $7 million. And that would be, here's the part that I want to put this out there for AB, is if you end up building the affordable units, then that goes away. But if you don't build the affordable units, then you would pay it. And so it gives you an incentive to do it either way. Because I think if you're building the units, that's the best of all worlds for everybody. And I don't think we should add another financial layer that would make it impossible for you to do it and more entice you to walk away. So if we could structure it in that way where it would be that. And then we already talked about just getting in touch with Shop Off like right away, figuring out the whole reciprocal easements, all that. And then it did get brought up, but by some, I am interested in learning more, and perhaps Councilmember Harmon, you can speak to it more, the profit sharing. If the inline mall was ever to get redeveloped, especially that part of it, that we would have some type of thing in there. And that's where I'm at. I think we're at an excellent place to move forward. And it would be a real shame if it ended here, because we're really close. And that's what it takes. And we have a history of these projects almost falling apart, and then we get the best outcome possible. So I hope you guys will stick with us. I think you're getting more positive than I even thought we were going to get. So please send that back to New York and wherever else. And hopefully you can stick with us. And make it timely to come back. We need to, whatever the time frame is, but early next year so we don't lose the momentum. Thanks.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish I could say that I'm going to be brief, but I don't think I will be.
You can be brief. It's okay, really. Nobody's tried it yet, but give it a shot.
Well, I'll just, I guess, start by saying I share a lot of the feelings that have been expressed by my colleagues tonight, both their frustrations and also the hope that they have expressed that we find a path forward for this project. Like Councilmember Jordan, I think he said he doesn't want to spend too much time on how we got here. I also don't want to spend too much time on how we got here, but I do feel compelled to address the process just briefly. We, the council, the community, really have not been brought along with what we see today, and I think this conversation is a result of that. There's a very real feeling, at least from where I sit, that we haven't had sufficient opportunity to weigh in on the specifics, nor to fully investigate the proposal that's before us or its implications. As a result, what we're hearing is deep community concern about and questioning of the level of transparency around this deal. I'm mindful that in our role as council members, we're really trying to strike a very delicate balance between the exigency of business and deal making on the one hand, and the democratic imperatives around community engagement and transparency and buy-in on the other. Finding that balance is not, and it was never going to be easy, but my job as a decision maker, as I see it, at least in large part, is really to make sure that we don't lean too heavily on one side of the ledger or the other to our collective detriment. And I don't think we've gotten the right balance with what's before us tonight. The mechanics of the deal are too complex, the implications too profound, and frankly, the proposal has changed too significantly, too many times for me to get to yes today. But I am heartened by the fact that what I have heard from all of my colleagues so far is that we do have a path to get to yes. I'm really heartened by that. I hope that the AB team is too. And I do want to say to the AB folks directly, I'm looking at you, I know there are other folks who are listening online, what I've said to them before in private, now I'm saying up here from the dais. I continue to believe wholeheartedly that housing at the Paseo Nuevo site is critically necessary. My hope, my sincere hope, is that this partnership ends up in being one of those long sought after but rarely realized win-wins. I want us to get there, and I believe that we can.
In the interest of being brief, I'm going to skip a lot of the other stuff and go straight to what are my 3 concrete asks that are critically important to me in getting to yes. Here are my top 3. There are more, truthfully, but I'll say 3. These are the ones that I think are really my imperatives. First, as others have noted, the reciprocal easement agreement needs to be resolved. Not after the DDA is signed, not at some future date, but right now, before we sign on the dotted line for this DDA or for any other agreement pertaining to these parcels. As Councilmember Santamaria, I think, said, there's been a lot of back and forth about who said what, who was willing to negotiate, which party's really stopping this REA from being resolved. But I want to be just very clear that I don't care about that. I don't have any interest in the blame game, and I'm not interested in excuses. I want this REA amended, and I want the parking issues dealt with. All 3 of these parties are sophisticated actors. So let's do what sophisticated actors do. Let's hop on a call and hash it out. This is a threshold matter for me. I can't say it more clearly. Frankly, this should have been done in 2021 when we had the leverage of the lease extension for lots of reasons. We didn't die on that hill. We didn't take care of it then. And we're all living with the consequences now. I'm not going to make that same mistake again. I want the REA resolved before we approve any other agreements on this site, whether it's an agreement with AB or an agreement with Shop-Off. This is critical. My second point, I just don't support optionality when it comes to the affordable units. I appreciate the creativity, but it just doesn't work for me. Overpromising and under-delivering is not acceptable when it comes to affordability in our community. And I think where this proposal has ended up is just respectfully a bit of a misreading of where we are and where the community is as it pertains to housing development. So I want the optionality removed. As an alternative, I do think that I would be amenable to a meaningful in lieu fee that's sufficient to get the units built. I don't personally want to opine on what that number is today. I'd turn to our affordable housing experts to help us benchmark what is a number that is going to actually allow us to build the units. I think Mr. Fredericks put a number in his letter. So, some conversation to be had around that, whatever that amount is. My intent here, to be very clear, is that an in lieu amount that would be contributed would be sufficient to allow us to get the units built. My third item, I do want to see meaningful opportunity for the city to share in future profits, particularly as it pertains to the inline parcels, as my colleagues have noted. That can look a lot of different ways, and I want to be clear that I personally have a lot of flexibility around how this mechanism works and the specific contours of the arrangement. I do want to be sensitive. I think there's lots of competing concerns, but success downtown has to look like shared success if we're going to really have community buy-in in the long term. So those are my 3 sort of gatekeeping issues. And then finally, I want to propose one additional process measure that I believe, if implemented, is really going to help us to develop the kind of increased transparency and ownership that we need to get to a yes at our next hearing. I'd really like my colleagues to consider creating an ad hoc committee to work with our negotiating team on the next iteration of this deal, to give our staff feedback, to allow our staff to do some temperature taking, to kick around some ideas in real time, so we don't find ourselves at another hearing saying we had no idea what was going on and we didn't participate in this. I propose that this ad hoc committee be made up of 2 council members and 1 planning commissioner. Let's get some sunshine, not just for ourselves, but for our staff as they enter into these negotiations. I'm looking at our staff and I can imagine them thinking this adds a layer of complexity, and I do respect and understand that. But I want to say I think it actually will do the opposite. I think an ad hoc is an essential part of getting us to yes. And I'm just going to throw out my suggestions. I'm not sure that these folks agree with the idea or would accept the appointment. But I was thinking, as I sort of kicked this idea around, that Councilmember Jordan and Councilmember Gutierrez, along with Planning Commissioner Leslie Wiscombe, all three of whom have been in the weeds of Paseo Nuevo for many years, all three of whom have perspective and have their fingers on the pulse of the community, as it were, in very different ways, would be sort of a good cross-section of thoughts and ideas around this, and might be good folks to appoint to this ad hoc. So I hope that my colleagues will consider that and will consider creating an ad hoc and including it in the motion, or I can make a separate motion when the time comes. I'll just close by saying that the projects that we are talking about here really are generational. Their impacts will reverberate for 30, 50, maybe even more years to come. I want to be clear that I am ready to make decisions of that scale and of that import. I'm not afraid to do that when the time comes, but I am committed that the decisions we make are the right ones. So looking forward to the work to come, and thank you to our staff, and thank you to the AB team for the time and energy.
Okay, well, it's been a bit of a marathon. I think everybody could agree with that. I'm a little disappointed tonight because I didn't realize how many people really didn't get the idea of an encumbered lease. I was a commercial landowner. I was a commercial tenant most of my adult life, so I get that stuff implicitly. I understand what that means. I understand what the limitations are. I understand why landlords don't want to necessarily execute long-term leases with people and whatnot. So the idea that there's some value out there we're giving away, I mean, we gave away the property at the parking lot for the housing authority because it was a community benefit. But nobody's used the words given away back then. It was our participation and our cooperation that made that, and our contribution that made that happen. Part of that is here, and what our goal and our drive is with a public entity like this, a public benefit, is to create what we were creating when we first did the Paseo Nuevo, which was downtown vitality and sales tax revenue. And that was the whole purpose behind doing it. Not to become landlords, not to become participants in some future upside. That's not how government property owners work. We don't go out and speculate. It's a different deal. What makes it confusing, I've talked to a ton of very successful commercial property guys in this last 2 weeks about this whole thing. And most of them are going, what are you doing, giving this away? Well, then when I finally walk them through what it takes to get to a surplus lands act property and what the restrictions are, they're going to go, oh yeah, now I get it. So my deal with this, I said this when one of our first hearings, I said, let's not get stuck trying to pick out the curtains here. We need to get housing downtown. Housing, that project is really the light switch we've been looking for to get the downtown back up and running and back on its feet. We need to do that. We've had 5 years of absolute stagnation, probably a couple years before that. We need to get something going on. The amount of housing, yeah, do I trust or not trust their engineers that said you couldn't build over those lots? I don't know. That's not what I do. But it is going to be 233 for AB, another 120 for shop off that don't exist today, plus whatever the affordable is going to be. They don't exist today. Those numbers versus zero. Now, it might not be everything on our Christmas list, but it's something. My fear is equivocation and delay to the point where we kill something again. We've done it before, and that's kind of where the process goes. Now, what are we going to do about these different ideas like the 80 units that were going to be over Lot 2? To me, I don't know what the deal is and why or how that would work out. I would think some kind of a negotiated in lieu fee and not having to do that project would be favorable to me as a developer. I don't know. But I'd like to see, that's something I'd like to direct staff to look at, is some kind of what could be a number to supplant that. Doing affordable housing downtown is great, but you're also doing affordable housing on some of the most valuable land there is. It's hard to do. And it's subsidized housing. It takes a lot of subsidy to do that, whether it's subsidy through the developer, the city, or the other renters that are running on increased markets. It's not that easy to do. I don't want to get rid of Lot 2 either. I feel kind of goofy about that. That's not. Lot 2 is in fact though part of the fee of the Paseo, as is Lot 1 and as Lot 10. So all those things are related into all these things, and those are the complications that everybody doesn't have a grasp on. I guess I've been around it long enough where none of this was news to me. And maybe I talk to these guys enough every day that maybe none of this was a big surprise to me. I do think that we've done a poor job of responding to some of the media coverage in the paper. I think we did, because people got really excited after Josh Molina's first article came out and said, "Oh my God, the city's biting the bullet or doing whatever." It's like so. So we did a poor job of co-communicating. I do think that working with AB as closely as we can is important. I do not agree with doing an ad hoc committee with council members, because as much background experience as I have in commercial business, I don't think that I'm qualified to be in that room and do that. Plus, I don't think I'm not going to want to sign an NDA to go do all those things either. These are very, very delicate operations. I think we're close. I think Eric Friedman's right. I don't think we're as far apart as we sound like we were tonight. And I think we can get there. I do think if we can negotiate a few things, because you've got a residential development downtown that's going to be parked where it doesn't need to be parked. That's a big deal. We talk about parking a lot too. Well, these are new buildings going in. They're going to have their own parking. I think that's a monster deal for us. It's not as many units as we counted on, but it's something. Are they going to revitalize the retail part? Well, it's in their best interest. I would assume they will. So how we do that and get to the REA, Megan's right. We need to get everybody in the same room. I don't know how you facilitate that.
And Councilmember Harmon and I had chatted a little bit about this concept, and it's not having the ad hoc committee in the room negotiating. It's for the staff team to go meet with the ad hoc committee and say, okay, here's some ideas we're floating around, to bounce and then go back and negotiate.
I can see that with communication. What I don't want to do is get into a thing like we did with the SSAC. We get into Brown Act situations and whatnot, and that produced nothing. So we don't want to complicate this deal more than the deal is already complicated. And getting these three parties together to come to, because none of us can move forward without the other two. We've said that a few times tonight. So getting that REA done, whichever we can. There may be some chicken and egg in that. Mr. Henschke, is there a problem with trying to get the REA nailed before we do the DDAs?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad to hear you say that. So if we can get these parties together, because like I said, the whole deal, this is a big waste of time if the three parties can't get together and at least get that done, right? Because it doesn't go anywhere. So I think that we have a good opportunity in front of us. I think we have the ability to be a partner with somebody who has some substance. And people go, well, it's a big corporation, got a lot of money. Well, good. The chances are they'll be able to get out of a few financial difficulties that maybe other people, as you look around at some of these projects today that are fallow because nobody can get the financing. That's going on a lot right now. So let's partner with these guys. Let's move this, but let's not let this die on the vine. Let's not get too far in the weeds where we make something that isn't perfect, not good because it's not perfect. Let's get something done. The downtown needs something to happen. We've been fallow for almost a decade in the mall. We've been followed on the State Street itself. We need to turn this around. This is the center of Santa Barbara. This was our highest tax revenue collecting area. Let's get there again. Let's get there soon. It's good for everybody. The fees we raise, i.e. the taxes we raise, will serve those other programs we want to do around town. Let's get busy with the economy and let's get back to it. So with that, I think Ms. Ned would like to make a motion.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I just want to echo, too, I'm really encouraged by how much in agreement we are about wanting to move forward and the things that we would like to see. I want to make two motions. The first one, to direct staff to draft a charter amendment allowing the city to extend leases up to 99 years for city-owned assets. And I think it's possible that this could be on the June primary ballot. But the motion will be to direct staff to draft a charter amendment allowing the city to extend leases up to 99 years for city-owned assets. That was a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm happy to second that, but I'm looking at our city attorney. Do we have to direct staff to come back, or can we make that motion?
Well, council members, Harmon, obviously it would come back, and you're just directing staff to really look into drafting a charter amendment. I mean, you're not directing the language of the charter amendment, so it's really just directing staff to look into that and bring it back.
We're trying to cure a future problem, not this problem, so.
That's,
Yeah,
that works.
Second.
I'm sure that'll be fine. Mr. Friedman?
Just a question. I think you kind of answered it, Ms. Connect, but I've been talking about this with Ms. McAdoo, and there is a difference between removing the 50-year versus implementing a 99-year. And so I'd like to get some understanding of the difference between the two, because
We can come back.
removing the 50-year might serve our needs better than replacing it with a 99-year. So I just want to make sure that we're doing this right.
Yeah, and I think that would be helpful, is just to give staff the flexibility to bring the options back, because and I'm sure Ms. Flynn would be happy to tell you about, a challenge with a 99-year ground lease is you end up in the same situation as a 50-year ground lease. You get to year 60 and you have 30 years left, and then there's not an incentive to recapitalize. So I think there's that's why if every lease has to come back to council for approval or extension, versus we just can't do anything, it's a much better outcome for.
So can we do that as a direct staff?
To explore the
Instead, would
charter
that be okay
amendment
with the
to
motion
remove the
maker?
50-year.
Right, to
yeah,
remove the 50-year
50-year lease
limitation.
requirement.
And
Okay.
we
So
would bring
moved.
back the options.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
so that's a first and a second on that motion, which is basically to direct staff to come back with the information about extending or getting rid of the 50-year, or whatever that means, right?
Correct, that's my understanding.
You got that? Okay. Shall we have a vote on that, please?
Okay, this is a motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, to direct staff to return with information about a charter amendment to remove the 50-year lease requirement. Okay? Please go ahead and vote.
Let her rip. Passes unanimously, thank you. Now, I'm wondering on the second part, we have given direction to staff. We're not doing an up or down vote, if I read my colleagues correctly.
Correct.
Correct.
Do you need something further, or the direction that you have?
I mean, I think
I have
that
another motion too.
I have heard some consensus around certain items that were spoken by a majority of council members. I think the question of the ad hoc committee is probably one, if that's something that is of interest. But I think, like, if I was just going to have to sort of say some of the things that I've heard, the negotiating the REA, more affordable units, whatever that looks like, required affordable units. And then the inline retail parcels and what happens, sort of, what does that look like? Does the city have more of a role in it, either from an upside or like in an approval process? Those were like the ones that I think I heard more than 4 members of council all express support for.
Okay, well, then I would think that with the council's pleasure, we could leave it at direction to staff to come back to us at the, however you want to schedule that, Ms. McAdoo, and go forward. I do have a couple of lights on for comment. Ms. Harmon, did you?
I still had another motion from before.
Is it, okay, but I mean,
Yeah.
can we do comments on this and come back to your motion?
Sure.
Okay. Ms. Harmon?
Thank you. So I just wanted to put out there that I think the ad hoc committee is a good opportunity for increased transparency and engagement. As Ms. McAdoo said, it doesn't, you're not going to be signing an NDA, though again, NDAs aren't that big of a deal.
So you won't be directly with the parties, you'll be with staff who will be with the parties. Okay, that makes
Before and
sense.
after. So
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, if I could make one comment on the ad hoc committee that you suggested 2 members of council and 1 member of planning commission, would turn that into a Brown Act committee. So I don't know if that's your intention, is to make it a Brown Act.
ideally not.
required
I mean, I
ad
just
hoc,
want
or
some
Just a
feedback.
regular ad hoc committee would be 3 members of council. And then it wouldn't have to be a Brown Act committee, as long as it wasn't set by resolution or ordinance and it wasn't a standing committee. It was just for this one.
Is the inclusion of the planning commissioner what turns it into a Brown
Yes.
Act committee?
So what about, who's the liaison to planning commission? Mike? So if we made Mike part of the committee,
You had suggested.
And also, because it's not on the agenda tonight, I think, again, that's a direction to staff
Okay,
to,
come back with-
prepare a formation kind of, or consider formation of an ad hoc committee, and then come back with who the members might be,
Right.
that.
Thank
kind
you.
of-
Yeah, I appreciate that. So I would move that we direct staff to come back to allow us to form an ad hoc committee. And just to give a bit of direction, no, my intention is not to create a Brown Act committee or to further complicate a complicated process, just simply to provide pathways for sunshine and transparency. So I'll ask for a second on that motion.
I'll second it. Just a question when it comes back. It can be just two, right? You don't have to have three.
It can be two.
Okay. So it can be two, because that
Yeah.
might be something to discuss.
Yeah,
Okay.
it might be superior, so good recommendation, thank you. Shall we vote on that?
I'll state what I heard, but please correct and clarify. Motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Friedman, to direct staff to return with information regarding an ad hoc committee for the topic.
Setting up an ad hoc committee.
Set,
Just wanna make
with
sure that we can
information
set it up at
regarding
that.
setting
Yeah.
up. Got it. One moment. To direct staff to return with information regarding setting up an ad hoc committee for this topic. Very good. Go ahead and vote, please.
I have a comment to that motion.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Before the vote?
That's why my light's on.
Okay.
So I don't want to unreasonably stand in the way of AB and how they're going to view about this when they go home and talk to their AB people. I mean, so does come back to you mean in the next 2 weeks, January, February, March? What does that mean?
So I just had a question, because I haven't been a part of forming an ad hoc committee here, but could the council give authority to the mayor to make the appointments to the ad hoc committee? I mean, it seems weird to me that we'd have to come back for forming an ad hoc committee if the council's directed.
We've done that in the past.
The mayor directs to just sort of make the appointments, then we wouldn't have to come back?
No, I think that would be fine.
Okay,
Can
so.
we do that tonight?
Yeah, do that tonight so that the
But
council
it's-
would basically direct the mayor to appoint the 3 members of the ad hoc committee.
Yeah, I would suggest this direct staff to work with the mayor to appoint
Appoint the
members to
3.
an ad hoc committee.
Okay, let's do that then,
Okay.
because this isn't a decision-making body, it's
It's simply advisory to staff. yeah.
Right.
Because then that would allow us to move forward more quickly.
Okay, so we
Yeah.
can talk about that in the morning?
Yep.
Just- Yeah. We'll talk about it in the morning.
Well, we have to vote, though. I think because we just changed the motion, right?
All right.
Yes.
Now we good, Mike?
Do we have to change the motion then?
Yes,
what's
that
the-
was a change to the motion.
We have to accept it.
Okay.
Hopefully you'll take my
so,
input, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor and Council, let me repeat what I have then. Motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Friedman, to direct staff to work with the mayor to appoint members of an ad hoc committee for the topic. Go ahead and vote, please.
Passed unanimously, thank you. And, okay, now we have Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're back up after that, Mike? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Rouse. So then I would like to also make a motion to direct staff to begin work on a ballot measure implementing a commercial vacancy tax.
Second.
Does that relate to tonight?
So one of the things I would recommend on that, because it is a significant lift,
Yeah.
and it's not directly related to tonight's agenda item, we have the strategic plan coming back on December 16th, so maybe it comes up as part of that discussion, because I think once we see the work plans that we have the charter amendment in and of itself, I think, is probably the more important thing for all of the housing projects that we're trying to move forward, if I was going to prioritize the two from a staff perspective. But I don't want to completely derail the commercial vacancy tax. So I just think looking at it in the context of everything that's on the December 16th strategic plan, work plan, and bring it up as part of that
Ms. Mayor,
discussion.
I would agree with Ms. McAdoo's interpretation of that, the commercial vacancy tax is not directly related to what is on the agenda tonight. Whereas, the ad hoc committee is more related. This is really a separate thing that should be brought at the appropriate time.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I will make the comment that I'd like to see that included. So without that, then I think I will add to my comments that I would really like a robust analysis of what happens if it is intentionally left fallow.
Okay. All righty. Now, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kelly, I just either didn't hear or you didn't recite back pulling Lot 2 off the list.
Sorry, that, yes,
Right?
that was the other,
clearly
yes.
one where there were more than 4 of us,
Pulling
right?
Lot 2, more affordable units,
Okay.
negotiate all of the REA. Yes.
Thanks.
Yes, got that.
Okay, very good. So with that, we have staff has this direction. I think we beat that horse until it just died in the barn. Anything else, so we can close that item out? All right, very good. Mayor Pro Tem Friedman is going to stand in for me for the balance. I've got to.
So the mayor is leaving, so does everyone want to just power through, or do we need a 5-minute break? Power through? 5-minute break. I'm hearing it from the left side, 5-minute break. review, and I will turn it over to Mr. DiMartini. Take us away, please.
Thank you, members of the City Council. Good evening. My name is Keith DiMartini, the city's finance director. I'm here with Natalia Glusik, the city's budget manager, and Natalie Licoli, the city's controller. We're going to present an overview of the first quarter financial review for fiscal year 2026. There are multiple recommendations before you today. First is just to simply hear a report of the status of revenues and expenditures in relation to the 3 months ending September 30th, receive the interim financial statements for those 3 months, adopt a resolution, which is effectively will approve of the proposed first quarter adjustments to revenue and expenditure appropriations. There's a detailed budget adjustment list in the attachment to the council agenda report. Also adopt a resolution of amending the position salary control resolution related to a few position and salary changes that staff is proposing. And then the large topic for the evening is to provide direction to staff regarding the proposed revenue and generating expenditure control options to help us balance our general fund budget in fiscal year 2026 and in the forecast for fiscal year 2027. So the agenda will be focusing primarily on the general fund overview tonight. We are going to not present on the enterprise funds. The information is in your packet, but just for the sake of time, if you have any questions, we'll be able to answer those, of course. We will provide an overview of those budget adjustments and the proposed position changes, and then also talk about those budget balancing options as part of the general fund topic as well. So as we've done in the past, we'll first focus on our general fund multi-year forecast. This is a graph that the council and public have seen before. It shows our revenues in the solid red, our revenues in the dotted green line, our revenues in the solid red line. And so you can see that we were able to pretty closely balance our budget in fiscal year 2026 with the budget as it related to really the first full year of implementation of the Measure I sales tax measure that the voters approved about a year ago. But as you can see, we continue to have some budget balancing challenges with our expenditures growing at a greater rate than our revenue growth. And you can see that gap only widens as the years go on. And so that really was the impetus, knowing that we will continue to be in some of these challenging budget situations, to look at additional ways of either generating revenue or controlling our expenses or both to help us balance our budget going forward. This table here is a table representation of the graph that we just presented on the prior slide. It shows our revenues over the last couple of years into the current year in the adopted budget, and then our forecast going forward. We always forecast out 5 years, and you can see our expenditures as well. And you can see that our deficits do grow as the years go on. And what I will highlight to council on this graph, on this table, is that the outlook has actually gotten a little bit more unfavorable with the adoption of recent labor MOUs, primarily for our public safety employees. The cost of implementing those MOUs is a little bit more than what was assumed in the budget for fiscal year 2026 and fiscal year 2027. And so the expenses will be growing with all else being equal. This slide here shows pie charts for our general fund revenues and expenditures. A couple major takeaways on this slide is that we do have a diverse set of revenue streams in the general fund, which is really good. We're not solely reliant on one or two revenues. We do have a healthy amount of property tax, sales tax, transient occupancy tax, and other revenues to help us fund our critical general fund services. On those expenses, you can see that the vast majority of our general fund revenues pay for staff. It funds salaries and benefits of the men and women that work for this city to provide those essential services to the community. But it also does pay for some capital projects, equipment, supplies, and services, and the like. So let's focus on the general fund. This is the table of where we stand through the first 3 months of the current fiscal year 2026. I want to highlight just a few things that are noteworthy here. Again, we are on target. Our projection is actually a little bit more unfavorable, as I mentioned a little bit earlier. The adopted budget called for the use of $1.6 million of reserves, as you can see in that first column on the upper table for general fund. We are projecting that we'll actually end up with a deficit of $6.8 million. The expenditure line does show the assumption of the continued reserve contribution that we've talked about earlier. You will see that through the quarter one, the unfavorable amount of $14.1 million, that is known and expected for a couple of reasons. First, we don't get our first property tax distribution from the county until December. And so the first 3 months of the fiscal year don't show any property tax revenue. That is known, that is expected, nothing to worry about. The other thing I'll note here, on the Measure C table at the bottom, you'll see that the revised budget expenditure line of $75 million is much greater than the adopted budget, and that's primarily due to the expenditure appropriation carry forward from prior year budgets into the current fiscal year. With Measure C, it's all capital. We have to have all of that money in place before we can start on a construction project. And so it's very common that we will carry forward a substantial amount of money going forward. So now let's focus on our general fund taxes. Again, on the first line here, you'll see our property tax at 0. Again, that's expected. We'll get our first distribution from the county in December. I will highlight, though, that sales tax is coming in a little bit light. At 25% of the way through the fiscal year, we're showing a little bit of light sales tax revenue, both for sales tax, Bradley and Burns, Measure C, and Measure I, all three of those. TOT is coming in a little bit stronger here, but it's seasonal in nature. TOT is always really strong in July and August, and so it's expected that that comes in really strong. It will slow down as we move into the winter months. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Licoli.
Thank you, Mr. DeMartini. Good evening, council member. The short-term rental program has been in place for 2 years. Based on the result for the first quarter, we can reasonably project that the source of revenue will exceed the fund received in fiscal year 25. The general fund expenditure. This slide summarizes the general fund expenditure for both adopted and revised budget, along with the preliminary quarter one result and comparison to the revised budget, as well as the fiscal year 26 projection. The general government spent 20% of revised budget, slightly below forecast. Projection is in line with revised budget with a slight reduction in expenditure for the HR department due to change in positions. Public safety used 23% of its budget, or show a total spending for $24.5 million at the end of the first 3 months of this new fiscal year. The police, the total expenditure is $14.2 million and project to stay in line with revised budget based on current vacancy trends. Projection may change with additional hiring through the fiscal year. The fire department spent $10.3 million, or 24% of its revised budget. The fire department increased its projected spending by $3.5 million due to personal expenditure to meet contract negotiation obligation. Next slide. Then we have the community services that ended the first quarter below both revised and adopted budget. The park and recreation expenses are mainly cost of revenue. At the end of the first quarter, the department spent 24% of revised budget and do not project to make changes at this time. The library, at the mark of the 3 months, 20% of revised budget was spent. The library is now in full operational capacity after closure and repair during the fiscal year 24 and 25. Public Work spent $3.3 million, or 22% of its budget. The department projects a slight reduction by $128,000 due to salary and benefits saving from staff turnover. Sustainability and Resilience manage 3 major projects. They have the Emergency Remediation Project, the Lot 12 Environmental Remediation, and the removal of storage tank adjacent to the stern raft. This last project was initially targeting the removal of 3 tanks, but a geophysical survey indicated that there are actually 6 storage tanks to be removed. New estimated costs will be available in January, and at this point, expenditure will need to be readjusted. Currently, the department uses 18% of its revised budget. Community development spent $3.6 million, or 21% of revised budget. The community development anticipates a saving for almost $1 million, primarily in salaries and benefits. So for this end of the first quarter, general fund expenditure is at 55.9 million, or 20% of revised budget. It includes Measure C and non-departmental expenditure that are transferred from the general fund to other fund. The transfer to Fund 3010, which is for Measure C, support various capital improvement and project. So on that note, I will turn it over to Mrs. Gluzak, who will speak on the next slide.
Thank you, Ms. Lecoli. So we have given some original direction to our departments to try and look at what we are going to do about this growing deficit that we have. Thank you. We originally gave direction to look for any kind of new revenue sources or tweaks that we can make to existing revenue sources to leverage those better, and also to look for efficiencies either in the way that we are structured, where we are charging out of, et cetera, looking for additional funding sources and just general efficiencies. Out of that exercise came well over 200 individual ideas from our departments, of which I'm very, very appreciative. You will see those detailed on one of the attachments to the council agenda in your council packet today. We took that to the Finance Committee, who made recommendation for their top 5 and bottom 5, essentially, to say these are the things we'd like you to, we'd recommend to prioritize, and also things that we're not terribly enthusiastic about. And so we are as staff prioritizing the things that we are going to be directed by you as council members as the priorities. We're also continuing to work on the other suggestions that are on there to test their viability, find out how much they really can yield, and whether we can actually do them or there will be a benefit. And as we continue with this process, we will continue to report back to you on our progress with it and where we're getting it. So if you refer to the slide, you'll see those highest 5 priorities. One of those was to look into the cannabis excise tax that was originally approved to go up to 20%. That is the limit that the voters approved. I believe we're currently at 6%, excuse me. We're at 6% tax on those spaces. So we're looking at the viability of raising that up to the limit, not necessarily to it, but going up to that limit, and also to consider additional revenue generating sales opportunities within the cannabis space. Another priority was to initiate a poll to assess the viability of possible new tax revenue measures for the 2026 November ballot. These included rate increases on real property transfer taxes, transient occupancy tax, and utility user tax, and also a possible parcel tax. We were also directed to analyze any kind of recreational vehicle camping down at the waterfront, so it's being able to rent space for your RVs down at the waterfront as a way to generate more revenue. The lowest priorities that the Finance Committee does not want us to pursue were any kind of library closures or reduced hours of operations. There were 2 different options for that we were directed not to pursue. Also with the short-term rentals throughout the city to generate additional revenue and via the transient occupancy tax. Excuse me, it's a little late, my mouth isn't working anymore. But not to pursue those short-term rentals throughout the city, and then also not to increase the parking fees. And with that, I will turn it over to Director Martini.
Great, thank you so much. And so as I said earlier, we'll just skip the enterprise funds. The information is in your packet. Just for the sake of time, the focus on today's presentation will be on the general fund, but if anybody has any questions later. So I'm just going to give a quick high-level overview of the proposed budget amendments. They're listed here, and again, there's a detailed attachment to your council agenda report, which itemizes every budget adjustment that staff is recommending. The first one, and probably the most important to the general fund, is that in the fire department, we are seeking additional appropriation authority up to $3.5 million of salary and benefit expenses, and this is related to the additional cost in the department related to their labor MOU for fire personnel. Again, cost increases in addition to what was assumed in the fiscal year 2026 adopted budget. And so this is necessary to be able to comply with the obligations of that MOU. It contributes to the additional deficit that staff is projecting at this time. So I really wanted to highlight that and make sure that the City Council is aware of that item before you today. And then there are a few other smaller items that I'm highlighting here related to estimated revenue, related to AMR, and then some non-general fund items related to the Street Grant Capital Fund, and then on the airport side as well. But again, there's a very detailed list of every budget adjustment being proposed before you today in your council agenda report. And also on a quarterly basis, we present and recommend position and salary changes. This slide here summarizes them. In the council agenda report itself, it describes each of these in detail. First is a position reclassification of an Assistant City Attorney 5 position to a new position called the Chief Assistant City Attorney. In the Public Works Department, a reclassification from a Facilities Maintenance Superintendent to a Supervising Engineer. And then there are a number of position salary adjustments that are being proposed and are required due to compaction. And so there's a salary adjustment in order to achieve a salary differential between a lower level position to a sort of a subordinate position to the actual position. And so a compaction salary adjustment is required on those positions. So that really concludes our presentation. Again, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. The last attachment in your packet today lists all of the budget proposals to help us balance our budget going forward. Staff is here from all departments, whether here in person in council chambers or remotely, and are able to answer questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DiMartini and staff. Are there any questions? I see Member Jordan.
Thank you. On just that slide on continuation or considerations for from the Finance Committee on highest priorities. So you list a whole bunch of taxes in there, 4 or 5 types of taxes, and increase in cannabis tax and blah, blah, blah. Was the context of that discussion to resolve the prior page's deficits, or the context to chase those for new programs or funding for things that don't exist right now?
Councilmember Jordan, the context of the conversation was to help us solve our current budget problems, budget challenges in the general fund for what we are existing funding, what programs we're existing to fund.
Okay, thanks.
Member Stead?
Thank you. I think I'm a little bit confused. There's attachment 5, and it has all the different tiers of recommendations. And then it says not recommended at this time is increased TOT from 12% to 14%. But is that not something we're pursuing?
Yes, Councilmember Sneddon. So as Ms. Glusick described earlier, in order to sort of help categorize and prioritize the list of over 200 items, we bucketed them into tiers. And so tier 1 were ones that staff felt could be implemented fairly easily without much sort of due diligence and a lot of work, fairly easier recommendations to implement. Tier 2 are ones that we still think are worthy, but may take a little bit more time to implement. And then tier 3 were ones that staff want to keep on the list. We're recommending to keep on the list, but may take even more time to implement, maybe beyond the 1 to 2 year budget timeframe that we're talking about here, or may take a more longer process. It doesn't mean that we weren't recommending it. And then we went through the Finance Committee process, and Finance Committee clearly gave direction to staff that they were interested in pursuing a TOT measure.
And I will just say the other thing, we talked internally, just kind of given the feedback we've heard from the hotel community already, that pursuing the real property transfer tax at this time might be a better option versus the TOT. So I think that's also why staff had put the TOT kind of a lower tier, really to focus on potentially the real property transfer tax increase. And then obviously, as Mr. DiMartini had said, when we went to Finance Committee, the direction was to explore all of them.
So then I guess for today, my question is, are you looking for confirmation that what Finance Committee recommended? Where does the TOT today? Is it a recommended action today? Would we be voting on that today?
So the way I understand it, so the Finance Committee, we wanted to get the assessment of these taxes through a poll. And so we included the TOT as part of that so we could get more information on whether or not to pursue it or not. So that would be the recommendation, is to include it as part of the poll.
Okay, thank you. So this is just things to include in a poll.
Correct.
We're not deciding today on which one of these to pursue?
Correct. The second bullet point was to put in the poll, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And then this might be a good time to ask, on the break, I think we had a little update. So, commercial vacancy tax, because it has the word tax, and I realize it's not a revenue generator, but could you just talk a little bit about that? And I see Mr. Baudet in the audience too, who.
Yeah, so I think, the staff has already done a pretty significant analysis of a sort of vacant property tax or commercial property tax commercial vacancy tax when the team went through the Vision 2030 exercise, looked at the different revenue measures, and that was when the Measure I sales tax increase was pursued. And so I think, in the meantime, there has been work done on a vacant property maintenance ordinance, which a lot of cities have used in lieu of a commercial property or vacancy tax, sort of trying to get to the point of we want commercial property owners to maintain their properties, we want to create some incentives for leasing, and creating a tax has only been used by a handful of cities, and it hasn't, the vacancy tax hasn't been shown to be completely effective, and it's also pretty burdensome to administer. And so I think that's where we're looking at an alternative. And that ordinance, the DSBIA Land Use Committee has been looking at the draft and working on feedback around that. So I think that is something that is on our work plan. So I think bringing that back to council for a discussion to see if that meets the council's interest and intent, we could always start with that, and then if that doesn't meet everyone's interest, then we could always move forward with the tax at a later point.
That's great. Then I'm really glad that motion did not end up happening on the last item. So thank you. I appreciate that, because what we really want is the behavioral change. But so I think I'm still missing some fundamental piece here. If we do the poll of what it is it going to close that gap?
Not entirely.
Okay.
So we still have,
then
that's
what
why
do
we
we
have this,
do?
we have the other things on the list that we'll continue to pursue.
Okay. Okay. So what we're doing today is approving the changes in salaries and approving go ahead and do a poll.
Yeah, Councilmember Sinton, if I may, what we're looking for is the city council's direction on if you agree with the finance committee recommendations. We're looking for council affirmation of that. If any council member has any item on the list of 200 that you'd like to identify as a priority so that staff can work on that in earnest sooner rather than later, that's direction that we would like to receive from council today. If there's something on that list of over 200 that a council member says, no, we absolutely do not want you to work on that for some reason, we also want to know that. We also know that council may not give us any feedback on a large number of them because there are so many. That does not mean that we're not going to work on them. We still believe that the vast majority of those items we think are valuable and will add value to this organization to pursue them. We will work on them. It's just we're looking for prioritization from council today and just sort of your direction to support or not support certain items.
Okay. This was just questions, right? Do we comment yet? No, okay.
Okay, any other questions? Is there any public comment? Not seeing any in chambers. Is there anybody online that wishes to speak?
No, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll close public comment, and who wants to start deliberations? Well, so let me frame it. I see member Harmon, but we'll frame it like this. So just in terms of the agenda report, there's items A through D, which we do need to vote on. Those are the staff recommendations. And then item E is advisory. And item E is provide direction to staff regarding the revenue generating and expenditure control options. and that's the 200. So we can give our comments on that. So, and that one we don't actually need to vote on. It's more giving staff direction based on this. What do you want to see prioritized? What do you want to take off? Do you agree with the finance? Do you want to add anything or delete anything? So if we can kind of frame it in that form. So Member Harmon, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, I support staff recommendations A through D. Appreciate it. Thank you for just your continued excellent work stewarding our city's finances. I'm just going to make hopefully some brief comments about slide 13. I want to first just say what a robust process this has been, both from the staff side and also for us at Finance Committee. It was 2 hearings, public comment at both, like just really great conversation. I was very pleased with the way that this process was run and really grateful for the profound amount of work. I mean, I think there's so many options. The first day I couldn't even read it, like the font was too small for me. And so I think that just is illustrative of what incredible work was done. So and I know it's Ms. McAdoo, Mr. DiMartini, your staff, folks from across the organization. So I really want to acknowledge that. And I want to specifically acknowledge, in terms of my own thinking about opportunities for revenue generation, in particular our SEIU general unit, Zach Smith, folks who do their jobs day in and day out and are also thinking critically about the health of the organization and how we move it forward in a way that's financially healthy, that benefits our whole community and our employees. And I think it's a testament to their commitment to this organization that they were so engaged with questions of how do we right the ship, as it were. So I really did, I was remiss in not acknowledging them in my comments at Finance Committee, and I wanted to make sure that I did that here today. And in particular to say that there are a couple of items that I had glossed over fully on that super long list, that it wasn't until I had a long conversation with Mr. Smith representing a lot of the feedback from the general unit that I said, oh wait, that is something we should really be prioritizing, in particular increasing the cannabis excise tax, which to me is such low-hanging fruit, and I'm so sensitive to regressive taxation. This is not that. It's a luxury item. I want to be very clear. We're not talking about prescription or medicinal cannabis. It's purely recreational, and the law allows us to do this increase. So I think it's that collective effort is so valuable to this city. I would have missed that, frankly. I wasn't even thinking about it. And so it was on the list. The numbers were there. There were so many things. And so that was really, really valuable to me. And thank you, Zach, and thank you to the entire general unit. I support everything on this slide 13, except, and I want to be very clear because I did not support this at Finance. Well, I supported it coming here. I will not support it moving forward. I don't want to consider additional revenue-generating sales opportunities for cannabis. I don't want to consider consumption lounges. I support my colleagues' interest in exploring that and very much respect that people have different perspectives. I was clear at Finance, and I just want to be clear here that I will be a no if that comes before us. But other than that, this is reflective of our conversation, and I'm very grateful that we're having it. Thank you.
Member Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Friedman. Thank you to our staff, especially all of you who have stayed so long today to be able to bring this forward to our full council. I want to encourage my colleagues to take a look at everything that is listed here on slide 13 and keep an open mind, because we are in times that we need to look at all of our options and we need to make informed decisions about whether or not we can pursue anything, even looking at things like the recreational vehicle camping at the waterfront parking lots. Like, we need to analyze if we can even do that. What type of revenue will it generate, right? And so I think that for any of these things, if you are inclined of saying no to something, I would ask you to consider at least hearing information about it. I think we would be remiss to not explore all of our options and to do our due diligence before saying yes or no in any one way. For myself, as a member of Finance Committee, I supported all of these things. I posed the question about the cannabis excise tax on, for one, what would it look like for the existing cannabis businesses for their sales tax to go up from 6 to 20%, or their cannabis tax, excuse me. What would it look like for them to go up to 20%? What would it look like for them to go up to 12, up to 50, whatever it is, right? Because at the end of the day, we are going to eventually, we may reach a tipping point in which we are taxing people out of a business. And so that may be a discussion that we need to have if there's folks on this council that want to do away with the cannabis industry, and this is this could also help to do that, then I think it'd be important to just be clear about that. If what we're looking for is just for it to generate revenue, that's another conversation that we need to have. But we also don't have that many cannabis businesses in the city, and I'm seeing our staff nodding. And so I think it's important that we look at the health of our budget holistically and not necessarily get bogged down by personal beliefs of whether we believe in cannabis as recreational or medicinal or not. Like, that we're not opening up that debate again. The city dealt with that years ago. We don't need to get into that. But what we do need to get into is getting creative and working with our existing industries to figure out how do we increase the revenue for everybody. We can get a slice of that in the tax, but not necessarily tax the industries out of existence. I will say I personally asked to consider additional revenue generating sales opportunities for cannabis because I have seen in other tourist economies that these have been lucrative and they've been things that some tourists, can gravitate towards, and even local folks. It's, really the same thing as what you would consider a bar being, which we have so many of. But I think it's, again, important for us to hear from our staff and let our staff do the work of exploring all of these options. And along the same route of that line of thinking, the waterfront parking lot and turning that into possible recreational vehicle camping, like, that's something also that folks were a little bit like, wait, why are we doing? I, again, encourage everybody to keep an open mind. We need to look at, this might actually be fairly lucrative to the city or not. And we need to also look into not just how lucrative something's going to be, but also how is our community going to feel impacted? We need to do a sort of community assessment on that and make sure that these things that we are proposing are going to be not only generating revenue, but also something that the community can get behind, because otherwise, it's just going to create a mess. But I would encourage that we vote on the priorities as they are and maybe add others that folks feel like we missed. But I do feel very, very strongly about not reducing our library closures, hours of operations, and then the short-term rentals, starting to allow those to pop up more and more again to generate additional TOT just does not seem like a good idea, where we're going to be trading in long-term rental units for a few bucks from the TOT just doesn't seem right. And I too, while I very much support us pulling all of these different taxes, it does seem to make more sense to prioritize a real property transfer tax than a transient occupancy tax, simply by measure of how much revenue it would bring in for the city. And also because, like the cannabis tax, the transient occupancy tax is one of those taxes that we need to have a very careful balance, where if we tax our hotel industry too much, we're going to run them out of business. And those are the things that we need to take care of in every industry, for every business, making sure that it's a balanced approach. Thank you.
All right, Member Stedden.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I agree with taking off the additional revenue generating sales opportunities. I I just feel like that would be consistent with how we voted on that in the past, and I don't really see it wanting to expand it. And the initiating the poll, could you give me details about real property transfer tax?
So it's basically, as a charter city, we have the ability, this is when a property sells, and it is basically a dollar figure per $1,000 of assessed valuation. And so typically, I know Los Angeles just did this recently, they call it colloquially a mansion tax. So basically on properties that are above a certain value, sales value, that the increased tax rate would only apply to those properties. So right now, I think our citywide real property transfer fee is at the state minimum, which is 50 cents per thousand, is that right? 55 cents per $1,000 of assessed valuation. But, even taking it to, $4 or $5 or, and again, it's only on transfers when properties are sold. It's part of the sales transaction, and you could basically put it at thresholds at a higher level of sale.
And does it ever happen that it's a disincentive to sell something that's sitting empty? Like, oh, I might as well just hold on to it because I don't want to pay this tax?
That's usually not it's not enough of a dollar figure that it makes that much of a difference, especially at higher home price.
And this would be
Price
for
points.
that threshold higher?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
when we looked at, it's 2.5 million was that the average sales price in the city? Sorry, I should just let you do this, Keith. $2.5 million is the average sale price in the city. So we were looking at if we put it on $3 million homes and above.
Okay.
So basically, it would be only those that are well above the average home sale price.
And then for analyzing recreational vehicle camping at the waterfront, are there maybe other places that might be considered too, or is this just specific to waterfront?
I know we have our waterfront director online. I don't know if he wants to unmute himself and answer that question.
This is Council's Mike Wilshire, Waterfront Director. I can't necessarily speak to other city locations such as parks or whatnot, but we have been looking at possible locations throughout waterfront parking lots and kind of narrowing it down as it gets a little more serious. So I can speak to the waterfront that there are kind of one or two ideal-ish locations, but I can't speak to other locations in the city.
Okay.
I think particularly because I think Director Wilshire had seen this happen in other city jurisdictions where harbors or waterfronts had put in RV camping, and it was very successful and very popular because there's really not many waterfront campsites up and down the coast. It also, meets the Coastal Commission goals of low-cost accommodation, so helps us in that front as well.
Okay, thank you. And then I also agree with making these lowest priorities, not recommending, definitely not library closures or reduced hours. We just got those back. And then allowing short-term rentals throughout, no. I mean, it's very consistently no. Definitely no on increasing parking fees. So I agree with all those as low priorities. I had a question about, there was something in there about move a city attorney office to City Hall and create hoteling space for city council members.
Should I answer that?
What's that about?
So basically, currently, we lease the office space for the city attorney's office. Other cities do not have full-time offices for each council member, so there'd basically be maybe one or two offices that council members could use when they needed it, when they were having meetings or wanted to be in the office. And that would, I think the lease payment is about $300,000 a year that we pay over at the other building where the city attorney's office is. So.
And Councilmember Sutton, that our leases don't expire until I think mid-2027 is what we just figured out. So nothing would happen for, a year and a half anyway.
Well, I am in favor of, it does seem like a huge space for the city attorney's office, but the city council office seems like too small of a space, actually, for attorney-client privilege kind of things or conversations.
Right, yeah, we do
so-
need a fair amount of space for offices, so that, the council chamber, or the council offices would have to be sort of redesigned somehow to accommodate more offices, and a conference room. But there's a conference room there, so.
Yeah, okay. Not sure how I feel about that one. Don't know exactly. And then adding in lieu fees, or the in lieu fees study, or where does that fit in? Been here all day.
Yes, thank you. Allison DeVos, Community Development Director. In terms of, so the in lieu fee study is still being prepared. We hope to get it to council early next year. Planning Commission first, then to City Council. But in terms of, I wouldn't consider that true, it's not revenue generating.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, because it's, okay. Cost recovery then, or is it cost recovery? Yeah, okay. Those are all my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I am in favor of staff recommendation, but I was wondering if you could just ask you to research this. I'm not saying I'm condoning it or in any way, but the psilocybin, I know other communities have looked into it, so I'm just asking you all to research it. Thank you.
I believe that's my favorite thing, mushrooms. You make one mushroom joke about a drink that's not even psychedelic, and you get stuck with that moniker. But Member Jordan.
Saw your face on an advertisement. So, I don't know. Better watch out. Don't see anything I don't like. I'm actually just having fun with things that I might have talked about over the years. To me, you know, when you're talking highest priorities, in addition to the items on attachment 5, but highest priorities, there's some pretty big tickets on the list that aren't on that screen, and that's like events and festivals, increase in events and festivals anywhere, not just at West Beach, but just anywhere in the city structure. And, you know, there's there's a stagnant project. I'm sure I'm flippantly calling it something that's not out at the airport. That's also a huge revenue draw too, and that's wherever the FBO's project is right now. We're just years behind, and that has that will have the ability to just generate huge gains in leasing dollars to the city, plus increased traffic from modern, private jet users and the money they're going to spend here too. And I don't know why that's not on the list as an item type of thing to really just say, well, we know it's a project, we know it's in the works, we know it's kind of having trouble, but that should be a priority too, just getting that thing rectified. And it's like not having a solar panel, right? Every day is a lost something, whether it's an airport dollar that would have been there, or it's a kilowatt that you would have had, and it's wasted. So, but otherwise, no problem with any of this. I think you put every tax known to man on there, and I think there's probably tax fatigue regardless of our numbers, and I think you need to be really strategic about where the money is without pain. And to me, that probably the first one on that list is a high-value residential property tax, transfer tax, something over X million of dollars, whatever that is. That to me just seems like it's probably the least amount of pain and a big deal where it's just a few dollars, but it's significant. I mean, when you're looking at TOT right now, TOT is being driven crazily by the high-end properties in town, just as the real estate market over the last year is being driven crazily by big million-dollar ticket transactions, not by the $1 million or the $1.5 million ones. So if there are people who really want to come here and really have the money. And so that to me is like probably the less pain way to pick one from those lists without having a chamber full of people complaining about we're up to another tax scenario again for the common man. So, thanks.
So I'll
And
make some brief
just-
comments and
Just,
then we'll wrap it
Councilmember
up.
Freeman, on the poll, we have been working with the polling firm we've used in the past, FM3. We've sort of got a draft together, pending this action tonight, making sure. But we obviously want to, in talking with them, sort of strategically about how to structure the poll, doing a split sample and really focusing on the real property transfer tax and the TOT because those are the high ticket items. The parcel tax is much more challenging. It would need a 2/3 vote because it came up in the context of the library. So that's going to be asked as a sort of a last question just to kind of see where it lands. But really the focus of the poll will be the real property transfer tax and the TOT and in a split sample.
Great. Just real in general, just want to clarify that out of all these recommendations that we're looking at, there are revenue generators that we see some of these, but there's also looking at getting into the weeds on those. There's efficiencies within the city, the organization that we're looking at, which would produce some cost savings. And then also looking at areas where we can reduce costs because it's a three-prong approach to addressing the budget challenges we have. So I want to make it crystal clear that we are looking at all three. Not just looking at new taxes or new revenue generators. For cannabis, I agree with Councilmember Santa Maria. We do need to at least explore what those would be, the revenue generation. One of the key ones that came up in the discussion was one additional dispensary, but located in the waterfront area where there is more tourism, and that's why that part of that discussion came up because if they're there and they're using it, that's an opportunity without really much doing anything else but to increase the sales. Because otherwise, if you were to just put it somewhere else, you're not increasing the sales volume, so you're just having competition for the existing pie. This would actually grow it. And then the other discussion that came up at finance on the increasing the tax itself. Up to the 20%, not necessarily to the 20%, there is the diminishing returns. So if it goes too high, then you end up dropping the sales, especially since the county and others are at a lower rate. So we want to be very cognizant of if we do raise it, that we're not actually decreasing sales so much that we end up negative because we raise the tax too high, which theoretically could happen if you raise it to 20% and everyone else is only charging 6%. And then the addition of the RVs, an added bonus that came out of finance is that would contribute to the TOT base as well. So you get a whole new clientele, and it's only a limited number of spaces in the waterfront lots at this time that are being considered. And it's normal camping like you would see along the Rincon, where you see those types of facilities. And so it would be something that, hundreds of dollars, whatever that is, but it would contribute to the TOT. And then the city attorney, we had the same questions. And as I said then, I like the idea of moving your office, but I don't like you moving into my office. But the reality is we do need to look at that. I just think ultimately with the city council, it is an accessibility thing for the public and for all of us. We are a full service city and we are in districts now, and that is an opportunity where we can meet with the public and be able to be responsive. And for everyone else is up here in the future. So if there is opportunities to consolidate city attorney in new locations, that is worth exploring, and that did come up. So with that,
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem, we need to take public comment.
I think we already did,
Did
didn't we?
we?
Yeah,
do?
we
All
did.
right, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we did.
Sorry.
Member Jordan.
Thanks. I forgot something. You and I have talked about this, Kelly, on my list for next year, but also missing from this, because it was kind of an internal looking document, is stuff we should be doing at the state level with our electeds, and particularly if we're going to chase something that gets me out of the context I asked about earlier, which I know we're going to stray into just because, and that's not just solving the deficit problem, but also how do we go solve the world's social problems like low-income housing or not. And I have people who are talking to me about this that are smarter than I am, but a couple suggestions they've suggested is an RDA type recapture structure for increases in a rerouting of increased property tax for a period of time, like 5 or 10 years, upon a purchase of a house that triggers post Prop 13 reassessment. So somebody goes from 2% to 4%, can we carve off a 0.5% or a 1/4% at the state level and bring that back to the city for a period of time for low-income housing? And same thing too for rerouted in a percentage for a period of time of rerouted increases in a property assessment for an added ADU. Is the state interested in enough in the draconian requirements they're putting on us to generate housing with the low return percentages to actually send some of their money they would be gaining there back directly for low-income housing development? And, so you'd be working with Greg and Monique to try and see if there's any traction for that. And that, that would that's revenue, and then we could direct the revenue to somewhere that we wanted to direct the revenue.
And we are looking at something like that locally, but I think what you're saying is trying to get the state to reallocate money to local. Yeah,
To get us back to where it's not in a situation where they were saying, oh, you're getting 100%, you're putting 20% towards your low-income housing, and you're abusing the system with the other 80, and you're knocking down a brand-new building to build a brand newer building instead of blight. But targeting a specific pressure point, a problem point that's acknowledged at the state, and that's low-income housing generation. And even their formulas are not working. They're still providing 90% market rate and only 10% low income. Well, would they like to participate in solving that problem, which is where does that subsidy money come from directly? Yep, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do need to get a motion. If you could just put up slide 1 so we can see what's on there.
Councilmember Freeman, while we're doing that, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge all of the staff throughout the organization who really took a lot of creative energy, and I know Councilmember Harmon and a lot of you have recognized it, but I just personally wanted to say, I threw this out to folks. I said, hey, we have this budget deficit. We need to balance it. Everyone goes, well, what's our percentage? I said, we're not doing a percentage. And I said, it's come up with ideas, and anything and everything's on the table. And so, we've culled that list down, but I just wanted to express my gratitude towards the executive team leadership and everyone else throughout the organization who really contributed to this incredibly creative list of ideas, some of which is pie in the sky, but others are actually real and can make a difference in the way that we do business. So that was all.
Yes, definitely thank you to the staff and the entire city organization. Everybody participated in this, and it's a much better process than trying to meet an artificial number, because we are looking at all different things, efficiencies, reductions, but also enhancements. And that's how the waterfront RV came up to the top out of this discussion. It was something that at finance it was there. So it's late, so if we could get a motion for staff recommendations items A, B, C, and D.
So moved.
Moved by Member Harmon. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll give the second to Member Gutierrez. All right, you got the motion, Madam Clerk, and can we do the vote?
Sorry, before you vote, this is a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Gutierrez for the staff recommendations for recommendations A through D.
Hold on 1 second, because the mayor's not here. Do you have to retake attendance?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Sorry.
It'd take the same amount of time. And this way it's officially on there. So.
Okay, and this is not the vote. This is just attendance, and we'll take the vote in 1 second. Okay, now you can go ahead and vote.
Oh,
Except it went away.
Popped off.
Come on.
There we go. Passes unanimously by all members present, Mayor Rouse absent. And then on item E, Madam Minister, do you need any more direction on that? You kind of got.
Unless we've heard Councilmember Harmon's objection, and I think Councilmember Snedden's, but I think other than that, it sounded like there was consensus on the priorities for moving forward, and yeah, so we're gonna get to work. We got a lot to do.
I have a question.
Great.
Sorry, I have to ask.
Go for it.
We heard 2 objections and then 2 people supporting exploring the additional revenue generating. Do you need a vote on that? Because
That actually probably be helpful. Let's just vote on that one to see if you want us to explore the additional revenue or not, because if it's.
Well, instead of taking a vote, if my 2 colleagues on the left would opine, rather than us taking a vote on
Oh,
it,
right, yeah.
would you be supportive of
Exploring
continuing to explore
additional
it?
retail cannabis
Yes.
options in the, okay,
Yes.
there you go.
I hear a yes and a yes, so now that's 4, so we don't have to
Okay,
take a vote.
Great.
All right.
Perfect.
And then, okay, so on to council and staff communications. Anything, council member assignment reports? It's late, past those. And with that, we are adjourned at 9:25. Thank you, everyone. It's been a long day. Thank you.